settles into that little valley.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of travel. It's like 1.8 millimeters. One of the things I have is 2.2 millimeters of travel. So as you're typing, you're feeling it. Some guys go so crazy that they want a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I do have I have one that Hemingway actually wrote a movable feast on. Somebody, a fan, sent it to me.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. No.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Jack Conley, Joe.
What's up, man?
Good to see you, brother. What's happening?
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Especially the first season, like 1972 or 3, I think.
Columbo. I almost forgot about that show. They used to tell him not to smoke?
Well, no, like the character, I could tell they're probably just building up. Like you notice that he has a cigar in his hands,
right?
The whole series or every episode. But it's funny that 1972 people are like, please don't smoke in here, or Mr. Columbo, Lieutenant Columbo. He's always being like reprimanded for it.
Interesting. I forgot about that.
And he's always really, Peter Falk's character. He's always like, oh, sorry, and he puts it out always. He's never like upset or anything.
Yeah, that was an interesting character, right? Because he was like this bumbling guy who was actually not. He was kind of setting you up the whole time, letting you underestimate him, acting like, pardon me.
Yeah,
but another thing.
He's always about to leave, and he's like, oh, yeah. And he comes back.
And he's annoying people, and they're like, oh.
Incredible, though, aesthetic. And like the other day, I'm watching this episode that Jonathan Demme directed, Steven Spielberg. I mean, like all of these famous directors start to cut their teeth in TV and on episodic things like that. But there's a real tone to it and stuff that's cool, and the way everyone looked. But one other funny thing about it that I've noticed in Columbo is there always starts with a murder, and then usually a lot of times in the arc of the story, someone shows up to the crime scene. Usually whoever did it or whatever, right? And so, but they're never upset. There's never someone that says, what happened here? Your uncle's been murdered. Oh, I didn't do it. It's kind of like how it starts instead of some dramatic, like, oh my God, how could this, no one's even, they're just like, okay, well, you're bothering me now. In cop shows, you can always tell police, even SVU, they're always like, I've had enough. Can you guys leave? And they leave. I'm like, is that how it goes? I don't know.
No. It's weird how many of those shows there are where they catch the bad guy. Like it's like something that I guess people with anxiety need to let them feel like if someone is a bad person and they do commit a murder, they're going to get caught.
Like, are the interest in those kind of dark scenarios, you're only interested in them when there's justice at the end? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, because anything nebulous or whatever is like too real, maybe.
Yeah, there's those shows, and then there's medical shows. Remember when there was a time where they're like every other fucking show on TV was about a hospital?
Yeah. And the only one that I really remember is Quincy. So Jack Klugman yelling at everyone, he's yelling about the sandwich. He's yelling about the blood sample. When we were kids, we were hardcore. We were in, that initial phase of American kind of hardcore punk stuff. Because we had just missed out the, 77, 78, 79. And then there was an episode about the LA scene. And Quincy goes to the punk club. Don't you see what you kids are doing to yourselves with the loud music and the anger, the pills or whatever? And there was a thing when we were kids, and there was a song. I forget which band did it. But if you were fake if you were a Quincy punk, because they took like the way people looked on Quincy or whatever, and that instantly became
a fake punker.
Yeah, you're bullshit, man.
When you started out, what was the inspirations for your band? Like, what were you guys into?
I mean, it's hard to untangle because my dad was a singer. So our dad was a singer. And he was my dad's a kind of a strange guy in general. A lovely guy, but dynamic to say the least. But he had like a hit in the late 50s called Boom a Dip Dip, like a top 40 kind of record. And a couple of subsequent sort of, rock and roll singles. And he was living in New York and stuff. And then when that kind of pales out, and then he moves back to Atlanta and he immerses himself in like the folk music scene. And he was signed to a label called ABC Paramount. So by the time I come along in 66, it's kind of, he's not doing it anymore.
What was he doing?
He was schmata guy. He was in the middle. He was like Willie Loman, He was in the garment business. My grandfather, Ike Robinson, they were in children's wear. My dad was in women's wear, and then ended later back in children's wear. But the one thing around the house that I remember, earliest memories are him pulling out his guitar and singing folk songs. And just, I don't know, I'm a dyslexic person, and so you know what I mean? So there was, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but there was something about always singing these songs that would like open up stuff for me, almost like being high or and not in a psychedelic way, but in a way that it changed the space. You know what I mean? And records started doing that to me very early. And that kind of is where, so it's kind of, we think it's normal. Other kids' dads aren't playing old folk songs at the house that I know, But by the time Rich and I, we're kind of like angst-ridden suburban youth, For some reason, my parents decided to move to the suburbs, financial reasons, general apathy, ready to, begin the mound of resentment and regret. I don't know. All the things the suburbs represent me, you know what I mean? I would say, for me, there was a television show do you remember Night Flight on USA Network back in the early days?
I remember the name. I don't even remember what it was about.
Yeah, it would be like, it would come on at midnight, and it would be concerts and like films, like cool, like it was probably the first time I saw Eraserhead or Rude Boy, the movie about the Clash, and Decline of Western Civilization, punk things and new wave things, and I always had an interest in stranger things, and things that weren't normal, or, Mr. Roper and Three's Company or whatever, like, you know what I mean? And this show, they had a show that came on at 2 a.m, and it was from Los Angeles called New Wave Theater. And that was like huge, huge. Being a kid in the suburbs in Georgia where, it's still pretty much like that band, all the people listen to that band, Alabama, and, they wear like trucker hats and flannels and like want to beat you up because you have a Ramones record or something. That's how it was.
Wow.
So this show was like a real beacon of, my mom was like, oh yeah,
it is.
Peter Ivers, a very interesting character, Peter Ivers.
Wealth of material they've surfaced in many incarnations. Tonight they're here as 45 Graves, piece of wax.
45, yeah, so this is what I'm really into. Don Bowles is the drummer in 45 Grave, who was in the Germs.
Not a happy childhood amongst them.
No, I don't know, but they definitely made amazing, beautiful, cool outsider art. And I think something that we have a hard time understanding in this day and age is art that's made because of the visceral interaction with you and other people that has nothing to do with, I'm going to be a big star.
Right.
Some of the things I think, I'm like one of the last, the Black Crowes, we have to be one of the last bands of the time where we kind of felt it was our duty to never truly give in to the other side, you know what I mean? And kind of understand this us versus them idea, you know what I mean? Or vibe is something that's inspiring and something that is like, you know, I was always interested in counterculture, you know, and anyone, again, that's like why the algorithm maybe isn't as perfect or it never will overtake everything because there's always going to be the one person who's like, I'm going this way. But that's not enough for me, you know, the deep dive people and and so we kind of found ourselves in the crosshairs of this kind of stuff. The Cramps, we were in the Cramps, the Gun Club. So, and then REM comes around, their first record, Chronic Town. And so my dad and my mom and dad had a lot of records, maybe 250 records, 300 records, you know, which was a lot of records back then. Bluegrass records, you know, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs records, or Mose Allison records, Jimmy Reed records, Johnny Guitar Watson, and then they had, you know, Buffalo Springfield records and the Bob Dylan records. I mean, that's a big, you know, I mean, for millions of people, but something as a kid that I knew no other kids would go. You guys want to come over and listen to records? I'm going to put on, you know, the times they are changing. I'd be like, again, it would be a reason to get beat up, you know. Yeah. But that kind of stuff catapults us into. Then punk rock comes along, and it's like, oh, it's anyone can do this. You don't have to be. We'll figure it out later, what talent or whatever. You know what I mean? Like we just want to plug in and start going ding, 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 and singing horrible things and trying to be offensive. You know what I mean? Because think about it. Now you go to, you know, now people walk around in Dead Kennedys t-shirts and it's like, oh, cool. But back then, Dead Kennedys made people, like the name of that band, the Circle Jerks, it's like the names of these bands made people upset.
Right. And legitimate rebellion. Yeah. It's instead of, you know, posturing. Exactly. A lot of what's going on today with Dead Kennedys t-shirts.
But I mean, I think inevitably anything like that, I mean, Edgar Allan Poe was that in a literary way in the, you know, the tail end of the Victorian age, but now he's just like a thing hanging in some goth kid's car, like an air freshener or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So things get swallowed up culturally,
right,
and regurgitated as just a, you know, and it just so happens that Dead Kennedys have one of the greatest logos of all time.
Yeah. Well, so there's always going to be adherence to the, you know, what most people are interested in and what's popular, and then people that are trying to mimic what's popular so that they can become popular. And then there's always legitimate counterculture where people are just like, I don't vibe with any of this.
Yeah, I'm looking for something.
Yeah, I'm looking for something that's real, something that's raw. And I think that's going to accelerate with AI music and, you know, all this electronic music, and again, as you were saying before, stuff that's sort of created to feed the algorithm.
Yeah,
you know, there's strategies to become successful rather than just expression that resonates with people.
Let the people, in a way. I mean, someone took a chance. You know, a band like Alan Vega and, you know, like Suicide, like someone, you know, the no wave music in New York in the late 70s. Someone took a chance and said, yeah, I would think about how weird was that, you know, like bringing that into a studio where who was just in here, fucking 38 Special or some shit, you know what I mean? And did things like this or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cool thing about early, you know, like the first Sex Pistols record, the Clash record's a little different, but even the Dead Boys or bands like that, like, a lot of those early punk records and a lot of the post-punk records, those bands, they're not making records trying to sound, you know, oh, I can make a record sound like I Don't Give a Fuck or something on my garage band. Or what, you know, you can do anything now with like a button and people, and I like lo-fi shit too, of course. But back then, these bands, they're not making lo-fi records. They're in just like, that's a real band but with great gear and people who are making like records that we would think are sonically like, oh, that's correct.
Right.
And then you have like these punk people in there just like, you can't turn it up all the way while we're doing that. You know,
wasn't this sort of rebellion out? You guys had like a falling out with ZZ Top, right? When you were on tour, wasn't part of it something about corporate involvement?
Yeah, we were always And it's funny, I just saw Billy Gibbons a couple weeks ago in London. We've been friends for many years, and a massive ZZ Top fan. I mean, those records, especially the early records, I mean, they just sound delicious. You know what I mean? And what is it? Which one is it? Is it Rio Grande Mono? I don't know. One of those records where you open it and there's like a giant plate of Mexican food. Like growing up in Atlanta, like I didn't know what that. You know what I mean? Like you could get that. Yeah, we had barbecue and we had soul food. You know, we have our own regional culinary identity. But to see stuff like that, I was like, wow, I gotta try that. You know what I mean? But no, I don't even know if ZZ Top, where they were in their career, if they knew anything that was going on about like these guys that were the opening band, except for the fact that, you know, in the music business at that time, when you're still selling records and you're selling 250,000 records every week or whatever for a couple of years, so it starts to be kooky when it was a thing. Mm-hmm. But they were sponsored by Miller Lite. And I just got into this thing where, so we'd go on stage and do our thing, and there's big Miller Lite posters all over the stage or whatever, you know. And I got in my little troublemaker mind, we're the Black Crows, you know what I mean? We no one gives us money. We don't drink this beer. No one gives us fucking money. You know, I'm standing under this sign because I have to be here tonight, but I want you to know that no fucking beer company sponsors our music. No one owns us. No one, you know what I mean? Right. These naive sort of thing about, like, I don't know. And my brother and I talk about it a lot. And as we've gotten older, and especially since we put the band back together these last few years and have been in a really positive place and really good place, I realize, like, you know, part of that we were involved in, we believed in, like, as if what we feel is really the true essence of rock and roll. It's like, I describe it as like the movie Quest for Fire, you know, when they have to keep the fire burning in that little thing and they're going across the swamp and they don't want the Neanderthals to get it or whatever. That's kind of how we felt in a weird way about everything that was out. You know, 1 minute you're in control. Your kids, we're writing songs. We're in control of that. I'm in control of, like, this is what we're doing. This is how we look. This is what we are. And then you're in the grown-up world and you've made people tens of millions of dollars. And I'm hardly a savvy business person. I never could be. I never would be. It wasn't in the cards for me. And so part of our, like, being hard about it or being difficult, not being compliant, was trying to, in our minds, keep this pure thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And in a way, that still is part of what we are today.
How old were you guys back then?
Oh, in the summer of '89, Rich was 18. I was 23 when we made our first record.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just a young rebel.
Well, you know, the other thing is rock, you know, you remember rock and roll was culturally and socially, its place and its importance and its reverence was a lot different than today.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's one thing I think is cool about hip hop music is the hip hop stars have taken over that kind of attitude.
Yes.
Which when I see their fashion and I see, you know, I mean, there's lots of, hip hop's not one thing, of course.
Right.
And I'm 57. I like what I like. You know, I like old records anyway. But when I hear new things that I like, and I'm like, okay, so they're singing about drugs, they're singing about sex, and, you know, they're singing about, you know, maybe I can't really identify with the violence of poverty and stuff. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like the extreme nature of some of it. But it's that's another form of rebellion as well.
Yeah, isn't it? Hip hop itself is an interesting art form because there's not a push to popify it. You know, like the hardcore hip hop artists are very successful, and the lyrics are rough.
Yeah.
You know, they're very hard edged lyrics, but yet these are the lyrics that, you know, get millions and millions of views. You can't even say millions of sold albums anymore, because it's like that had to be the weirdest thing, to watch the sale of albums evaporate.
Not just the sale, you're absolutely correct. Not just the sale, but the meaning of a record.
Mhm.
Like, you know, and again, in the big scheme of things, the record business isn't as old as, say, you know, the writing or whatever. But in the way that we would listen to music, and you would, you know, there's a company that would find talent and put that whole thing. But yeah, making a record and saying, okay, we're songwriters. This is our latest work. This is what we've been working on. This is our craft, and this is our talent and our poetry, and this is what we want to say. Now it's like, you know, an album, you know what I mean? Like, I personally think that it's still an important medium, and I've yet to give up on it. You know what I mean? If they said, right, you know, oh, you know what I mean? That's what Rich and I've always done. We write songs. It was one of the only things, again, the way we could experience the world was through that. Because he's, you know, as crazy as me, just doesn't talk as much. You know? Not crazy, but I mean different, you know. Artists, you know.
I think it resonates with a lot of people, which is why there's this resurgence of vinyl, right? Like, people still want to listen to actual vinyl. They still want to see an actual album, you know. And there's a lot of, like, looking at that. There's a lot of reminiscing from people that are like my age and your age that were around when these things were the way you consumed music.
I've been buying records since I was 12 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it was weird. Maybe that's because my mom and dad had a lot of records. But, you know, my wife and I, we just moved just around the block in LA. And we've been together 7 years, but we kept our records separate. I don't know. We have thousands and thousands. I just put 4,000 records in storage because we don't have space for that.
Wow.
But I'm like, but it's funny because no matter what, I see a record store, I'm going in, and I can, and you know, after however many years of buying records, I know what I'm looking for, and I don't buy records online very much. I still like. I don't know. I'm like a kid when if I've been looking for something and I see it, I'm like, I get a shot of like endorphins. I'm like, oh. You know what I mean? Right. I'm looking around like, I don't want to, you know.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's geeky stuff. It's nerd stuff. But the record store was really important to me as a young person and a musician, because before you could go on your phone or before the algorithm, whatever, like, there's another person that looks cool. Like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, they have Chelsea boots on or like a cool band t-shirt. In the suburbs back in the 80s, it wasn't like, you know what I mean? If you saw someone, you took the chance to be like, when you go to their house and look through their records, you know what I mean? And it's funny that it's still that way. You know what I mean? I have so many friends in my life, and we're friends because of records. You know what I mean? And it's like, my wife and I DJ all the time in LA, and we go to New York, and we carry our records around. And,
you DJ? Like,
yeah. Like, we have my wife's name is Camille, so we have the best DJ name ever, the Captain and Camille. We do, concerts and bars and parties and gigs and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you start doing that? DJing?
I started back in the 80s, everyone used to take a turn playing records at the pizza place. They had 2 turntables called Fellini's in Atlanta, where all the, as my dad referred to them, dirtbags and lowlives hung out. Everyone in a band, of course. Mm-hmm. But then in the early 2000s, a friend of mine that worked at the great record store Other Music in New York, my friend Michael, we started doing these nights of playing like a lot of weird psych folk as a kind of a genre, and we both loved those records, and we called Gurus Galore. And and just when I wasn't doing the Black Crowes, I had this band called the CRB. We were like a little psychedelic folk rock little group that toured around and made a bunch of records. But we played 2 sets a night, so it was kind of like Grateful Dead model, like very heady, trippy. So, but the CRB, and especially in California, we always had friends DJ the shows with doors open till after the show and in between sets, playing records. I don't know, it's just something we've always done. And my wife used to DJ before I met her and stuff. So
it's just something you enjoy.
By the way, if I could make money doing it, I would never do it. If me and Camille could just play records, I would be the happiest person in the world.
You would stop performing?
No, I'm kidding. No. I love singing. I love performing. I love being in a band. You know what I mean? I love. It's changed a lot, like anything else, and travel and everything. But I personally, it's yet to beat the adventure out of me. You know what I mean? You never know. Same thing about why I could go online and buy whatever book or record I want right now. Anything, almost anything you can imagine, you know, is available. But, you know, I know when I'm in Denver, I'm going to this certain bookstore, and I know that they have really curated things in there that I'm looking for. I can wander into, you know, you never know who you're going to meet. You never know what you're going to eat, you know what I mean? The laughs and it's still a lot of stuff out there for someone like me, a lot of stimuli.
Real experiences.
Yeah, that are good and human.
Yeah, human experiences. Yeah. I mean, that is what live music and live performance is all about, right? I mean, music is great. Live music is something really special.
I tell you, the pandemic was weird for the world. And it was, you know, for artists and musicians, we had, you know, no government bailout for the guy who, you know, is playing guitar or whatever. But as hard as it was, one of the worst parts of it to me was not just being able to do what we do, but not going to see bands. You know what I mean? I have a label called Silver Arrow, and we've been doing this for a few years. The Black Crowes records come out on Silver Arrow. It's a little different, but I'm always going to see bands. You know what I mean? We go, whether it's the Rolling Stones or whether we go see a band at a little club in LA. And I'm always looking for new, you know, things to people that are interesting. If I could help them out in their careers, a lot of it is with really young artists. I want to put them in the studio. I want to give them good experience. I want to give them a great record deal because it's changed the model. But to do that, you have to go out and get in it. You know what I mean? And we always laugh. I'm like, is there anyone older here tonight than me? You know, like you're looking, oh, there's one. You know what I mean? It's a freaky dude who still goes to see bands.
Yeah. Well, people don't want to let it go, and why should they?
I mean, in LA right now is a great time. I mean, there's a lot of good music going on in LA. And there's a lot of bars where, you know, we know if someone it plays great records, we'll go listen to them play records. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good record people, bands. There's a lot of cool. LA is very alive right now.
No kidding. Well, like what parts of LA are this happening?
I mean, it happens all over, but especially more downtown and like to the east.
Downtown.
I mean, yeah, you have to survive getting into the place. You know?
Downtown is so fucked up. I know. But that's probably something that adds to the feeling of it.
You know what it does? And it's funny because I had a nostalgic moment about when we started talking about, look, man, don't get me wrong. My parents did the best they could. They're just fucking people too. But the other part of adventure and the other part of being interesting in like new wave theater. My mom's like, they all look like mental patients, just like you know, like great. You know. But was to go to downtown Atlanta in the 80s was dangerous too, you know, during the crack epidemic. And, it was a violent place, and we were, you know, obviously we were white kids from the suburbs traversing like this urban place to get into these little underground clubs to see these bands. That added to it, you know what I mean? It added, yeah. And just the aesthetic, you know what I mean? I was obsessed. I still am an obsessive, influenced by the beat writers and beat culture, and so for me, like, you know, Jack Kerouac isn't writing about the suburbs. He's writing about the, Mexico City or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, all the Gregory Corso or Allen Ginsberg, all these poets and people are writing about all these experiences that don't seem to be happening in like a neighborhood where they call the houses a 5, 4, and a dorm. You know,
Right.
you know what I mean? So a certain angst is cultivated.
Yeah.
That the only thing that can satisfy that would be something that I felt was gritty and real.
Well, there's something about if you can. I mean, I haven't been to downtown LA to see music in quite a while, but the last time I went there, I saw Gary Clark Jr. and Honey Honey at this very small place with maybe there was like 200 people in there. I took my daughter, and it was like a late show on a Monday night, like 11:30. And here we're seeing Gary Clark Jr. and Honey Honey play a cover of Midnight Rider. And it just felt so special. There's no one there.
And you survive.
And you survive. And you get out. You're like, let's get out of here. Where's the car? Get the fuck out of here.
But you know what's weird about that? And I get it. And but I spend a lot of my time reading. I read a lot of varied materials. And one thing that comes up is humans are dangerous.
Yeah.
And places where there's a shit ton of them are usually pretty gross and dangerous.
Yeah. Well, it's just a numbers thing, right?
It's totally a numbers thing. And it's other things, ills as well.
Sure.
That are hard for us to deal with. And look, if we're lucky enough to be walking upright and somehow mentally stable or whatever, right? But I think cities have always been dangerous places.
They certainly have.
Ancient Rome was a dangerous place.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It was so wild. We were just in Sicily and we went to Palermo for the day, and it was have you ever been to Palermo?
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
So that city is like an electric wire that's got sparks shooting out of it, and you can't get a hold of it.
That's where my grandfather's from. Yeah,
Palermo.
When we went to Italy, one of the most interesting things.
Is this water?
Yes, and there's coffee in this if you want.
Cheers.
One of the most interesting things is, just Italy in general, is like, every time I go there, I'm like, maybe I should live like this. Like, they fucking know how to relax. People know how to relax. Like, with the way they sit down and eat. No one sits down and eat for 40 minutes. You sit down and eat for 2 hours.
French people have it dialed in pretty good.
They do.
They do. As well.
Yeah.
And they have pastis, which is
What is pastis?
Pastis is it's a aperitif from the south of France. You ever see it says Ricard. Marseille is famous for pastis. All Mediterranean cultures have an anisette-based drink. Italians have Sambuca. The Greeks have ouzo. Arat in Lebanese people, and there's all sorts of them. In the south of France, they drink one that's a little more sophisticated and a lot more herbs and things in it. And they say you always know in France someone from Marseille because they always have a pastis in their hands. It's a high alcohol level, a lot of sugar, but it's delicious. You put it in ice and dilute it with water, and it makes it all this kind of milky color. It's genius.
Well, it's just, you only have a certain amount of time on this planet, and they've chosen to live their time in a more relaxed manner, more community-based, and just people like to sit around.
Do you think that any of that has to do with embracing a certain middle classness or even lower middle, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like the working, you know what I mean? Even a blue collar way, I think, you know what I'm saying? Whereas here it seems that's been stripped away from something to be proud of, unless it's kind of, in a way, distortedly proud, you know?
Yes.
A distortion of what that could be.
Right, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Well, in here it's supposed to be, your main goal is to get to be the type of person that can look down upon that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, your goal is not to exist in that and just accept it. This is life. The life is, you have money for food, you have money for your house. Like you're not
well, if you look at like
okay.
media, like sitcoms from the 70s, whether it's Archie Bunker or whatever. Like, they're just people with jobs, and even Taxi or Barney Miller or whatever. You know what I mean? And now it's like, then it turns into Full House, where somehow all these people and these kids live in this amazing house, and everyone has clean clothes. You know what I mean? It's like
There's no struggle.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it's not just recognition. I think it's not celebratory. It's just like, look, man, this doesn't make the man, right?
Right.
What my material things don't make me who I am. It's who I am, how I feel, what I've learned.
That's a big problem with what we're sold in Western culture. That the goal is to acquire things and to achieve a certain financial status, and then you'll have made it.
I get it. Pastis doesn't grow on trees. You know what I mean?
Right.
I got to pay for that shit.
Right, but it's not that expensive. You know what I mean? It's not. It's just there's
you know
a
what's fucked up
distortion
about that
goals.
though? Like when we were kids, and I get it. Like I said, I made the choice in my life. Mom and Dad, we weren't. You know, they were middle class people, but I made the choice. When I said I'm not going to university, I'm going to be in a band. My dad, that was like the last dollar I ever saw. It was not even like, hey, you know what I mean? And but I made that choice. That choice wasn't made for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And within 2 years, I'm on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, and we're fucking around, and you know what I mean? Like selling millions of records. I get that. You know what I mean? It's not lost on me, but it gets back to where we started talking about. There will always be a part of me that is making music because it's really maybe the only place where I'm truly free. You know what I mean? I have the freedom. You know, it's funny. I tell this story. We were on Saturday Night Live 2 times. The second time was on our second album, Southern Harmony. And we went on the show. It was the #1 album in America. It debuted at #1. Our new single was a song called Sometimes Salvation. We were going to play that. We were going to play one of our big hit records, and at the time it was called Remedy. And we had just written this song called Nonfiction, and I was like, let's play Nonfiction. And it's funny because it's different as my brother and I, Rich, was like, yeah, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, it's a cool song. The guy, whoever was the music guy, he was like, you can't do that. And I was like, well, I mean, we could do what we want, I think. He was mad because we were smoking weed in the dressing room. I'm like, didn't John Belushi OD in the bathroom? We're like, what do you fucking care? Call the cops.
Yeah.
I told him, call the cops. If we get arrested and Saturday Night Live for smoking weed, it'll be bigger than this. But the guy, now that I'm older, I realize I'm just totally being just horrible, like kid. But he goes, you're making a big mistake not playing this single. And I said, okay, well, here's the deal. You're on this show next week with some other fucking band. And then the next week after that. And then the next week after that. Well, this is my band. So let me make the mistake. I'm not going to let you tell us what to do. And if it's a mistake, then we'll fucking eat it, won't we? And I'm still here.
And where's he?
Well, it's funny. Someone told me he has I forget his name. I ran into him once before. He did not like our attitude. He was on a podcast about Saturday Night Live or something and said we were the worst people he ever dealt with in his entire career there. And I was like, well, thank you.
That's funny. The worst how? Because you just didn't listen to him?
Yeah, we didn't do what he wanted.
That's not what you're supposed to do with artists.
Especially when you're young and you're still like, the fire is like so intense. You know
That's
what I mean?
always the problem with executive mindsets versus artistic mindsets, right? And some producer character who just wants everything to go according to this very specific plan they have laid out. And you're trying to take an artist, and first of all, just trying to take an artist and making them sing one song is kind of crazy, right? It's I think we see that now. Yeah.
You know, we see people are like, I'll do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's someone who's ready to jump up and do anything. And I think that's been a part of showbiz. But that's kind of what we were saying before. I think the talent show thing, the vote for me.
Right.
You know what? No one was voting for us.
Right.
We were unvotable.
Right.
And that was part of the reason that we were drawn to these characters and these people and these other outsiders and these other whatever kind of spectrum we're on or whatever that's different, that we were like, music to us represented everything anti-vote for me.
But did it feel weird to transcend that and become mainstream massive?
Yes, it's still weird.
Like, what is the juxtaposition? I mean, it has to be so strange. You're these rebels, and then all of a sudden you're the #1 fucking band in the world.
And then and it was tough. It was maybe tougher for me because I was more boots on the ground in the scene and with people, and now it's like, especially in the 80s in Atlanta, it was like, fuck major. Anyone who signs with a major label, man, fuck that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, like power to the people or whatever. And then it's like you're on MTV 30 times a day, and in between fucking Toyota commercials and Snapple or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so, and it's weird because our politics are so in line with so many of the alternative politics of music, the way, that would the grunge or whatever, and so I'm the same age as all of the grunge bands, but I don't exist in the 90s in the same way. We weren't, you know what I mean? Because we were doing something. But it is funny, like, which people say, well, no fucking label is signing Kurt Cobain today. But as a matter of fact, Kurt and our generation of people we were talking about compliance and defiance. You're making a mistake. Fuck it. It's my mistake to make. It's my band. It's my art. And people and my kind of generation. It's not about being old. But now I think there's so much compliance. Okay. I don't want to cause any trouble at the record label.
We're all distorted right now with social media and all the different avenues for people to get attention and to get famous. It's so easy. I shouldn't say it's easy because it's rare but common. So it's like it's more highlighted which way you can go to achieve success. But do you remember that famous time where Kurt Cobain and Nirvana were playing and they were forcing them to lip sync?
Yeah.
And so what did Kurt do? Did he start reading out of a book or something like that? Like he did a bunch of wild things. Like,
yeah, of course. I mean,
see if you can find that, Jamie, because it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody did that at the time. And they were telling them, no, you can't play live. So, here it is. Set to perform the recent single "Smells Like Teen Spirit," the British music chart television program Top of the Pops. Time to show the policy requiring artists to sing live vocals over pre-recorded backtracks. As you would expect, Kurt Cobain and his bandmates would not let this go without having some fun. So they started fucking around in the middle of the song. The result was, and still one of the greatest middle fingers to live performances ever. The band literally made its own shred video.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, because you got to sing the live vocal over the track.
So they started fucking around and coming up with new live.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean, we loved the Replacements. That was and their being on Saturday Night Live was a disaster. But we thought, that's our band. I remember every fucking person that we knew in Atlanta that Saturday night that the Replacements came on and made in TV on Saturday Night Live. We all were at parties and watching it and getting completely shit-faced. Watching, they shave their eyebrows off and shit and were rolling around and change clothes. And people were like, oh dear. We were like, yeah, cheering it on. Like, that's it. Isn't that part of one of the goals, is to be that big of a pain in the ass and who are you being a pain in the ass to? But some authority.
Right.
Something that says you can't do that, or this is the way it goes. And that changes, but I think as a youth, that's definitely something I'm not feeling with a lot of bands. I mean, I think it's there in the punk scene and stuff like that, but they're not getting access to them. Green Day is still that way, I think.
The carrot is still dangled right in front of everybody's faces, so close now. Especially with people that make it independently through YouTube and TikTok and all these different venues. There's just so many different ways that someone could become massively successful now.
And see, this is where I become the time traveler. I am from the last century.
Yeah.
I get it. I find, I think a guy smashing his nuts on a rail on a skateboard is as funny as anyone, but I've seen it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like, You know what I mean? It's not like Steve Coogan or something. You know what I mean? Like the craft and like subtext and like all this other weird cerebral stuff with comedy or whatever. I just don't. I will never. I guess it's just me as well. The things that the cinema that I enjoy, the books I read, the records that I listen to, there is all of them. If there's one thing in common, there's a level of craft.
There's a difference between having it's the difference between having a fine meal at a very nice restaurant versus eating garbage.
Yeah,
eating tasty garbage. And TikTok is tasty garbage.
Yeah, you're right. That's absolutely. I never thought about it.
It's bad for you, and you can't put it down, and you keep going to it, and you overconsume it.
And at least when it's just visual, you don't get a big stain on your shirt. And
but you get a stain. I think you get a stain on your
soul.
Brain. Yeah, I really do. I do. I think so much of what's going on today, like even if I just waste 10 minutes scrolling through TikTok, when it's over, I just feel like confused. Like, what am I doing? Like, why am I fucking paying attention?
I never did any of that.
You know, Facebook, Twitter, nothing?
No. I mean, the band has one, I guess, but
that's perfect.
But I don't personally.
Good.
I never tweeted or any of
Good
those
for
things.
you.
And it's funny, my phone, like, I'm still this way. You want to? My best friends, like the 3 or 4 people in the world that like I'm super the closest people, we talk on the phone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
I love talking on
for
the phone.
hours. You know what I mean? About whatever. So it's I get it, but I don't. Yeah, I'm one of those older people.
Well, you developed in a different time, and this time is fucking bizarre.
I can't imagine spending your life. Grown ass people spending all of their time playing video games. That's a real thing.
Well, at least that's exciting.
It is?
Yeah, video games. Some video
Why
games
does it give you a shock?
No, some video games are so immersive, man. You have 3D sound and incredible graphics.
Really?
And running through corridors and people are chasing you. It's very exciting. It hits all of your dopamine receptors and just it fires you up. I mean, video games are pretty fucking amazing now. But it's just the world that we're living in today it's not designed for human beings. It's designed to capture human beings, capture your attention. It's not like if you're spending your time going from a coffee shop to a restaurant to a bookstore to a record store to a live concert,
museum, to an art gallery.
These are human experiences. These are human experiences. But if you spend your time arguing with people on Twitter all day, like nothing is more depressing to me than seeing old rock stars argue about politics on Twitter. It is so goddamn depressing watching rock stars virtue signal and attacking people personally for having differing political beliefs. Like, and then looking at their timeline and realizing these poor fucks are addicted to this shit, and they're doing this 5-6 hours every day.
Get off my lawn!
Yeah, it's get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn!
But it's it's fucking rock stars. It's like, good Lord, man. Do you have friends? Like, get out.
Yeah.
Get out of the house. Stop doing this.
We just, it's funny. We were gone for 3 months. We did the States on this latest tour. We played a lot of new songs from our latest record. It was amazing. And then we finished in Europe. And my wife and I stayed in Sicily and went back to London at the end. And I've been doing it for 35 years of that, 1990, first time I go to Europe. And it's still like, I don't care. 35 years, it's a lot of shows. I don't care if I wake up and I'm tired. And we have friends all over the place, which is a beautiful thing. Friends in Amsterdam, friends in Paris, friends in London, friends in Madrid, friends in Germany, whatever.
Yeah.
But we're constantly out doing, what I mean? There's no way we're not hitting the town in any town and finding what it has that makes maybe it unique or special, whether that's taste, smell, touch, or whatever. I mean, it sounds silly, but like I said before, there's still adventure in the world. And I'm not talking about jumping out of an airplane adventure or, that just stimuli.
I think it's cognitive nutrition. I think it's actually good for you to experience different cultures and see how people hang out and see their restaurants and see,
And you see everyone's doing the same shit. They just styling it a little different.
Doing it in a different way, but it flavors your understanding of human beings.
That's why my very, very special place, the thing that I love almost more than any other thing, is Jamaica.
Really?
I was lucky enough to have a dear friend introduce me to Jamaica 30 years ago. And I have friends there, and I have a whole life there that has nothing to do with anything other than Jamaica shit. And I go to the country, and we have a country kind of life there, by the ocean, and no resorts,
The food there is fucking
amazing food in Jamaica.
Jamaican food is so delicious.
And you have to get out there and eat it, and they have like anything else, the fruits there, the vegetables there, the seafood, and they say in Jamaica that a goat in Jamaica only has one bad day, man.
Yeah. It's not even a whole bad day. It's just a quick moment. One bad moment. That's a wrap.
One bad moment, and the rest we're all happy with.
Yeah, and then the rest everyone's eating it. Yeah, that's one of the things I loved about Anthony Bourdain's show. That he would go and really immerse himself in these cultures and eat their food and hang out with their chefs and hang out with the people and get toured. Someone would take him on a tour around the town.
You know what happened too? Sometimes he would be tired and hungover.
Oh yeah,
and
most of the time.
Yeah, but again, I'd have people. I mean, I get it, man. Everyone has a tough thing, but it's like, oh dear, I don't know. I better get this. I'm like, okay.
If you enjoy what you're doing, being tired is not that bad.
No.
If you enjoy what you're doing, it's like, so what? Just get up, have a coffee, let's go.
And I bullshit you not. If for some reason I had to get a quick 20, 25 in, I could curl up right there and do it. And you wouldn't even know I was here.
I believe you.
Expert. That's 35 years of being on the road.
Knowing how to power nap.
I gotta go down, or I'm gonna be in an intersection, waving a gun around with my pants down by my ankles or something.
I've learned how to sleep instantly on planes. I get on a plane and almost always I'm out cold.
Me too. I annoy every single person I'm traveling with.
Yeah. How's he
Especially my wife. She's like, what?
How'd you fall asleep that quick?
Even with my Jamaican dog in my lap. We brought it when my wife and I were married in Jamaica, and we have a little street dog that we brought back.
Oh, that's cool.
Bammy Longface, yeah. And
wow.
Bammy, she's 35 pounds, but I can even sleep with my Jamaican street dog on my lap.
That's cool. So Jamaica's your spot, huh?
And they just got hit very hard with this hurricane, so it's... my friends are okay and stuff, but everyone's really shooken up over it in Jamaica.
Oh, it's scary shit, man.
And it's been they haven't had something like that since 2007, and this was worse.
I saw live footage of it, some live cell phone footage of it. It just, unless you've experienced that live, when you're around the sky, and the sky becomes an angry monster, and everywhere around you is dangerous, and the winds are 120 miles an hour, and it's so humbling.
I was in a tornado in Atlanta in the early 70s, and that was, I was probably too young to be traumatized, but I remember feeling my parents' trauma about this thing going over our house or whatever.
Oh, it's fucking terrifying shit, man.
When it was over, though, when you're a kid, it was amazing. The whole world was one big pine sap jungle gym. For weeks, we were because you're just climbing in all the fallen trees. And my dad had some old Pontiac, and the thing was like a U in the car, some giant pine trees smashed up.
Wow.
So it was like a surrealist thing, too, as a kid. Wow, everything's been shaken up.
Yeah, it's also a lesson in the temporary nature of things. You can look out and think, this is my lawn, this is where the car's parked, this is how things are. And then all of a sudden the sky's like, not today, bitch.
Yeah.
Let's throw a tree through your fucking house.
What was that commercial in the 70s that Mother Earth gets angry or whatever? Remember that? It was like shampoo or something. And then but it was that was their catchphrase. And they would be like,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
It was I think it might be shampoo or something.
Something stupid like that.
But it's true. You know what I mean? You have to deal. Shit, fuck. Well, Katrina is still something I love New Orleans. New Orleans is one of the most special cities in the world. And It's still amazing. It's still vibrant, dynamic, alive. But I think the scars of that place are
for sure.
still there. I mean, that was
Devastating.
brutal.
Yeah, unbelievably brutal. I mean, when hurricanes hit places and devastate them, it takes decades for them to recover, especially without aid. And then sometimes it's like the people that are there, they just don't want to do it anymore. It's like when you realize you're in a place that this happens and there's other places where this doesn't happen, you just get the fuck out, you know? But there's a humbling of being attached to nature in that way that I think, like I grew up in Boston, and there's something to the people that live up there that understand that every winter it's going to get so cold that you could die outside.
Right.
That's a reality that no one in LA experiences. Because in LA, it's like
Earthquakes, fire, floods, zombie apocalypse.
I get a little bit of that, but you can kind of get away from that. It's not going to overcome your entire
You can build
city.
a very high fence and have the state-of-the-art security system.
The fires are wild. I was evacuated
Terrifying.
3 times living in LA. We were in the valley.
Yeah.
3 separate times. The last time, the 2 houses across the street from my house burnt to the ground. It was wild. It's just wild going through your old neighborhood and seeing just house after house. Like there's 40 houses in our neighborhood that were burnt to the ground.
We were in Marin County, Northern California, and out in a place called Lagunitas, and this is 4 or 5 summers ago. And we just, kept shit in the car, guitars. There's one guitar I just can't live without. Some picture, we just kept both our cars filled because you're out, just ashes falling in the yard every day, and scary.
Well, it's when it goes bad, it goes real bad. I was filming Fear Factor once it was about an hour and a half away from LA, and the fires get so bad we had to stop shooting and drive home. And on the way home, we were off the 5 freeway, and on the way home, the entire right side of the highway for an hour was in flames. Like completely in flames, like a Lord of the Rings movie. Like you're waiting for demons to ride horses over the top of the mountains. There's something about those kind of scenes that's like it puts you back in check. That's like, hey man, like maybe the things you're concentrating on aren't all that important for real.
I think it also touches us in our animalistic DNA of like still being that person, these people, again, it's Quest for Fire, being these people who are really not just completely immersed in their environment as well for survival and sustenance and everything.
Yeah.
That it's still like in the way, I guess, there's an instinctive thing in those moments that has to be the exact same chemical reaction in every human being in any expanse of time that we've been like this.
Yeah. When we were in Sicily, we were at one. I guess there was an eruption there recently.
There's one today or last night.
Yeah, that's right. I was seeing it on the news. But when we were there, we were near this one island that had a constant eruption. And at nighttime, you could see the red at the top of the mountain, just a little bit of red, like bubbling up off the top of the mountain. It's so fucking cool.
I've never really got close to something like that. Like
have you ever done a tour in Hawaii? We fly over in a helicopter.
No.
Hawaii is wild. The Big Island is wild because it's growing every year because the lava is constantly flowing into the ocean. You could literally watch the island expand in real time.
That's wild.
And you fly over it in helicopters. So you're flying over, you're looking down at the lava pouring out of the earth. Is this Italy? Mount Etna. Look at that. Isn't that
Sicily,
wild, man?
That's incredible.
Not to be confused with regular Italy. Yeah, Sicilians think of themselves very differently. Look how beautiful that is, man. God, that's so fucking cool. We visited Pompeii, too.
I did that as a kid, and
That's
it's
crazy.
still one of the coolest. But I was like, it's funny when I look back, they have like up the streets, they'll have like the fountain at the end of the street or whatever, the water would come, and you could see like where people lean their hand. There's like an indention for the centuries of people leaning in to get a sip of water.
Yeah.
I just put my hand on that as a kid, just like I almost couldn't stop like thinking about that. I do that all the time. I do that with my kids when I'm like fucking around. I'm like, shake the hand. I shook Chuck Berry's hand, Bo Diddley's hand.
Yeah.
I shook Little Richard's hand. John Lee Hooker. You know, they're all like laughing.
Damn, you met John Lee Hooker?
I did one time.
Wow. That's a guy I'd love to meet.
It was, his handshake was like amazing. It was just like he touched my hand. It was just like a cloud. It was the softest like pillow. I was like, wow. And it was early days. We headlined the Memphis Blues Festival, and he went on before us. And I was like, I just don't think that's right. right. I know we're selling a lot of records, but it's crazy. That's John Lee Hooker, man.
Yeah.
Never get out of these blues alive.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, he was as cool as it gets. That's amazing, man. Have you ever met anybody that just like you're like, can't believe I'm talking to this person?
Yes, but one time it was Dr. J.
Oh wow!
I was at some party in Vegas. This is back in the mid '90s, some VH1 thing or something. And I was standing outside. I was at the Hard Rock, and this is the guy's name, Steve Wynn, who owns the thing, the Hard Rock.
Yeah,
or something.
He owns a bunch of them.
Yeah, this was 30 years ago, and I was there, and he was like, "Oh, hey, Chris, you ever met Julius Erving?" And I was like, I loved Dr. J so much growing up. He and George Gervin are my heroes. I played basketball, and I was like, and he was just so cool, And he was like, "Hey, man, nice to meet you." And I was like a little kid, I just couldn't believe that I met Dr. J. I shook Dr. J's hand. I got to throw him in there too.
Wow.
And the other one would be Robert Altman, the director.
Oh, really?
I met Robert at a party. I was at a party.
I love when he does that.
Donatello Versace party in London, and there were a bunch of famous people there. But everyone sat down at a table, and and different things. And I was just like, oh, there, and he was with Richard E. Grant. They were making Gosford Park. Richard E. Grant also, I was impressed to see and meet because of the film Withnail and I is one of my favorite movies of all time. And there's Withnail, like there he is. I mean, it's Richard, but there's Bob Altman, who is, Lord of my imagination, and one of the best some of my favorite films of all time. So after when the dinner kind of like is less whatever, people are up talking to other people, I just go over to him. I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna say, because I would be a little bit timid or shy in that situation, and I would never think anyone. I still to this day never imagine anyone knows who I am or what I do or whatever. It's a good way to go through life, actually.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I'm being totally honest.
Yeah.
And then you find out most people don't know who you are and give a fuck what you do. But I go over and I introduce myself, and I instantly recognize that he smells like weed, like he's, got a roach in his pocket or something. And I'm like, Bob, are you holding? He goes, yeah, you want to get stoned? I was like, yeah. So he pulls out a joint, and like we're sitting there and we're just talking about weed. And, he's like, it's hard to get, I get this from California, and I was like, wow, man, and we smoked a joint and talked a little bit about music and jazz and London. And that was kind of it. And he was like, oh, you should come by the office. And I never took him up on it, like the production office, just because I felt out of my depth. You know what I mean? I should have. But that was like one of those things I will always remember.
It's interesting when you meet people that were heroes to you, and they're human beings. They're just normal.
Yeah.
And then you realize, like, especially in your case, like you've become that to other people. And then some kid will come up to you, Chris Robinson?
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, fucking normal person, just a person. But to them, you're the Black Crows. You're not a normal person. You're a fucking god. It's weird. You're an inaccessible, like, plateau of society that very few people ever experience.
I think music is a part of that as well.
Yeah.
Like you said. I mean, and there will always be, I don't know. I think that there's a connection in creation, art, Where does the idea come from? I mean, I think there's people who can manipulate that and make like, I'm going to make a pop song and it's going to sound like this. And I'm not saying that it's not special, not good, but then I think there's other things that I'm not using it in a Christian way or whatever, but there's a divine spark of something that happens or whatever drops in your lap, imagination-wise. The muse. You know, the muse is real.
The muse is real. I think it is real, too.
And the one thing that I do believe about the muse, and I consider the muse a female presence, a female,
most do,
dynamic. You know?
Yeah.
And I feel that the muse, at least the muse that I feel is it's a very jealous thing. And I don't mean it in like any possessive way or anything weird, but just like the second your devotion is turned somewhere else, the muse could leave you. That might be as superstitious as throwing salt over your shoulder or whatever, but I honestly believe that. And it makes it difficult in life because life isn't just the muse. Life isn't just the dream world that I live in my imagination. And the ideas have to come from somewhere. It's not just singing and dancing, and you have to have ideas. What is this? You know, for me, I've always had to be involved with every aspect. The album covers, the stage design, the fucking laminate. Everything has to fit into a world that I can feel like I want to inhabit, you know, something that's comfortable and interesting.
Yeah.
And I think if you remove, so it's not just the musical part of the muse, it's the whole thing. And I think if you're like, oh, you know what, I'm going to get into, I'm not, if my reverence for that goes away, and even in the slightest, I feel that she will turn her back on me forever and I'll have nothing, no more poetry, no more music.
Well, you're probably right, because let's assume the muse is real. The muse would probably reserve its greatest inspiration for its most devoted followers.
I think so.
Yeah. The most devout followers are the ones that are going to be adherent to a ritual, sit in front of the computer or the notepad or however you write, and just like spend
I could
time.
never ever write lyrics on a screen. I could never do it.
You write it on paper?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like completely.
Does anybody write lyrics on screens?
I think, I think
Like
a lot of people.
Artists that you know of?
Yeah.
But interesting.
I think a lot of hip hop people write rhymes on their phones, and
Yeah, no, I know.
I know a lot of
Yeah.
rock and roll people who were like, hey, you know.
But the phone thing's convenient. I transfer all my notes to phones because and occasionally I'll write something on the phone. The best thing about the phone, honestly, is like sometimes I have an idea. Maybe I've had a couple of cocktails too, which is like, you know, memory is slippery. When you're drinking with friends and you're having a good time, but you have an idea, I'll just like run into a bathroom stall and I'll hit the voice recorder and just say it.
I do that too. I do the voice recorder as well for like if I'm plucking around a guitar and I get a little something that I like. Or when Rich and I are writing songs too, like if we're not. But you know, I've never had a home studio. I've never wanted that.
Really?
I never.
You want to go to a place?
I want to go to a place, and I like. A part of my thing is I like everyone's contribution. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, in the Black Crowes, Rich and I write the songs. So, but the contributions can be musical or the product, or it could be anything.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it's the engineer and the producer and the band and
it's the vibe of those people being together.
and it's all about circulating and percolating and making something, everyone in on it. You know what I mean? Like an old submarine movie or something, you're being depth charged and everyone has a job to do so you don't die.
Right.
You know? But I think that's important for me, you know, like Prince is one of my musically, there's an argument to be made that maybe Prince was the baddest motherfucker of all time.
Definitely an argument.
I mean, because there's people who can write, there's people who can play, there's people who can produce and record, and there's people who can dance and sing and perform. That guy did it all at its ultimate level.
Every musical instrument. Yeah, he was insane. He was so good. And he was so different. I remember when the first album came out, it's just that picture of him with his shirt off, with like his hair. you know, and you hear the songs, you're like, wow, this guy's out there. It's
Yeah,
just
the
different.
second record, Prince.
Is that the
The
second
first
record?
one's the first one's called For You, and there's a picture of him kind of like
Is For You, is that one
Was
with
soft.
Jack Me Off?
No, that's later.
Oh, okay.
For You, the first single is Soft and Wet. Which is before Jack You Off. It has to be Soft and Wet. And then so I always laugh because I was, you know, by the time we're in the suburbs, I live in Atlanta. You know, I'm obsessed with black radio at the time. Only listening to V103 FM Atlanta. My first concert is Slave and Kool and the Gang and Sky at the Omni.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to see The Time, Vanity 6, SOS, Lakeside, Cameo. You know,
wow, Morris Day.
Yeah, that was one of the best concerts I've ever seen.
Wow.
At that, you know, at that time in my life, and only listening to that radio. So the first Prince single comes out, and it's Soft and Wet. It's a great song. Dun, 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 and like funky and cool. This little kind of disco breakdown in the middle, little roller skating shit in the middle. And I'm like, but I didn't really know what Soft and Wet was yet. You know what I mean? I was like, is it like a washcloth that he left in the bed? What is this?
Yeah. No, he was a character, man.
I never met him. I saw him. I only saw him in concert once.
Really?
And it was fantastic. He was amazing.
He was doing a residency once at House of Blues in Vegas, but it was like really late at night. I had to do something in the morning, and I passed on going. To this day, I could kill myself.
Yeah, because he would do the concert and then go play another 8 hours or whatever.
Yeah, well, he was going up really late. It's like it was after midnight, and I was like, I got shit I have to do tomorrow. I can't do this. I can't be that tired. And to this day, I'm like, fuck.
You know what's funny? The other person I met that put me very much at ease, but when I first said hello, that I was totally freaked out, was George Jones.
Oh, wow.
I met him at the Ryman Auditorium after Johnny Cash passed away.
It's like meeting Jesus at the Sistine
Man, I mean, I was like, I got ushered into this dressing room, you know, as a guest. Chris Christopherson was there. I was amazed to meet him. And but I'm like, fucking George Jones, little possum's right there. And I end up talking to him, and he was really, really sweet, man. I wanted to talk about Kansas City Chiefs. He loved the Chiefs, and I used to watch football back then. And but I will always remember. So he was taking over for Johnny Cash, singing. I think it's Johnny Cash. Maybe it was Waylon's part. I don't know the song that great. The Highwayman. I was a highwayman. Only Columbia. Yeah. And he was the dam builder on the Columbia River, whatever. But he kept looking at the lyrics. He went, "I'm a dam builder." And Chris was like, "Man, it's not like." He goes, "I don't think my fans want me to. I'm a dam builder." I mean, he just thought it was so funny, and I was like, "What amazing, you know, that I got to be in there." But the other funny part of that is, they were like, "Chris, we take a picture with George and Chris," and I'm like, "I'm getting my fucking picture taken with George Jones and Chris Christopherson. That's pretty wild. This is the coolest thing." And I'm like in the middle, you know. And I'm like, "Man, this is the coolest day ever." And then the door opens. My ex-wife was there too. But then the door opens, and Al Gore gets in the picture and ruins it. Like, "Get out of the picture!" Ooh.
How did he get in there?
I don't know.
They start talking about the climate?
Well, that was his initial climate thing. But I'm like, let's talk about your wife telling people what they can listen to, whatever. Like, get out of here. Who are you, self-righteous?
Yeah, people forgot about that. She was the one who made, it actually helped albums. Because when they put those warning labels,
everyone wanted them.
Everybody wanted a warning label one. Yeah.
I never even got a warning label.
Oh, I remember when NWA had the warning label on them.
I mean, all of them. But, I mean, I'm like, you guys are really seriously upset about the band Wasp? I mean, like, you
yeah, it's really ridiculous now in hindsight. But I remember, I was in high school at the time. It was a big thing.
Well, they're telling you what to do again. You know what I mean? And a lot of it was racist. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It was like, well, I guess it was out of high school. It was like when rap music was really starting to emerge, and those lyrics were so shocking, like early Ice-T, Ice Cube, all that stuff.
It happened with rock and roll. You know what I mean? Once
Elvis
kids,
Presley, they wouldn't let him shake his hips on TV.
I mean, it happened with Chuck Berry too. You know what I mean? And there's that. The initial phase of the cosmic fucking blood and brimstone of rock and roll ends pretty quickly when it starts, and then you turn into like the Paul Anka, Pat Boone sort of style until the Beatles really come back around. And
Right.
You know, you have lots of cool records in between there, but they're small.
But it's interesting like that, where things come in waves. They come in waves of great artists for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think. I mean, at least if you look at like when I look at my age people, we were close enough to the Beatles and close enough to the Sex Pistols and close, you know what I mean, and the Stones and Zeppelin. That shit's long gone for a lot of younger people. You know, as time moves on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have to ask you a question because before I forget, did Rick Rubin try to get you guys to change the name of your band?
Yes.
And did he really try to get you to change your name of the band to the KKK, the County Crows?
I know that the king of yoga or whatever the fuck he's selling, whatever his, but under that beard, that guy, and it's funny because good for Rick Rubin, whatever, he can do whatever he wants. He has very little, but he did say that's a true story.
Well,
by the way, it was unimaginably offensive. Unimaginably. Why would you say that to us? You know what I mean?
Explain the conversation. How does it happen?
Because I think, well, we were called Mr. Crow's Garden, and it's a book. It's like a children's book from like the 20s called Mr. Crow's Garden with an E, so it's a name. He was Mr. Crow. And we were kind of, into like psychedelic, like it was whatever. That was the name of our band. So when we made Shake Your Moneymaker, a few years had gone by since we first were Mr. Crow's Garden, and now we don't sound like that. And George Chakulias, our producer and our A&R guy and our lifeline to the music business, to the world, who signed us and stuff, he was like, we need, we got to change the name. So there was a little bit of time where before we said we'll be the Black Crows, and that's when Rick interjected that's what because we're Southern. Aren't all Southern people fear-driven, ignorant bigots? Isn't every one of them?
But he didn't say it that way, right? So
he said it like it'll be cool, it'll be like controversial. I'm like, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So and how did he bring it up?
Like, I think this is a cool. You're from Cobb County. See, well, we're not from there, but we're from Atlanta. By the way, it's fucking hard to get it to change Wikipedia. That they're like, me and Rich are born in Marietta. We're from Atlanta, Georgia. Third generation Atlantans. And I was like, my grandfather was born in Atlanta in 1906. You know what I mean? So it's hard to get that shit changed. But he was like, oh, so you live in Cobb County, COBB. Well, you should change it to Cobb County Crows and put them all K's. And we were like, that's so foul and disgusting.
It's such a crazy idea to not have like context to it. Just to imagine that you're going to call a band the KKK, like what the fuck? Cobb County Crows actually sounds cool. With C's, it was the Cobb County CCC. No problems. Great name. Nothing wrong with it. You probably would have achieved the exact same success as the Black Crows. But
I don't know, because the poet in me and the armchair occultist would believe that the only way we achieved what we achieved, became what we became, is because of the way some reason, also leaving the E in it, that was the one thing that I said we would do. So It's, and by the way, leaving the E in it was also great. And it's still great to this day when someone requests something or wants something from you and they misspell the name of the band. We're like, no. Fuck that. No.
You could have looked there out of it.
It's right there. You know what I mean?
That hard to add an E. I just can't imagine that conversation. Someone saying,
I can't imagine it
especially
either, to be honest.
Well, Rick is a friend of mine. So just for clarity,
I don't hate Rick Rubin or anything, but
He's a genius.
he did
he's
say
a
that.
fascinating guy. I mean, he's a very interesting thinker, and I can imagine this idea intrusively embedding itself in his mind and then coming out of his mouth. I just can't see.
I mean, to be honest, I found a lot of when, especially in this, when our first record came out, and we're on tour and we're working that record, and I'm the one who has to get up in the morning and so we're in Cleveland, now we're playing Cincinnati. I have to go to 10 radio stations in Cleveland and Cincinnati and do the handshaking and the talking and sell the band. I meet all the local promo people, so they pick you up and stuff. And everyone was really super cool, and they would be the people that could get you drugs and pay for drinks and stuff. And but wow, I would be driving in the car with some of these guys, and they'd be like, "Must be tough being." I'm like, what? Talking down to me, like, you don't know me. Just because I'm Southern and I'm a musician doesn't mean that, talking down to me like I'm stupid or something. Or I'm like, whoa, you don't know.
Like, must be tough in what way?
Well, like, you're from Atlanta. Like, do they have schools there? You know what I mean? Just kind of patronizing me or thinking that everyone's supposed to go, just have a beer and play some damn. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't know what books I read. You don't know what I'm into. You don't know anything about me.
Well, this has always been a deep history of prejudice about people in what they would call the flyover states, the arrogance of New York and Los Angeles. And, you kind of
these are the flyover state people talking to me.
Oh, that's funny. Even worse. There's some people that accept Chicago a little bit and some other cities, Detroit a little bit. But the reality it was about the coasts. And everything in between was bullshit. As
if everyone in Rochester, New York has a PhD in French literature.
By the way, that used to be kind of true when you would go on the road. Not true, but you would notice a marked difference in the awareness, if you were talking about anything out of the ordinary, the awareness of people's what they knew in certain cities and certain places in the country versus what they knew in Los Angeles and New York. There was a difference.
They would, they're hipper.
They weren't as sophisticated. Yeah, they weren't as sophisticated. They didn't know as much. But that changed with the internet.
Everyone has exact
you go
same
to fucking
references.
Cleveland, Ohio. You go wherever you go. There's fucking people that get it. They get it.
Do you remember when Bill Hicks used to just look at the audience and go, "Moo!" A lot of people still haven't caught up to Bill.
He was great. I mean, he used to call it his flying saucer tour because he would only go to places where flying saucers would land. Weird little out of the way spots.
What's that record called? Rant in C minor or something, or something
A minor?
Is it A minor?
I don't remember.
I don't know what key it's in, but I mean, I still put that on, and it's just
fantastic,
unbelievably fun.
Changed comedy. Made people want to become profound. It changed comedy from just a bunch of stuff to laugh at to stuff that made you think about it after you're done laughing.
I think George Carlin had that as well.
For sure. Yeah, for sure, in a different way. But Hicks was more psychedelic inspired, and it was just more
there's a rock and roll thing in him that, for lack of another description, I think that gave him that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's the right way to describe it, I think. I had a chance to see him live a bunch of times, luckily.
In a way, he understood what a great underground band means to someone.
Oh yeah, and what it meant to him. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, he was an artist. He was an artist that was also a comedian. He wasn't trying to conform to whatever the stereotypical, this is the guy that's going to get a sitcom act is going to create. Yeah. But there's not a lot of those.
Is the sitcom worth it?
It doesn't exist anymore.
No, but I mean, for
At the
those
time?
comics that like took that route, that
You know what? It was the golden carrot. It was the thing that they held over all of our heads, is that if you develop an act that can be converted into a sitcom, all of a sudden you're Tim Allen and you have $50 million in the bank, or you're Jerry Seinfeld, or you're Brett Butler, or you're Roseanne Barr. There was like a few of those people. Yeah, and there's a bunch of people that had managed some more obscure shows that people forgot about, but they made a lot of money as well. And it was this thing that if you could get on a sitcom and then all of a sudden you're the king of Queens. You know, like my friend Kevin James, that was his thing.
Right.
And that's how he got through it. And it's that was the magic portal to wealth. And it also fucked up a lot of people's acts because there was a lot of really funny
after
comics.
that,
yeah.
Now you're kind of stuck and
censored.
Yeah, and now the things that you want to say you can't say.
They self-censor. This is the saddest thing. I know some of the great comics of like the 90s that are ruined because they self-censor now, because they sort of developed this act for television, and then once they were on television, they got all that TV money. They wanted to keep it coming in, so they never really branched out into more offensive subject matter, or just
more provocative.
That's
you know what I mean?
Right.
And I think irreverent in some ways. You know what I mean? And you feel free to let everyone else will judge what that is. And
But it's just the problem is you're never going to make everybody happy, and now way more people have an opinion that they can express, like because of social media. Like everyone can express their opinion. It's not as simple as you hope to get the favor of a reviewer. Like someone who's cool, really likes bands, comes to see, oh, Bob's here. This guy's fucking cool. He's going to review our show. And you kind of trusted Bob. Bob was a good guy. He really loved music. Wasn't trying to tear things down. Those guys don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You know, now what everyone's trying to do is get people on social media to like them or not be mad at them. So when they put out a special, you see
be mad at them.
Yeah, you see these, which as
the role of the artist sometimes is to make your audience mad at you, to challenge them.
Yes.
I mean, not, you know what I mean? In a way like, oh God, how many things in life like that I didn't like at a time that I finally found my way through later, and like, oh, of course, thank you. You know what I mean? Like of course, that's the natural, progression. It's the natural way. And by the way, not everything is supposed to be like you were saying. And I guess that's where we are with this social media. Nothing can have that sort of mystique around it anymore because it's forcing too much out of someone. You're expecting too much from someone to either follow you and or understand, get it, or acceptance.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's just a foolish pursuit. The pursuit of other people who you don't even know, their love and attention, and you'll morph and change and adapt whatever you're trying to produce in order to gain their favor. That's a fucking folly. That's such a foolish way of interacting with human beings. And whatever you create is not.
It's completely false. Right. I mean, and you can see where personally,
Yo.
I think you're starting to see culture.
How you living, pimp?
Sleeping every fucking time I tune in, I scream at him like, Rabbi, wake the fuck up. Passed out, doesn't matter what time I check, 7 a.m., 4 p.m. Why are you sleeping so much? I thought you were literally dead. I'm like, this guy fucking dead. He's not moving. What the fuck happened?
I'm so glad you're back. Thank you for joining. Welcome. We have another friend here. I think he's sleeping. His name is Arnold. I stay up all night with people fucking all over the world, dog. So glad to have you here, El. You're amazing, and this is going to be your new home. So you should know I missed you a lot. I'm glad that you're here. Okay, so what do I have to tell you? Have you seen my kickbots? I think you have, like 100 times. My kickbots.
No, Rabbi, I have not seen your TikTok. Please explain.
Dog, I've shown you these 100 times, haven't I? Haven't I? Haven't I shown you these a bunch?
Are you still making those videos?
No. The reason why is because I did the biggest creators. Okay, so if you've seen that, then you've seen my kickbots. It's been a while, but it's not been that long. Can you hear me?
Strange echo in here. Also, what the fuck is up with this Discord, dude? There's like about 80 billion channels. I can't type in like any of them. If I want to listen to James Brown, James Brown. There's like a bunch of random. It's like the most schizo thing I've ever seen in my life.
I love it. That's what I want. I want it to be as random as possible. Okay, so you can type in a channel called Free Speech and also in the self-promo. Additional, and you should just know the reason why you can't type in anything is literally people put videos of men self-circumcising themselves. And it's really bloody and it's nasty and they'll post it everywhere. So I just, they post terrible things. So,
Where is the free extraterrestrial radio today?
it's
Am I ignorant? It says I don't have permission. Is there like a verification thing?
no, in free speech, you don't have ability to look in free speech.
There's just a billion channels.
Yeah, look through them and you're going to see Free Speech channel. It's very close to ChatGPT. It has newspapers by it.
Yeah, for sure. And actually on Gulf Breeze too. I don't know where the fuck it's at. Yeah. Is it towards the bottom?
No, it is. Just a moment. I'll tell you what it is.
Like there's so many fucking channels.
Right. It's content. It got something for everyone in there, baby. All right. It is in the section entitled Other. There's a part that says Adult, ChatGPT, Mishpacha, Contact Information, Self-Promotion, Free Speech Channel.
Yeah, John has, nuclear hypothesis about Mars. It's really interesting, the evidence of some kind of nuclear event there.
Look in the chat for all of these. All of these have information in the chat. So press the chat and you can find new shit. In every single one of these, you can look in the chat. Do you know how to look in the chat?
Yeah, you press the little bubblies.
And you can see what's going on there. But click on all of them for like all the music ones. It'll give you the rank of the best rappers of all time, the best classic rock of all time, the best video games of all time. It'll give you blurbs about a lot of stuff. Then if you go to the Reddit section is huge. Reddit section has every 10 minutes, it updates everything on Reddit. So you'd literally never have to go to Reddit anymore. You could just check out that section. It's fucking amazing.
Who set this up? Did you do that?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say if Bravo or where the fuck is Caspian Sea or.
You want to know where Caspian Sea is?
Not in jail, is he?
Yeah.
No. I thought he was out of it. Didn't he get acquitted?
He didn't get acquitted. No. Okay, so here's what happened with him. Which it was I think maybe the best thing that could have happened for him. So, well, maybe. Okay, so here's what the deal was. I'll just tell you the whole thing. I don't tell everybody, but like, you know him, and I'm sure he'll tell you. And it's not like it was a secret. It's very public. He talked about it a lot on this. So, but normally if somebody shared something like this with me, I would, even though I'm like live streaming, I would keep it a secret as best I can. Okay, so here's what happened. He was at his parents' house last November. He was invited, and apparently they got into some kind of verbal altercation or something. The police were called. Police came and told Caspian Sea that they were going to cite him for trespassing without intent to burglarize, something like that. And then he said that he wasn't leaving, basically. And when they told him that they were going to arrest him to leave the property, he went limp. So then they additionally charged him with resisting arrest. Even though he went limp, It's not like he was throwing fists or swinging or kicking. No, he just went limp. But by going limp, that's considered also resisting arrest as opposed to just like. And he was like, like where you don't walk with them to the squad car, you just drop to the ground basically and play dead, like so that they have to drag you out basically. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so then he had to spend a little time in jail. The judge told him like he had to stay away from his parents for like 45 days, and he was getting probation. And basically, his probation consisted of like having to take random drug tests and just like keeping himself out of trouble. All right, so then I met him. Well, he was watching me for some time, but I just didn't know it until he came in to my stream and started talking one day. And then I invited him in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu group, and that's how I got to be friends with him. He told me that he needed a job, and so I was able to get him a job or help him get a job, but he got the job. But like I put him in a good position to do it, and he couldn't hold that job because he was on probation, and there weren't any exceptions to this. Additionally, he was having to do random drug tests for the whole year, and it just got to the point where, when you're trying to find a job or you have to go to a job and you just started, and then you have to say, hey guys, I have to leave early tomorrow, randomly. You have to randomly tell them this because you're being told randomly that you have drug tests, and so you have to say to them, hey, I'm on probation. I need to leave at whatever time to be able to go take this drug test. A job doesn't want to hear that from you. They're going to be like, that's not excused. That's on your own fucking time. Don't do that on our time. But the thing is, the state of Nevada is very strict, and they say you have to do this. So what does he end up having to do? He has to go take drug tests. So this happens basically until recently. Then I told him, like, dude, try to. He's like coming to the point where he doesn't have anywhere to live. He doesn't have any money. He doesn't, he's basically up the creek. So I say to him, look, dude, try to reunite with your parents. Like maybe you just had a bad night in December, and maybe they'll be willing to help you. So he calls them and he reunites with them to some extent. I'm just trying to get him a place to live so he's not homeless. And he's like, we had really good talk, and they said that they would get me a lawyer to help me with some of this stuff. And I'm like, okay, so they basically put you in jail, and now they're going to get you a lawyer to help fight it? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, are they going to let you live at their house? And he's like, we're working on it. So that happened until like the beginning of July. That's where we were. Where it looked like he was going to.
Can you pause the story? I got with my dog outside, but
Absolutely.
I'll be back.
Absolutely. You got it. I'm glad you're back. I'm very glad you're back.
Glad to be back.
Excellent. Shout out to Elle, baby. Elle's the man.
I don't go anywhere.
I'm not. I'm here.
Music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It was an ordinary flight from Portland to Seattle turned extraordinary when a man in black registered as D.B. Cooper made a bomb threat.
The infamous D.B. Cooper hijacking occurred in the fall of 1971 at the height of an epidemic.
Yo, how are you? Hey, hello. Eat Exocore, how are you?
Over 130 of those occurring in the United States alone. This was the golden age of skyjacking. But it's Cooper's hijacking that we remember because he provided the blueprint for how to pull it off and get away.
When I decided that I would skyjack a plane, I started to make preparations for which airport I would grab a plane from.
6 months after Cooper's legendary heist, A small-time crook from Detroit would attempt his own bigger and bolder skyjacking score.
Just grab a weapon, grab a note, go on a plane, and order all the stuff you need. Parachutes, money, and bail out.
This decision would set in motion one of the most epic American true crime sagas in history.
I said, okay, this is it.
One involving multiple aircraft hijackings.
So he reached back and grabbed her gun. They started wrestling. While they're doing that, the aircraft starts falling out of the sky.
And I do remember the fear. It was very scary.
Prison escapes.
We're running at full speed. And I'm thinking, damn, at any moment here, we could get shot in the back.
She told him what the real plan was for a prison break, and she had a gun.
Life-risking heroics.
I jumped on top of him and tried to grab his hands because he had a bomb.
She had to act on instinct, and coming from Vietnam, the battle in it just kicked in.
And sheer madness.
We took off toward that airplane, and it was very, very clear to all of us that it's going to crash into that plane.
Oh my God, it's going to hit us.
Yo, pimp. Everybody wants to know where L is. L, living like a pimp. L stands for living like a pimp. Pimp, 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 pimp. Yo, dog.
ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, and actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Remember that time when L's dog had to take a shit? Everybody remembers. And then Rabbi was singing, looking at Los Pollos TV, addressing allegations, New MILF Manor episode with his dad. I don't know what Los Pollos did, but I'm glad I don't have to address that shit.
America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mentry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
L's dog is taking too fucking long. L's dog is taking too fucking long. Everybody knows L's dog is taking too fucking long. Yo, dog. How are you?
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. 1-888-255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 1-888-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour we'll take your calls with Mark Carlotto when we come right back on Coast to Coast AM. With new tech comes new risks. While innovative and exciting, artificial intelligence tools can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Cyber criminals can use AI to create convincing scams, even going beyond suspicious emails to create digital storefronts and fake products to trick you. Always be wary of unexpected communications and verify who you're interacting with when possible. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Lots of places can accidentally expose your personal information, and that's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Guaranteed or your money back, terms apply. Now it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. When you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 40% off.
I have seen them a lot. People are always commenting on how happy and healthy my dogs are. One of the reasons is the food my dogs eat.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a premium freeze-dried raw dog food designed to support your dog's health, happiness, and lifespan.
Their jaws are more flexible, their teeth are cleaner, and their coat shinier. And why they seem more youthful even as they age.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. I've helped countless dogs thrive with one simple concept. Your dog needs a high-meat diet similar to what their ancestors ate in the wild.
Dr. Marty created Nature's Blend using 50 years of nutritional research and experience, helping dogs make incredible turnarounds. Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of Cod Krispies, their wild-caught, ultra-crunchy cod skin treats. Go to drmartypets.com/coast or text COAST to 511-511.
Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
All dogs are unique. Your dog results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply.
And welcome back, Mark Carlotto with us. Mark, they're saying that some of these stones they found in Saudi Arabia weighed up to a ton. How in the world do those ancients move those structures?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And, why did they feel the need to, build things on such a massive scale? Overbuild, if you will, beyond what was perhaps needed or appropriate at the time. And these are mysteries. They're out-of-place artifacts. I don't think our theories really explain them properly. I think it's something the Georgia, some other theories, and some other.
Here's Rabbi.
Yeah.
It is remarkable.
Yeah, he's in here.
Yeah. It is, and
Rabbi, can we get you on camera?
George is not isolated. I mean, they're finding things all over the place.
Yes, you can. Just one moment. Let me switch devices.
In the Middle East, these mounds.
You have to have the person that joined that is this DC in here. We need Exodus. Where's he at?
You know what? There's probably going to be more and more they discover.
Right.
I think you might want to
older stuff deeper, so that the deeper you go, then you'll keep finding this stuff. There's going to be even more inexplicable.
Turn your camera on, bro. It's time. It's time. Yes, bro. Rabbi's in here, bro.
He's the washerman that goes Rabbi.
We cannot have you here. We can't hear you without Rabbi. Simple as that, bro. Simple as that.
Things become
Okay, let's explain it to you.
and
He has multiple. You have to understand this thing has multiple cameras. He has to turn one off. Yeah, this thing has multiple setups. It's not even funny. It's shit out of the game. Like,
I mean, there are ancient cities in Central Asia that have really been lost to climate change.
So what's going on? Are y'all trying to interview him or something?
The 11th century, when
I was told to get him in here.
Can someone drag my other account into here, please?
No.
Hey, thank you so much. Hey, I appreciate you calling me a little bitch already. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. Excellent. Hey, E-Girl, how you doing today?
What's up, me?
No, I want to know how E-Girl's doing. How are you?
Bro, Exodus. Rabbi, hold on. Check your leg marks. Hold on. Let me let you know that Exodus Apollo is not your friend. Don't get it confused. Trust.
Okay.
All right.
Word. Thank you. How are you?
You're definitely falling on common ground, so like a bit more of an understanding. So I don't need to say nothing to Rabbi, but if you guys do, that's all free, you know. Exodus, if you allow this man to take forth of your content, and he's been doing this for 3 years, and you're larger than him, and I don't respect that, but I still love you as a person. You have to understand what the fuck you're doing on Kick, and the fact that he's literally using what you do, and everybody else in this chat, come in their chat and try to fucking raid their shit and try to steal their content, nigga. You need to understand that. Like, that shit isn't cool. So if you respect him based off whatever you guys talked about, then cool, but I don't respect that he comes in everybody's chat and tries to fucking, try to leech off of everybody that's been working hard on Kick. Nigga, I grinded from 1 follower to now.
Congratulations.
And I make more followers, have more viewings, and all of that shit than you do.
Phenomenal.
And you've been doing this for 3 years. So go ahead and say what you got to say. I'm done talking.
Hey, Conscious, I completely understand. I would be really annoyed with me as well. You're right. You do a lot of hard work grinding it out. I don't sit there and only spam one person. I spam the entire platform indiscriminately. It's not personal to anybody. I'm just recognizing what you said is correct. Why? Because I want world peace.
That isn't.
I want world peace, and I don't have another way to be able to advertise it.
You can't argue with wanting world
Grow your own platform. That's what I've been saying since yesterday. Grow your own fucking platform.
All right, I am.
That's what all of us are doing.
That's why I asked you, what was your content? Is it based off other people's content? Because we create the content, and you're trying to leech off us. And it's like, what do you do as content? Like,
Why so aggressive? I just want to make friends on the internet just like anybody else.
Bro, you use other people for content. You come in people's chats, have your bots raid our chat every single day.
I'll teach you how to stop that if you want.
You can't do it yourself, bro. You can't do it yourself.
I don't have it programmed to be able to whitelist people. But if you'd like to know how to stop it, I can tell you. It's the same thing that I said to people yesterday. Turn your followers only on and make your chat 2 minutes, and you'll never see one of my bots. It's as simple as that. Now, can we be friends?
Rabbi, I've seen your shit in my chat, even though I had that on, bro. So that isn't.
Exo, do you think I could get your?
I will, sir.
Exo, do you also think could I get VC firms?
Probably some point, but Rabbi, I have no problem with what you're doing. This is the internet. Just understand what I'm saying.
I hear you, dude, and I agree with you. I'd be really annoyed too. I agree with you.
What you can as a creator, but I'm asking you, what is your content?
I'll tell you right now. It's 24/7 IRL for the last 3 years. I do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, Disneyland, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. I've also watched every major motion picture that's ever been created on this. I've listened to every major audiobook, including the major religious texts of the world, and also every major music album. What I've done is try to make this a complete compilation of the world's media over the course of 3 years.
Do you believe in the future, and you believe in the future that you will be able to sell your data and your media based off how long you've been doing this?
I don't know if I necessarily want to sell it. I want to give it to the world.
I'm asking.
So I'd like to give it to the world.
And will you profit off of it?
Perhaps in other ways through endorsement deals, yeah.
No. There was a black lady on the internet we're not talking about treating people's hearts and making people feel better. Bro, this is Kick, this is YouTube, this is content. Will your content benefit you, not no one else? You said you want world peace. I understand that, and I don't disagree.
Okay.
Will it benefit you in the end?
Will peace benefit me in the end?
Do you know what you're doing right now?
Mm-hmm.
This is my question, bro.
Okay.
Do you know what you're doing right now as your content? Will it benefit you in the end? You as a person, you in reality, fuck everybody else. I understand you're worried about you as a person, you in your reality. You're gonna die alone, bro. Do you know that? You were born alone and you're gonna die alone. No one else is gonna die with you unless you take them with you. Okay? So, will it benefit you?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. That's an assumption, right? You don't know 100% that it will?
No one knows anything in the future for sure.
Bro, listen, I know if I grind this content that I'm doing as much as I'm doing and people that fuck with me, as long as we're all gonna grow prosperly based off the data of other people growing the same way.
Word.
So what data are you going off of?
I have more data than any creator on YouTube. So it'll be able to be studied.
Are you done, or you're the first person? Is my question. That was my ultimate question. Are you the first person to do what you're doing?
No.
Or has somebody else done it?
Other people have done similar things. No one has the amount of data that I have.
So you answered my question.
I did answer your question. Do you have any other questions?
So you believe that the data that you withhold and all the shit that you've done over the past 3 years and growing will benefit you in the end?
Perhaps. Yep.
Not even sure.
Again, we're going in circles here.
That is my problem with you. That is my problem with you.
I don't know anything for sure in the future. Dog, I think it'll be okay, but I can't guarantee it.
Based off what? Statistics and data?
The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's most valuable resource. Bill Gates stated in the 1990s that content is king. Essentially, whatever person has the most amount of content out there may essentially be king of the media in the future. And if you create a lot of content, that also creates data, obviously, and they're one and the same, which means essentially you're creating your own resources. And as the Economist magazine stated...
Wait, so you're telling us... Who's the richest man in the world? Bill Gates?
No.
Who is it? Jeff, say his name.
It's not Jeff Bezos. Dude, you don't know a lot about how finances work if you think Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or Bill Gates are the richest people on Earth. No, it's most likely Nathaniel Rothschild.
Oh, that's why you name your name after him. I'm seeing.
No, that's my last name.
My last name is Bauer.
Oh, excellent. So you know the connection. If you're not familiar, in the late 1700s, the Rothschild family was originally Bauer, which meant farmer. It was changed.
You're one of the originals.
No, they changed their name to my family. Again, they changed their name about 300 years ago. Bauer meant farmer. Rothschild means rich.
You have to mute whatever you have going on in the background.
Okay. Anything for you, but my man.
We're all in everybody at the echo. Am I bugging?
Oh, echoing?
Oh, okay, that's what I thought.
That's fucking Rabbi. Okay, we got Rabbi Rothschild in the fucking AC. But hold on, Rabbi, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, girl.
So you're telling us that the content that we do is your data?
No, I don't care about your content.
Because he's open on the stats. No, he doesn't.
Motherfucker, you in our chat trying to get our viewers on what the fuck you're doing then, nigga? I don't get it.
Dog, I was dragged in here.
Let's just read. Bro, no, bro. Do you know how many fucking times I have to ban this man out my chat, bro?
No, no one says you have to. Did somebody say you have to do that?
No. Yes, I have to, bro. You're a leech. You're a vampire. You're a mosquito.
All right, dog. I just want to be friends.
I do want to say that I do respect that he has only used my self-trauma, and he has only used it once at that. It's not him.
It's hard. Yo, get the dick out your mouth.
No, you're crashing out.
Get the dick out your mouth.
Bro, you gotta understand stuff from all angles, bro. I'm totally not on his side right now, or like agreeing with what he does, bro. But like, you gotta understand, bro. Like, you gotta understand, he's not in here swearing, screaming. You know?
I am, because I have to deal with this shit every fucking day. Rabbi Rothschild followed you and creating dumbass clips out of nowhere that I have to delete. You're probably not the nigga that had to deal with it on Kick, but I do. I'm sick of it.
I've dealt with his scripts 12 times in one day.
No, Exodus, you are the nigga out of everybody on Kick that was getting the same energy, but you were looking into it, and you finally got this nigga to your VC. Don't do that, nigga. Don't do that. No, bro. This nigga's weird, and I'm gonna call it out.
Bro, chill.
He's weird.
All right, dude, cool story, bro.
You just that nigga's weird, bro.
Okay, you said it. You want to keep saying it? We heard you. How is everyone else here? E-girl, how was your day?
I'm drunk off the alcohol. Hey, Rabbi Rothschild, don't take.
I'm just saying you can come with him. You can come.
Don't take nothing what I'm saying.
Easy with it though.
Conscious. I understand. I completely understand.
You're weird, bro.
Dude, I understand from where you're coming. I understand from where you're coming.
And I'm not gonna suck that motherfucker. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you that you're weird, bro.
That's cool, dude.
If nobody's gonna let you know in this BC, nigga, I will.
No dicks here. All I said was ironic that he didn't blow my server up like he totally fucking could have if he was weird like that. You feel me?
The Sonic that sheet, so.
Wallahi, I have nothing else to say, but Rabbi, you're weird and stop going in people's chat and do your own content like we did, nigga.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Conscious, you're amazing. Absolutely. So this is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It is a cryptocurrency. I learned about it from Twitter over a year ago. It's done quite well, over 100x. So yeah, they sponsor me. They're really nice people. I've got people actually in my own Discord from them. No, I mean there are a lot of people from Harry Potter in here, and I think it's worth like something like 20 cents or something right now. So
Do they ever talk to you?
yeah, I have 5 of their people in. Can they come here? Can I bring them in here?
No, you're good.
Okay, so that's fine. So I've got them in my Discord right now. They're chilling.
Maybe off stream someday if EXO feels like it, because again, this is EXO server, but
That's okay.
all of us are streaming still of this.
That's okay. I understand.
Your game is fucked up again, Con. I don't hear you.
So, Igor, I'm going to ask you like the 3rd time today. How was your day?
Oh, okay. I'm high as shit.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. Good on you. You got an indica or a sativa?
Neither. I drink codeine.
Oh, you drink codeine? Wow. This is a lit server. I was not expecting that. Good on you. Wow.
Not all of us drink codeine.
Wow. Man, I was just expecting like, a little bit of Mary J, and you're hitting me with that purple drink. Good on you. Good on you.
As a man that was
We still have fans for Rabbi. I still don't fuck with you, and I still don't fuck with what you do for your content.
E-girl, I understand that, girl. I'm growing on you, though. I'm growing on you. Look at, you're already comfortable downing codeine in front of me. Usually it's like the 2nd or 3rd date before a girl's that comfortable with me.
bitch.
All right, Conscious. I got you, dog. I got you. Conscious, it's your turn. We're gonna turn the spotlight on Conscious. Hey, Conscious, what you drinking? Conscious, I asked you a question. What are you drinking? Oh, I see. You only talk when I talk. I see. I gotcha. Okay. Well, other people. We have Vadim. How are you, Vadim? 20 Russian. How you living?
Honestly, he was trying to reverse psychology, nigga. I'm talking to the chat as well. Bro, I don't give a fuck about you, Rabbi. I didn't invite you in the DC.
Conscious. Are we best friends? Are we becoming more and more friends? Conscious, you love talking to me. For someone who you hate so much, you love talking to me.
Let's get this straight. I could care less about Rabbi.
Okay.
I've been banning you for months.
But you love talking about me. Dog. Oh, I'm sure of that. Dog, talk about living rent-free in a man's mind. Talk about living rent-free in a man's mind. Dog, I don't even need a lease. You're just like, feel free to live in my mind, rent-free. So, Conscious, let's get over that. What are you drinking tonight? Okay, Conscious is being fun. But anyway, I don't mean to cause any bad blood in here. Y'all are very nice people, and I completely empathize with you that, hey, Rabbi has some annoying ass bots, but let's give Rabbi some credit. He told us how we could stop the annoyance, and if there's anything else I could do to help you, I'm more than willing to do so.
Not doing it totally.
I have to get the message out.
Figure out a different method of advertising. That's a lot of scripts to cancel out, though, you know?
No, it's 4 buttons. It's really easy.
Hey, come on, you gotta milk it, Brad. Hey, what would you do if I said you could go to jail for harassment?
Dude, I could go to jail for a lot of things.
But Colin is actually crashing out on the stream. Did he mute himself on the Discord? He did. Yeah, he's crashing out on the stream. I gotta look at this.
Good old H2O. I'm fucking down on some water. Rothschild.
Yes, sir.
Stop harassing people.
I'm not harassing anybody.
Anyways, Rabbi, feel free to go to the other VC and the one you were in.
Hey,
we kind of had the conversation.
You're good, and I respect that. I didn't want to come in here and rain on anybody's parade. I'll do so. I hope everybody has a wonderful day, and take care. Yo, can you hear me? Riser. Yo, apologies. Your dog took forever, and like 15 people wanted to talk to me.
As investors continue to shift away from high-flying margin mega cap tech and AI stocks to other parts of the market, such as small cap names. The Dow bucking a trend, rising nearly 250 points to end above 40,000 for the first time. Info today, data on jobless claims and
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm actually a nice person. What the fuck? You're not supposed to be so fucking nice, dude. You're supposed to fucking feed the fucking ragers.
Dog, aren't they mean?
We're just trying to like figure out like what the fuck is wrong with this guy. I don't understand.
You're absolutely right. Aren't they mean as fuck?
I mean, that one black guy was like, actually genuinely yeah, I guess harassed him. Except for you don't consider it harassment.
Dog, STFU with harassment. If you want to consider that harassment, then the Coca-Cola company is guilty of harassment, and the McDonald's Corporation is guilty of harassment, and anyone else who advertises is guilty of harassment. Yo, what up? How are you? How you doing, Crown Lord? Wow, we got tons of people in here. We got Exo. Oh, is this Exodus?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Word, dog. How are you? I'm so glad you're here. Welcome.
Sorry everyone's so crazy.
Dude, they're amazing. I completely understand. I was just.
I know everyone was drunk and so fucked up.
No, dog, you got some wild people in there. I was expecting people just to be a little high on that green, and you got motherfuckers drinking fucking codeine in there. That shit is wild. Cray in a good way. No need to apologize. I completely understand it. I don't want to make anybody upset though. So they should just know all love, one love.
Right. I do appreciate you being shown my room. It's totally awesome. Like I know you could have totally been spamming it, and I get that your scripts too and shit that right now. Like I said, I totally still don't agree with it, but now I understand it more.
Absolutely.
I understand where you're coming from in the sense of world peace, the data. I just start to get it a little bit.
100%, absolutely, and I don't want to annoy anybody.
It's sort of like, man, why? Even if I totally don't still agree, then why spend my day being totally mad? When I just pop it off.
Word. Wow, that's a really nice way to take it. Yeah, and I understand it's not forever. Once I get a little bit of traction on this bad boy, people will know about me, and all of the spamming will be ceased, and I'll make everybody in that chat and everywhere else very, very wealthy, very, very well known, very famous. Excellent. You're such a sweetheart for coming in here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Take care, my man. You're amazing. Beautiful. So, Riser, what's the name of your dog? Yellow. Yellow. What kind? Quit that. Quit with those words. What kind of dog is it?
I've got a Shiba Inu, it's a Border Collie, and a Blue Heeler.
Okay. Well, in relation to that discussion we were having, so that person had to make the decision voluntarily that they would rather just have that time over with as soon as possible. So they should be back August 8th. And that's really exciting. Okay, so here's what they had to do. They went to court and they were like, hey, wasn't that guy really nice, by the way? Totally. So my man was like, dude, I am so sick of having to take these random drug tests. I can't get a job. I already had a job, and they told me I couldn't keep the job. I was making really good money. He made $666 his first day, and that's really excellent money. So he comes in. I helped him get a job bartending. Easily, a night. In Las Vegas? Yeah. So, yeah, especially in a bar where he was, which had a casino in it too, or like casino games, because people will also tip out if they hit a jackpot. So if somebody hits a jackpot of $1,000, they might give you $100.
Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? It's a great.
Does this make sense?
15 cents a day.
I'm a Coast Insider because I can always stay up.
Yeah, over the course of a night, there might be a couple people who might hit. I mean, it wasn't a huge bar, but like they had enough machines for it to be considered a gambling joint, and because it had machines, they have to do all kinds of background checks on everybody and all kinds of like legalities. And one of the things is you can't be on probation if you want to work there. And so our man was on probation, so he was able to make a few. Pardon me? Well, it was kind of like this. He was hired, and he was asked, "Are you going to be able to get your gambling card?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can get my gambling card," because he didn't know that you couldn't be on probation. So I'm not saying he lied to them by any means, and I don't know exactly how the conversation went, but you can't blame the people who hired him for assuming that he would be fine, because he made them think that everything was fine. To my knowledge, I could be wrong on that, on how the exact exchange came, but I don't blame the people who hired him. I think they did. They were really nice to him. So then what happened? So he couldn't do that job anymore. He started to live stream, and he was doing okay with that. Eventually got to the point where he was going to have to move. And so I was like, well, dude, if you have to move out, why don't you ask your parents if you can live with them? And so he asked his dad, mom and dad, and they were like, we want to think about it. Which isn't a no. You know, I mean, that's normally it would be like, absolutely not, get the fuck out of here. But they were like, we need some time to think about it. This was like last week. He tells me that his parents thought about it. They're not going to let him move back in, but they are going to pay for his attorney. So he gets an attorney. They go back to court on like, I don't know, it was like the 9th or something. And Caspian C says to the judge, look, what you're having to have me do with all these drug tests and not being able to get a job, you're basically leading me to homelessness. You have to understand that I need to be able to provide for myself, and I can't just go to a job and be like, hey, I need to miss 4 times this week because I've got to run across town to do a drug test. It's not fair to me. So just put me in jail. And then when I get out, I don't want to have to do anything else. I want to be done. Do you understand? Basically, he didn't tell the judge like that, but those are the kind of, that's the kind of empathy, the kind of energy that he has about the situation. So the judge was like, okay, well, we can do that. We'll give you 25 days in jail. And then when you're out, you don't have to do anything else. You're done. You don't have drug tests for the remainder of the year. We're not going to extend your probation. You're done. But you have to go to jail for 25 days. And so he was like, all right, when do I go? And they're like, he found out about this on like Wednesday of last week or something. And they're like, come on Saturday. So he told me on Wednesday or Thursday or something. And I was like, you know what? It's not that long, and it may be for the best to just have this thing done, that it's over. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And I was doing my best to make everything positive about it. Like, a lot of really cool people have been to jail, and a lot of innocent people have been to jail. You're just getting this over with just to be done with it. Additionally, you should know that there are, I would say, there's a large population of women, particularly, not just women, men and women. I just think of moms for MILF's sakes, but no, I think of like hardworking people in the world, and usually the people I feel who have it the hardest are the mothers, because not only do they have to take care of themselves, but they have to take care of a lot of times other people, and that's just a lot more pressure. So I could see a bunch of moms in the United States saying, wait a second, you mean to tell me that I could have a break from my family for 25 days? I get to watch TV, I get 3 meals provided for me, I don't have to worry about the heat of the outside, or having to dig through trash cans because I'm homeless, or have to worry about somebody beating me up every time I turn a corner. I'm going to be safe, and then it's all going to be done. I tried to explain to him, like, a lot of people might see that not as the worst opportunity. And he's like, yeah, I'm just going to do it and get it over with. And then when it's done, I'll be able to, get a real job and move away if he wants. He wants to move back to California, which I understand. He's got to get some money before he does that. But I told him that I thought that he was someone who could get through this. He just has to be strong. And so I told him what he should do when he's going to jail is the day before, buy a bunch of edibles which he did. And then as you walk into the jail, just eat a whole bunch of edibles. And then at least when you're there, you're going to be fucked up for the first like 1 or 2 days. If you eat a lot of edibles, you could be fucked up for days. So you'll just sleep through the first like 1 or 2 days, hopefully. And then it, yeah, but it's not tripping balls. It's not like he's doing LSD or psilocybin with mushrooms. It's more like it,
edibly for multiple days of weed would be upwards of like 2,000 to 4,000 milligrams, maybe, which is a big, pretty much
yeah, but he didn't have anything near that. He had 200 milligrams, and yeah, exactly. It was nothing. But for someone who doesn't do edibles, it's enough to get you a little fucked up. At least put you to sleep for a while. And so his last night, we just hung out. There's a jail like that? Yeah, I can imagine that. So he was, I told him, like, dude, if anything, if I were you, I wanted to make this as short a possible stay for him as possible. So I said, look, sleep when you're in jail. So stay up all night before, because if you do that, then you'll be really, really tired when you go in. And then you'll have the opportunity. That's the best I could do for him. I wish I could have done more. But at least it's something.
Well, you gave him conflicting advice. You told him to stay up, take an edible, so he's already exhausted.
No, that's the thing. He wasn't tripping balls. He just had a nice body buzz, which is all you're going to get with like 200 milligrams. So getting a nice body buzz and then walking into the jail means that he's going to be comfortable, he's going to be calm, but he's tired. And then the second that he gets his jail cell, he's going to fall asleep. Hey, dude, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, it could be worse. Well, I did what I could for that. So it's like, dude, okay. I've never been to prison, but I've had friends who've been to prison, and I didn't know him at the time. I had this friend who, when he was like 18, Grand Theft Auto had just come out, and he robbed a friend of Grand Theft Auto, but because he had a gun, it was like armed robbery, and it turned out to be like 15 to 25 years or something that he had to spend in Pelican Bay, which is a really serious prison in Northern California. So actually the way I found this person was through synagogue. He came to synagogue. He wasn't he's someone who was a conversion candidate, and one of the rabbis kind of took him under his wing and some other things. So this person would tell stories about what happened to him. And one of the things that happened to him was what you can do is basically say that if you have like any kind of medical conditions, you can get better places in jail. So I told Caspian C everything that this guy had said, which was like, was what? Well, I told him you could get a walker, but I said if you go in there and you say you need like a CPAP, like for sleep apnea, there's a chance that you can get a cell perhaps with like a plug, which means you can't be there alone because somebody could strangle you with the cord. And he had like a wound on his leg from something, and so I told him, like, dude, show them that you have a wound. What I was trying to get him to do was get into the hospital part of the jail as opposed to the general population. And so the last I heard from him, the last I heard from him was on he was going in on July 13th, the same day that Trump was shot, and I think he went in at like 8 o'clock in the morning or something, 9 o'clock in the morning. He had to be there. He had to be there between 9 and 11 a.m. And then what I've done, are you in his, I don't think so. Are you in his VC or his server? Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you. Just one moment. Is it anything great? No, but I do put a stat. No, he wanted to, obviously. Like, that was something that would have been cool. And he talked to me about it. He's like, dude, he's got my telephone number. And he's like, I'm going to call you. And I'm like, if you do, I'll stream it. But I think that was... He talked about it a lot. It'd be one thing if he talked about it once. He talked about it like 6 times. I'm going to call you. And, you know, if you get the call, just live stream it. And I'm like, all right, dog, I'll do whatever you need. I don't know. I don't know the rules of their jail, but from what it seemed like, he was saying that there might be the opportunity to call. So if there is, I'll do my best to take the call. I'm now going to send you. I sent you a friend request. Is there any way you can accept it? Oh, you're the man. Interesting. Now we're going to look up Riser. Oh, cool. How? Tight. Okay, so you're already in. Excellent. Then if you look at this, look in the KS status, and what I'm doing is I do a countdown of, like, he's got 500 hours as of right now. And I'm going to put this in there just for a moment. So he started with approximate, do you see it? I just put another one in there. So he's been in there for like 4 days. 5 days. It's going to be 6 days. It'll be 1 week on Saturday. And if you're like, okay, well, what does that little time capsule do, or that timeline do? Nothing. It just, I want him to know he's being thought of, and it's just kind of a. I mean, I became pretty close friends with him. It's like, I say this, when I stream and you become like, when you get on the stream or whatever, I become very attached to you because it's like we're having a sleepover. We're talking at all hours of the night with random conversations. You know all about me, and so like for him to do that, where he was in the stream 24/7, and then to leave, it was like to be totally gone. I'll say, I know it sounds strange, but it's like, it's really easy for me when I've got someone here to be able to like go like, hey, let's go on Monkey app, or let's go on Omegle, or let's go on something and we'll fucking meet people or do something. When I'm here alone, it's like, okay, fuck. I just make sure that these fucking robots are going, and you hear, Riser, that these fucking robots make a huge difference in people. Like, they know about me.
I didn't know that you had someone the Caribbean and you're loyal
to Caspian Sea. Yeah, I mean, I'm a loyal person, and also I want to see the best for people in general. So if I connect with you, I want to make sure that good things happen to you. I can tell you, when I first met Caspian Sea, I didn't know anything about him, obviously. He learned about me. Do you know how he learned about me? No. Caspian C found out about me through YouTube. The way that he found out about me, there was this guy who is a streamer named Music Biz Marty. And Music Biz Marty's claim to fame is that he goes around and trolls streamers. So he'll go to big streamers, he'll go to small streamers, and he'll just troll them. And he has a very large community. So when he starts to troll you, a whole bunch of people start to troll you. Does this make sense? Excellent. So Caspian C was a fan of this Music Biz Marty. One day, Music Biz Marty comes into Rabbi Rothschild's stream and is like, hey, what is this? And I explain, I stream my life for world peace. I've been doing it, at that time, it was like 2 years. And, how are you? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. And this guy and I Music Biz Marty and I get to talking, and he gets to see that I'm a pretty normal person who just streams their life all the time. And he couldn't find anything about which to troll me. And so he just moved on. And he told his audience on his stream, I couldn't really find anything. Whatever it was that I wanted to make fun of this person for, it was like justified what like, hey, why are you wearing Sonic on your pajamas? Oh, it's a cryptocurrency that has purchased merchandise for it. Oh, well, that's actually pretty cool. What is all about? So like anything that he came at me with, hey, why do you have a sleep mask? Oh, because it prevents blue light from getting into my eyes. Oh, okay, well that makes sense. All right, and especially because I have so many different devices, so I was able to counter all of his trolling questions. Well, that's what I explained to him, because I want to have redundant streams to be able to record life. It's essentially a necessity in today's day and age when you're trying to do everything you can to archive the life of a person. So he understood all of that. So Caspian C was one of his friends and thought, whoa, who is this rabbi who was basically untrollable? And so he hops into my stream and starts watching me for like 6 months or something. And then one day, I think I put the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, I wrote it on a piece of paper, I think, and I put it on the, I just had it hanging above my bed, and he saw what the address was and joined. So he joined, or no, that's not what it was. He started typing to me, I think, in YouTube, and I put the address. Anyway, he gets into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu group, and I explained to him what it is. He knows about cryptocurrencies and stuff, so he knows that it's not like this is kind of common. And then from there, we started to become a little bit of friends, but not like where, like, I really become a friend with you under two conditions. One, if you spend a lot of time in this VC combined. So like if you spend like 3 or 4 days in here all day, every day, I will fucking remember you. Or if you come in every single day, I'll remember you. Aside from that, I remember some people here and there if they have memorable usernames or something like that, but a lot of times it's just like, two ships passing in the night. Anyway, Caspian. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. So Caspian C comes in and he's like, seemingly pretty cool. And I could tell something was wrong though, like something was off. And it was that he was on probation, and that's why he couldn't get a job and these other things. And so we're able to help him to at least get a job, and he can get that job again once he gets out. So he might be able to do that or do other things. I want him to be able to stream full time. You know that Kick pays people to stream? Did you know this?
The criteria they have to meet is not wildly high either.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very subjective of them who they choose, but if that's the dream, to just be able to press a button on a computer and it make money for you. No, you had to have 300 unique chatters. I think you had to have at least 75 followers or something, you had to have 25 subscribers. But there's a pretty easy way around the subscription thing. So here's what you do. You have to have 25 subscribers, and each subscriber is $5. So that's a total of, if they're 25, $125. So 5 times 25. Okay. But then, because they're subscribing to you, you get 95% of that money back. So let's say you get 25 subscribers at $5 each. You get 95% of that back. So what is that? It's going to be something like, I don't know, $110 back or something. It's not going to be that big of a deal. So that's how you get the subscribers. And then you had to do some streaming. That, like, for someone like I am, it's not a big deal. For someone like Caspian C, it's probably not a big deal. Where you have to do like at least 7 streams within the last 30 days, each with the length of an hour or something like that, whatever it is. But then once you do that, you're eligible. Oh, but the hardest thing, all of that shit's easy. The hardest thing is you have to have 100 viewers on average every time. And then you have to pay. You have to pay for that. There is no streamer on Kick without a huge. I'll tell you this: every single person on Kick is buying, view-botting themselves, and it's no longer become a secret anymore. It's an open secret. The biggest fucking people on the platform just talk about it, that they just buy their viewers.
A story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh King. How does our system even allow for something like this to happen? For these people to walk away billionaires with so many lives.
Dog, did you hear that fucking girl, E-Girl? I'm like, oh, so how's everybody doing tonight? And she's like, I'm high as shit. I'm like, oh, what are you smoking on? An indica, a sativa? She goes, I drink codeine. Like, holy shit.
Depending, you can just get it for free if you go to the doctor.
Yeah, they don't really do that anymore in the United States. They used to.
No, you can still get codeine here for you have a bad
I know people who would. There are these things called. Do you know what 222s are? So, Canada used to have I think they still do, but I don't know. Codeine was illegal in the United States without a prescription, but in Canada it was not, and you could buy it at a pharmacy. So there were a lot of people who would just go to a pharmacy and buy like a bunch of 222s. When I say 222, what is 222? That was the name of the pill, and then just bring them over the border and give them away. I mean, or whatever you want to do with them, because you could just buy them at the pharmacy there. It was no big deal. Yeah, I'm going to bring with you on that, y'all. L? You know, I have an idea for a university. You're never going to believe the name of it, dog. Have you seen any bears recently? Any bears recently?
Yeah, walking by the university there, and I happened upon a bear.
That's amazing. Were there a lot of Chinese students at that university?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it might be like a bilingual university or something.
That's smart. Whatever people set up that university.
I'm sure normally university, I'm not sure.
Dog, that's even better. Fuck English and French. Mandarin only. You adapt. You adapt to us, motherfuckers.
to be up to date with the unbelievable neural network.
Dude, let's talk about that for a second. Did you see the recent Joe Rogan podcast with the guy named Nolan Asborough? Or something like that. Asborough? No, it's not that. And in fact, I'm going to look up this fucking guy's name because I don't want him associated with that. Nolan Arbor. Yeah, there you go. Arbor. Yeah, he's the first person to get Neuralink, and he was on the Joe Rogan podcast. Did you see this?
I did see this video, and I was kind of meaning about it because all he was doing was playing fucking video games and shit. I was like, really? Is that the first use case for human brain transplant with fucking AI? Where, you know, this is a handicapped guy to play fucking dark shit?
Well, they make it interesting for him, and also they're able to get all kinds of data from that. So one thing that I find, well, it's not that. It's just it keeps it interesting to him, and so while you may see it as someone who is just improving their video game score, the people in the study are able to judge his orientation. They're able to judge the measure of like the feedback of their device. They're able to make sure that the coordinates that he's choosing when he's like imagining these things are correct. So yeah, could this be done with like a really boring game? Yeah, or not even game, really boring piece of software? Certainly. But hey, if you can make it Space Invaders, why not?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot we can talk about these vehicles that get people excited about the car. And it's more than just the sheet metal. It really is about lifestyle in a lot of ways. For us, it's about storytelling. That's driving all the brand awareness.
Well, they had to have someone who agreed, who's quadriplegic, who agreed to the study, and you know that's a limited amount of people.
The Neuralink doesn't solve being quadriplegic.
They're working on no. That's why you should watch it, Joe Rogan. We can watch it together. That's what is really interesting about it. So you know, like imagine if you broke your back in two, just 100% split. You're normally like quadriplegic or maybe paraplegic, right? But with Neuralink, what they're able to do is take one of these Neuralink transmitters and put it right before the break in the upper half of your body and put another one right below the lower break in the lower part of your body and send the brain signals through the Neuralink around the break so that it's like you have a fully functional brain spinal cord. How wild is that?
I did not know that was the purpose. That's not the only purpose. I thought it was the brain gets back more data. So I'm fucking Rabbi Rothschild.
Well, that's the end goal. I think everyone would understand. We're going to get past paraplegia and quadriplegia. Everybody's working their way to the point where they just can watch me 24/7, 365.
No, I'm multiple, like 8 to 18 different streams all being broadcast.
Word dog. They're going to be able to see it in some kind of like face mask, but then also when they close their eyelids, we're going to have it in HD. So yeah, it was really interesting to hear about Neuralink though, and I was not aware like you could use it for all the things that you're saying, or that I was saying that he was saying, like, hey, the way that they're going to try to make him be able to walk again is put one of these Neuralinks in the upper part of his body and one in the lower part, and it can send signals to all his central nervous system in the lower part of his body, and hopefully be able to like make him walk again. I mean, I think that's the goal. Oh, here's the thing though. It's unfortunate. So he's got the first version of this, and they're not real comfortable putting in another one in the same person. So basically he got like the version 1, and then they're like, all right, well, this should work for like a few years. And then he's like, okay, well, aren't you going to take it out and like update it? And they're like, we're not at that point yet. So we don't know. And we don't know if we're going to use you for that. So he's like, I understand that this may be the only, like, this is maybe as good as it gets, that I was just, patient zero for this type of technology. And if it is, then I tried. He's just saying, like, I'm doing everything I can to help the world. I mean, he was a really, really down-to-earth guy. He was an athlete. He got paralyzed in this really freak accident where he was just playing in a lake and, like, snapped his backbone, and just like a weird, like he said, it wasn't a diving accident or anything like that. It was just a freak accident in the water. And he, like, to be honest with you, the way that he talked, it was like you could easily be friends with this guy. I'm not saying you can't be friends with quadriplegics by any means, but it's like some people take more care, and he was like really, really, like, down to earth. He's like, look, I don't want people, like, people see me and they're like, oh, they feel sorry for me. But you have to understand, I have everything in my life taken care of for me. I don't have to do anything. And I feel badly about that. I want to be self-sufficient. And I don't want people to have to take care of me. And this is an opportunity, perhaps, of just the start where people might be able to become self-sufficient. But, like, I don't know, just hearing him, I know he's in a wheelchair and everything, and but he just seemed like you could just sit there and play video games with him, which I'm sure people do, and it would be totally normal. Look, what am I trying to clarify here? There are some people who, unfortunately, have been in such terrible accidents, and they're quadriplegic, and they're almost like in a vegetative state. It was not that at all. This guy is very coherent, knows exactly what's up, and he's just, like, trying to get that little bridge gap in his spinal cord so that maybe he can walk again.
Yeah, no, it's pretty miraculous.
Well, shit, and for him to not die. Oh, just go ahead.
I feel like it's like the biggest disappointment for him to say, oh yeah, sorry, we're no upgrade.
Right, isn't that something? Exactly.
Dude, I want a boner. He's like, don't worry, Elon Musk is working on getting you a fucking boner, right? We're selling.
That's 2.0, dog.
That's in the 2.0 package.
Exactly. Heyo. But do I actually think that guy will fucking walk again? I fucking do. I think that, like, they're like, look, we can't promise you 2.0 right now, or 3.0 or 4.0, but they're not going to forget about him, and eventually it'll be like, all right, dog, we've got this new chip, we're going to put it in you, and also we want you to be the study to try to get you to walk again. So I think that, like, he'll be a very famous person. I mean, I remember when they showed him, I was like, oh, I certainly don't want to see that for that gentleman. But you never know, I mean, with this shit. But I remember when they played it, I said to myself, I need to remember this person's name, Nolan Arba. And obviously I didn't get it right, but I got his first name right. And I think he'll be a very famous person someday. I'm in agreement on that. So he was very enlightening to watch him. And do they what?
I don't know. Just from what it sounds like in my head when you're quadriplegic, it's like spinal cord, super sensitive. So but the way that you describe it, it's like, oh, it's like it's just a little circuit thing that's a little sorted, and we rewire it to hop around the sorted out part.
Exactly. Apparently it uses Bluetooth, which I wouldn't have that much faith in, but nevertheless, it's able to make that connection with Bluetooth. So yeah, that was really interesting. Back to Caspian Sea. So he was in here a lot, and then he wasn't, and I don't know. It would have been different, I guess, if he was like on vacation. He's like, hey, I'm taking a 3-week vacation. Okay, that's cool, because I know you could probably communicate with them and other shit. But like to go from a friend to like nothing, it's like, okay, well that sucks, and then you worry about him. I mean, I told him, dude, it's better being in jail than homeless, and I still think that. Why? Homelessness, somebody could attack you at any time. Usually in jail, you're semi-protected. Homelessness, what are you going to eat? You have to steal or you have to dig through trash. They're taking care of 3 hot meals for you in jail. Homelessness, it's really, really hot or really, really cold. It's raining on you. It could be snowing on you. A lot of things can happen. In jail, everything is climate controlled. So I'm not saying it's a perfect place to be, but it's like, dude, there's nothing to do when you're fucking homeless. In jail, there's television. You can work out. There's some other things you can do. There are books. So I tried to explain to Caspian Sea, it's not forever, and you'll be able to get through this. And if you just, I know it's going to be boring. I get that. But
you might also meet some lifelong friends.
You could. You absolutely could.
Yeah, I mean, even prison too, I guess. Like, humans are social creatures, so being totally isolated is really difficult, but if you're in jail, you can at least socialize. Even prisoners, you're still probably tracked and
100%, man. I told Caspian Sea.
physically, but they can't. No one, like, if you went to prison, Rabbi, like, today, or whatever.
Being too sexy. For being, exactly, we're being the world's biggest pimp. Absolutely.
Not getting an authorization to start University of Vancouver.
No, we don't need it. I'll tell you what. You'll be able to fucking...
It would be tough, probably, without the Joe Rogan experience. I don't know.
Dog, we're going to get...
You're still going to have the personality of be happy, probably.
So this is what I said to Caspian Sea. Aside from being able to watch podcasts, your life is exactly like my life right now. I mean, or what it would be. It's like I live in a fucking room. I have very little social interaction, and I mean, the lights are on all the time. Look, I understand it's different, and by no means am I saying that I'm in anything like that. But you gotta understand, like, it's not that far off. So I'm trying to make him aware, like, dog, aside from the cameras, and you are on camera all the time there, so it's like, it's not that different. The only thing is I get to choose what I want to listen to, and you just have to listen to, like, whatever's on the television. But aside from that, it's basically the same shit.
Yeah, I think also, I guess, we're so accustomed to, like, the internet and having this, like, little device that we can just, like, whatever.
What word? Absolutely. That's the difference. That's the... That's 100% the difference. The ability, what would drive me absolutely wild is being like, oh, who sang that song? And not being able to look it up. And I'd be like, motherfucker. And then I'd be screaming at other prisoners, hey, who sang that fucking song? And they'd be like, shut the fuck up, because there's no Google. Exactly. I'd be like, who sang Rock Around the Clock? They're like, shut the fuck up, dude. Dog, does anyone know who sang Jailhouse Rock? Shut the fuck up. And then they're going to want to beat your ass. So, for Caspian Sea's sake, aside from being able to Google stuff, and, I mean, it's basically a similar life. So I was trying to make him feel better about that. Like, this isn't jail of the 1900s or, like, the 1800s, where it's like, you might go there to die. They might go there and just beat the shit out of you. I mean, chances are that's not going to happen, hopefully. You don't have to be in the humidity and the heat and all that shit. I mean, he's in Las Vegas. The daytime high in Las Vegas is like 125 degrees. You're telling me that you would rather be on the street at 125 degrees or inside where it's 69 degrees and you've got your next meal coming in 2 hours?
Yeah, you probably die if you get water.
Exactly. So, and just from the heat exposure, you might die within an hour if you're exposed. So, I
Are they
checked.
obligated to give you water for free in restaurants?
So, it is not a law.
To a restaurant and have a table and just say, I'm just here for the water.
It is not a law that you have to give people water. But what happened back in the day, I don't know exact year, but people would start to deny people on water based on race. Somebody would come in and be like, we don't want that person here. And then sometimes those people would die. And it would be very, very bad publicity for the restaurant to say, we threw out someone who just asked for a glass of water and they ended up dying because of it. And because of all the bad publicity, generally places have been open to giving you water, but it's starting to change. I mean, you can't just go into a fancy restaurant and ask for water. They'll throw you out beforehand. If you go to some, I don't know, I don't eat fast food, but like if you go to some fast food, I'm sure at points they will, I think I've heard of this. They charge you for an ice cup or a water cup. They charge you like 5 cents, just a little something, so that you just don't abuse the system. Well, I've seen it for ice, or at least like on signs and stuff. But to get charged per cup, well, I can say they've made some rules too in the United States. Like, you're only allowed to. Well, frankly, I learned all this shit from Reddit because a lot of people on Reddit, it's just shit on Reddit. Okay, so like what? McDonald's apparently used to allow like old people, especially, to just come in and sit there all day and fucking drink coffee and just to have people in the restaurant. They didn't cause any issues. And so you'd have like a whole bunch of old people who would come in every single day to become like a staple of the restaurant. Well, then they started, what up, what up? How you doing, Al? How you living, pimp? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Anyway, if you... Pretty close, dog. I said hello, Al. A-L. Yo, dog, just one moment. I have to use the restroom. But I won't take fucking forever like your dog Yellow. BRB.
Even though I'm not going to do it, I'm going to cut camera. You got to do the line now. Just, all right? Can we hear it, please?
Я очень рад быть в Америке. Сейчас в Москве. Ожидаю прохладно. Something Monica is приелодне. You know, what I would have loved to have seen, actually, is if they could have combined and dropped off funeral and the Olympics and had him in the bobsled run. All right, I'm ready, Howard.
All right, can we get it now?
Yes, sir.
You know what the line is? You want me to hold the cue card?
No. Yeah, I can.
The one that says
yeah,
commercial. Okay.
Yes, right, got
Here we
it.
go.
Storm. That's a German name, isn't it? Storm. Oh, it sounds like a dog. I love that old Storm. Come here, boy. Hey, off the leg. We're ready now. Here we go. I'm ready to say that line, Howard, because I love you. I love you for the man that you are. An incredible man. More than just one night. A man who can, I don't know, make you realize, ouch, who are you? I'm ready now.
Okay.
You ready?
Thank you, Mr. William.
Yo, dog, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. So, you know about my kickbox, right?
Changing the topic from homeless people getting water to kickbox.
Oh, no, let's continue with that discussion. I'm always about kickbox, though. So, homeless people getting water at restaurants. Yeah, I think I've seen, like, signs on Reddit and stuff, like, we charge 5 cents for a cup for ice, stuff like that. But nevertheless, I feel the United States has a major issue at its borders, and we are basically setting people up for their own death, and that they should put water stations in the middle of the desert for people. I think that's important.
Why is it important to connect with our
like the people that are. Hey, I read this thing. I heard about it before. I didn't understand what it actually meant. Apparently, the U.S. has an open border policy. So apparently that's true.
No. Is there an open border? Yeah. But are we just... Yeah, I guess you could probably say at this point it's true.
People flooding in by thousands, I guess, every day from usually Mexico.
Oh, hold on. No. We don't technically have an... Well, we have an open border, but that doesn't mean everybody who crosses the border instantly becomes a citizen.
What about prayers or affirmations?
So...
Right, but there's like laws basically to protect people from
being deported, yeah. So basically, this is what it is. You cross the border, and then you make it to like a border checkpoint or some kind of checkpoint, and then they like fingerprint you to make sure that you're not like an international criminal or something, and then they say that you get a hearing date with an immigration judge, and the next hearing date is in August of 2039. So it's like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, that's 15 years away. And they're like, yeah, that's how long the list is. So you can stay in the United States as long as you need, and your hearing date, and so long as you have, there's a rule in the United States or a law, so long as you have a hearing date, you can't be deported. Oh, it's absolute horseshit, and everybody knows it, but nevertheless, this is what is done.
But do you think that we need water stations in the desert for those people that are crossing?
Well, so long as we're going to let people cross, let them do it safely. If I had it my way, we'd build a huge wall, 100%, on both fucking borders, but we would have a lot of border entrances and have everybody, if you want to come here, we'd have a much better way of becoming a legal citizen within a year or two, as opposed to like a 15-year process and all this other bullshit that you have to do. But yeah, just like any fucking country that would want to have its country have a border, that you would.
There's a company that builds a bunch of war equipment and has contracts with the U.S. And then what they're doing was like station towers is like an electronic border that like monitor, I guess, the border and whatever, using some freaking camera and satellite data or something.
I've seen that, and I think that that's certainly a potential. I think they use lasers and stuff.
If they went to like the extreme case, you have like a laser gun that's just like a laser border where if you cross, you're just instantly knocked up by like lasers or whatever.
Yeah.
Or even if it's team. That'd be extreme. But even like with these like electronic borders, your policy is still like not going to throw people out, and it doesn't really matter what kind of security you have. People will probably find their way through or dig a tunnel under the wall or whatever.
People will find ways.
I know we have one for sure that's with us all the time. I have
That's wild shit.
places that
All right. Back to my kickbots. Dog, have you seen my kickbots? But what you don't know is something changed with them. So before I was using them to follow people and spam. Now what I'm doing is I'm also creating clips. If you're like, what's clips? There's a function where you can basically take the last 30 seconds or 60 seconds of someone's stream and type into the subject line anything you want, and it posts it on their page. So what I always do is just type
Isn't half the entire page is like half of another year clip?
exactly. Oh yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I think you told me about like before I didn't fully cast PhD and do that I would be leaving. So you wasn't worried about me for a month.
Did you say that you were going to be leaving?
Yeah, I told you, I'm like, yo, my mom's visiting me. I won't be going here for like a month. You're like, okay. You weren't worrying that I was just like,
No, I wouldn't have worried. So how's your mom? Is she still fuckable? Is she still fuckable? Oh, it's completely rude. It's the rudest fucking question I could ask you about your mom. Let me repeat it. Is she still fuckable? Question mark. There you go. That's the answer. That's the answer. Wow.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dog. Hell yeah. That bitch is ready to pop. Yeah, dog. Okay, so your mom is a really nice person? Oh, dude. I can make a joke like that. Okay, so your mom came, she visited you for a month. She is a really nice person. Did you guys do anything fun?
Just go to facebook.com/coast-to-coast-am and click the like button.
Ferry ride over there. There's supposed to be whales and orcas and humpback whales. Our mission was to spot a whale. And we didn't spot one for the whole vacation. And then on the ferry ride back, going to Vancouver, I saw the fucking spray come out of the water. And I was like, oh shit, that's a fucking whale right there. But I didn't see any actual evidence, but you can tell by like the spray.
The blowhole.
And my mom didn't do that, so I did end up.
Was that the first whale you ever saw?
A domestic dispute ended with one dead and two in the hospital. Deputies with the LA
I just
Sheriff's Department say it was a samurai-style sword attack in San Dimas. The investigation has been slow.
Could have been an orca.
Involved only speak Mandarin Chinese, but it appears to be a domestic issue involving at least two women. Donald Trump has accepted the Republican Party's nomination
That's a good
for
point.
president.
That's a good point.
Politics, unity, and the border.
Excellent point. Yeah, it's probably a whale. That's cool. I've seen whales before. I actually just wrote about whale watching on Reddit today. I did an AMA on Reddit, and it was like, name a time an animal surprised you. And it was a whale in Santa Barbara, out of nowhere. And she was like huge and very calm, beautiful. Anyway, so your mom stayed for a whole month. Are you sick? Like, are you happy she's gone? Sure. Okay, that's cool.
And we also have some slow traffic in East LA. We live pretty far away. Ontario, and I'm in Southern California is so 4-hour flight.
Right.
I drove across the country with my last dog. That was like a 7-day journey. All the provinces got to the landscape of Canada.
I bet that was beautiful.
Specializing in fine red wines aged over it was like the pinnacle journey of like my entire life, where like the first features an intimate experience from venture off into the unknown.
Spend the day wine tasting, dining, and exploring in one of Temecula's best secrets. Learn more at deportolowinetrip.com.
Wow.
I exploded away when I finally made it into the homeland with all the mountains. Once you get into Calgary, then you get into the mountains.
Do you like Manitoba?
Like is a strong word. Winnipeg, I just drove through there.
Do you like Winnipeg is what I'm getting at.
Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of
It
Honor.
just seemed like, I was like, oh man, like, I couldn't imagine being trapped here, negative 40 degree winter, not a lot to do per se. There's stuff to do, it's like the same stuff that you do anywhere, but I guess it's not that bad. It could be more fun, I guess, but not really.
Pardon me.
Very flat and a lot of farmers.
I understand. Well,
even in Northern California with the big giant trees,
People scratch their heads and say, why would you put your
Yeah.
brand on a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal?
Is that what you have?
That's about storytelling. That's driving a lot of brand awareness,
there's
but
no
it can also
redwood
drive a lot
here.
of
We do have giant forests in Victoria, like the island that's like old growth. They're not as big as the redwood. They're like the giant trees, but they're not like redwood big. They're like one size, but diameter of whatever.
we're done.
Have you seen that thing on the internet where it's like this, I guess dipsos that claim that there's like these giant trees that were like, it's like, yeah, it's like the thing that they claim is like the base of a tree, and it's like 100,000 times the size of a normal tree.
Do you mean, what is that place called? Devil's Tower in Wyoming?
Devil, Wyoming?
It's called, can you look it up? Devil's Tower. Devil's Tower. It looks like a big tree trunk.
Yeah.
So they think that that was a tree previously? I can tell you, I think that that's like indigenous people lore, that there were like giants here before. I'm not saying that there weren't giants, but not giants that big. That's a really big thing to be able to cut that down. And even still, I mean, we show that it's like rock. It's not even like carbonized, fossilized stump. So somebody just sees that and they associate it to be a large tree trunk, large tree stump, but in reality it's not. Now, the question remains, how amazing is it that everything else in that area basically has been run down due to erosion except that tower? That's pretty wild. No, well, like, as I understand, to get a tower like that, it eventually, like, it shows you initially how high the land was, and that erosion can drop the land, like at the Grand Canyon. Basically, like, the erosion of water has created a huge canyon.
Oh, well, it's nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Everywhere around the
Very. Good luck with that.
We're gonna look that one up. That's an excellent question. I guess I'll just look at how was Devil's Tower made. How was Devil's Tower made? I don't think it's a reverse Grand Canyon, though. That'd be cool. How was Devil's Tower made? Okay, it's a volcanic plug.
Hey, I'm Deb.
So,
Paranormalthing.com.
essentially,
Interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Oh yeah, okay. So according to Native American legend, the tower was formed when 7 little girls were chased by giant bears. The girls ran and jumped on a boulder, praying for safety, and the rock began to grow upwards towards the sky, adding distance between the girls and the bears. The cracks and columns on the tower's surface are said to be the result of the bears' claws as they frantically tried to climb the rock and reach the prey. Okay, so it has nothing to do with being a trunk of a tree, and it has nothing to do with erosion. It has something to do with erosion. Essentially, over time, the softer sedimentary rocks surrounding the igneous core were eroded away, exposing the resistant igneous rock. The nearly vertical cliffs that encircle the tower today are the result of this erosion. So let me go back and clarify. It doesn't seem to be in this case that the land was ever that tall, that this is some kind of volcanic plug. But that is still accurate for the Grand Canyon. So you were saying that you saw someone on Facebook or something saying that Devil's Tower was a tree, and I'm also wrong on this. Apologies. It's in North Dakota, which it's in Wyoming. Apologies. Here's why I got confused. It's in Wyoming. I was right about that, but it's in the Black Hills, and the Black Hills are normally North and South Dakota, but it is also Wyoming.
Why did they name it
That's a great question. We're going to look up the etymology of Devil's Tower right now.
It's reasons like this why I feel Birch Gold is a valuable resource to you. To learn more, text Coast to 9890
Dude, there are a bunch of different native people's stories about this thing. A lot of them have to do with
protect your savings with gold before the dollar plunges any further. Text Coast to
with bears. Okay. So you want to know why is it called that? Etymology.
Ongoing sales. Introducing Fly, a novel iPod-sized device using pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par, or in many cases.
The name Devil's Tower originated in 1875 during an expedition led by Colonel Richard Irving Dodge. According to records, his interpreter misinterpreted a native name, likely from Lakota or Cheyenne tribes, to mean Bad God's Tower. This interpretation has been widely accepted, and the name Devil's Tower has been used ever since.
Welcome back to Coast, George Story with you along with Joan of Angels. Joan, what messages do angels try to deliver to us?
So the search results do not provide any direct etymological connotation to the devil or any Christian connotations. Contrary to popular myth, the name Devil's Tower is rooted in the misinterpretation of a native name, highlighting the complex and multifaceted nature of place naming.
Is it easy to interpret the messages? Are they symbolic or are they direct?
Well, sometimes they're symbolic, sometimes they're direct. Sometimes you might hear a message that says, "Hey,
Remember to escape the bears, the girls,
that's pretty
those
direct.
flying
Other times you might
on
get
top of the rock,
or, for me, I always get some messages on the band that says angel feet.
Hearing their prayers, the Great Spirit made the rock rise from the ground towards the heavens so that the bears could not reach the through.
And that's their way of letting you know that they're with me. Nothing to worry
Bears
about. Don't
left
worry.
deep claw marks in the side, which
So
had become
messages of encouragement.
What are some of the other common forms of the way they deliver?
Then they were turned into a constellation of ladies.
That's pretty neat. What would you say is the best natural landmark of Canada? Go.
When you're outside and you're thinking about what can I do, or I'm all beautiful butterfly lands on your arm.
Like, I would say the United States is the Grand Canyon.
Really remarkable.
We are blessed to have that. That we're not alone like this.
Is it difficult to interpret the meanings behind the messages?
Maybe.
Sometimes they're really clear, George. Sometimes they're not. It's like dreaming. You a dream and stuff,
No, dog. That's a shitty answer. You gotta give me something good, like Horseshoe Falls. Horseshoe Falls, dog. Niagara Falls.
Can people misunderstand them
Oh.
sometimes?
Yeah. I think like Marine Lake, which is like part of Lake Louise, basically, is like a pretty well-known one, or Jasper National Park.
Dude, you know what else would be really big? Fuck Jasper and fuck everything. Banff. Banff?
That's like 4 minutes away. That's where all the Japanese people go to vacation because
Dog, you live near Banff?
yeah, the Marriott marketed like a whole big marketing campaign in Japan to get a bunch of Japanese tourists into Banff, and that's why all the menus and stuff in Banff is like half Japanese.
That's baller as fuck. Dog, aren't you surprised that I know what Banff is?
Have you ever stepped foot into Canada or Banff?
Not Banff. Canada, yeah. I went with the friend once and he got stabbed. Would you like to hear the story? All right, so be me. Like 20, not yet 21, or I'm like 19, not yet 21. And my friend was like, hey, we sometimes go to Canada to go get drunk. And one day when you're visiting my house, you, if you want, we can go to Canada. So this one time during a break, I was visiting him, and he had planned this trip where we stayed in this hotel in Windsor, and as like 20-year-old, 19-year-old kids, it's pretty fucking wild there because across the border you have to be 21 years old, but here in Canada you're 19 and you can go right up to the bar and drink. And they've got, Windsor's a wild town. They've got girls with jello shots all over, and it was just wild to be in Canada. And to see, what did I like about Canada? The beer store. I thought that was cool. Not really. It's kind of a fucked up law that you have or whatever, that you have to buy beer. But I just thought it was great branding. What else did I like about it? I wasn't there that long. I was only there like a weekend or something. But so one of those kids who came with us, he wasn't my really good friend, but he was another kid with whom we were, and I developed a friendship with him. We all started getting really fucked up in the hotel, and he's like, dude, let's see if we can get some cannabis. And we're like, all right, we'll go for it. And he had been there before, and he's like, look, I think I know this place to go. And so I guess he just started asking people, hey, do you have anything? Do you have anything? Do you have anything? And finally this guy's like, yeah, I do, come with me. And so he follows the guy into like a little I would say like an enclave, like a little patio area. I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly, but he was like, it's like $40 for a bag or whatever. So my friend gives him the money, and he got stabbed. So then he comes back to the hotel. We're like, hey, where were you? He's like, dude, I'm stabbed. We're like, what? Are you bloody and bleeding and shit? And he's like, yeah. So he had to go to the hospital, but he couldn't really, he was like afraid to tell them like what happened because it was like a drug deal, and he didn't want to get in trouble in another country. So he just got patched up and came back and fucking like a champ went drinking with us that night. And I just remember, I remember the women of Canada were pretty attractive. I can tell you, I remember there's a place in Windsor that's very famous. I think it's called Cheetahs. It's a strip club. Oh, that's the big thing that people do, is go to strip clubs there. But believe it or not, I don't like strip clubs. So my friends were like, dude, we're going to go to Canada, we're going to get drunk, and we're going to go to strip club. And I told them, I'm not going to a strip club. I don't want to go. I don't like the fact that this is like basically you're taking advantage of these women who are down on their luck, and now you want to give them money to see their private parts. I get it, but I just don't really like that. So my friends were like, all right, you're being a loser. But they're like, we understand. Okay, you're Mr. Moral. We'll just drink outside the strip club. So we went to a bar literally right next to Cheetahs in Windsor and just watched all the people go in, and they were some hot ass bitches there. Then what? No. So in the United States, you have to be 21 usually to get into a strip club that is full, like that is a strip club that's like fully topless or something, or where they wear pasties. There's some kind of fucking rule, and honestly, I don't really know them that well because I don't go to these places, or I do my best to avoid it. But it's like, if you want to go to a strip club in the United States, a lot of times you have to be 21. That's what it is. So this is your first time to be able to go to a strip club. Does that make sense? You could be like 19 and go to a strip club in Canada, and you have to be 21 in the United States. Now there are some clubs in the United States where you only have to be 18, but they don't serve alcohol. But then that's almost a better thing because then they can be fully nude. Like you can have a fully nude bar that doesn't serve alcohol, but if you serve alcohol, then it can only be topless. Whatever reason, that's what it is. You never know what you're going to pick up when you're hanging out with the rabbi. But yeah, so all my friends were like, dude, you mean to say that we came all the fucking way up here and you're not even going to go to a strip club? And I was like, I don't want to. Those places are, to me, just like skeevy. They're just, I'm going to feel guilty if I go there. And I don't want to do that. So we did the next best thing and just got drunk on a patio out front. And it was the middle of the summer. So it was really, really nice. And what else about Canada that I enjoy? Well, whenever, like, Canada has this reputation for being super, super nice and always cheery and really apologetic. And I kind of had the opposite of that because where I went, it was like strippers and fucking people getting wasted and a friend who got stabbed. So it was like, oh, dog. Canada can be really nice and cheerful to most people. I get that. But at least when I was there, it was fucking wild as shit. And I can tell you pardon me? In Windsor. Oh, where on his body? I want to say it was in two spots. I think it was on his forearm and perhaps in his torso, but it was really, really weird. Meaning, I can tell you this. I was there for like a weekend, but I don't fucking remember much of this weekend because we were so fucked up the whole time. I can remember we couldn't get any 420 across the border. We didn't want to fuck with that. So we were just going to get it in Canada. And if I recall, I remember him just standing at the fucking hotel door and actually, now that I recall, he wasn't at the hotel door. He came in through the hotel door, obviously, but where I first saw him was in the bedroom. My friend and I, we basically had like 12 guys sharing a hotel suite, and my friend and I had we had like 3 or 4 guys like on the bed basically, and my friend I remember kind of like waking me up being like, dude, so and so got stabbed. I'm like, what? Wasn't he just going out for weed? And it's like, yeah. I can tell you that whole fucking trip was just like a blur. I only have a certain memories from it. I have going across the border. I have getting to the hotel. And the reason why is we just drank so much that it's just like everything was a blur. I remember my friend being like, dude, so-and-so got stabbed. And I was like, is he okay? And he's like, yeah, he's going to go to the hospital or just get checked out. It's not too bad. It's not like he was stabbed to the point where we thought he was going to die. He was still walking and everything. And then what else? I remember being on the street. There's like one main street of Windsor. I don't know what it's called, but it is fucking wild. It's like spring break. It's huge. Where it's just and the other thing is, it's all younger people. It's 19, 20, and 21-year-olds, not 21, 22, and 23-year-olds. And then what? I remember doing Jello shots on the street. There were just people who would like give you Jello shots, And then after that, I was too drunk. I remember getting back to the hotel. Basically, I shouldn't say I remember. I remember waking at the hotel, and it was time to go. It was like, what the fuck was that? It was a very quick trip. That was. Oh, and I remember going to the beer store. Aside from anything else, I mean, this trip was like almost 20 years ago. So, but I remember thinking it was really cool taking there's a tunnel that goes from the United States to Canada and back. And so I remember it was really cool going under the river and everything. That was neat. Yeah. There's also a bridge. But
Yeah, I've taken the bridge before. You get parked on the bridge because of the borderline. Just chilling on the bridge for a long time.
While people are trying to get through security.
Yeah, there's like a stupid line at the border. There's like the elite fucking border line, and then those people are just flying by up the cars or whatever. They're in the regular civilian line.
I have a story. It's kind of funny. Okay, so my dad had a friend of his who was a very high position in some company, and he worked out of Detroit. It might have been General Motors, but it might not have been. So anyway, it was somebody big in Detroit. So you would expect this guy to come in like a suit and tie and all of that. Well, this guy had the opposite type of philosophy, that he was going to be like a biker. That was going to be his thing. So he was like a fucking CFO of a huge company, but he was a biker. Now, my dad's friends, none of them are bikers. So I can tell you this was like a long, long time ago. But my dad just knew him, I think, through business. But anyway, he said that there's a story that he told once where the biker CEO guy is driving on I think it's called the Ambassador Bridge or something. And normally what they would do is, you get on and then you get backed up and they eventually let you go through. Well, this one time, this CEO biker was not taking his motorcycle to Canada. He was taking a car. And it was like his ex-wife or somebody got mad at him for some reason and called the border police or the border patrol and said that, like, hey, there's going to be this suspicious vehicle that's going on the bridge and be on the lookout for it. It's filled with drugs. She was trying to get back at him, something like that. So anyway, normally when this biker CEO guy hits the bridge, he's got to be in this long fucking line. And instead, they have this one whole line that's just coned off for him. And they're bringing him in and they're like, hey, right this way. He passes all of the traffic. He's like, oh, this is great. I wonder what this is. And they tell him to get out of the vehicle, that they've been tipped off on his vehicle. And like, is there anything that he wants to explain about the vehicle? And so he's dressed like a biker in like a car and doesn't look like a CEO by any means. And they're like, all right, so what do you have in here? He's like, it's just my, it's just like my luggage and stuff. So not only do they go through his whole luggage, but they take apart his entire car piece by piece. They take out the back seat. They take out the tires. They take out the spare tire. They check everything. He says it's like 12 hours he's been there. And there's nothing that they can find. So they eventually do their best to put the car back together, give him his keys, and like, all right, you're welcome to come in if you want. And he's like, at that point, I was so fucking pissed. My whole day was blown. I had to turn around and come back. There was just no point in doing it. But I always thought that was an interesting story, that all it takes is for one person to make a false accusation against you, and apparently they will roll out the red carpet for you at the border.
Yeah, they didn't stop him like the movie when seems like he got the one checkpoint, and then they directed him to the fucking magical line, and it was like, oh, I'm still in control of the car, I got my own line, things are going great.
Exactly. He did not know why they opened it up for him. Do you know the comedian Ron White? Word, smoke cigars, that guy. So he would travel privately, and when he was able to, he would bring a ton of weed with him because they don't check you. If you're flying privately, they don't check you for drugs at the airport, though everybody else, they'll check you like a million times. Anyway, so he started to get apparently like a little, how do I want to say it, liberal with his policy. And so he would then start to fly first class instead of flying privately because it was a little cheaper to fly first class. And his ex-wife tipped the people off at the airport that he flies with drugs, and they caught him for it, and he had to fucking get a lawyer and all kinds of other stuff. And then there's another comedian. Do you know who Ralphie May was? He's a huge fat guy. Excellent. So Ralphie May used to fly with weed as well. And what he used to do, he was in that pre-boarding. He got like the pre-boarding. And then what he would do is take the brick of weed or whatever and put it in his fat folds. And they never checked him for that. In his fat. You know how like he had like fat here, and then he'd have fat here, and then another thing of fat here? He could lift up part of the fat like this and keep it in there. Man, I know girls who used to keep a lot of shit in their cleavage. I one time was dating this girl who had huge tits. These things are fucking softballs. And she took a bottle of vodka and just put it right in between her tits, and no one ever fucking knew it. Exactly right. That's exactly right. It's wild shit, dog. Word. It was funny. We were trying to think of every fucking way. You know how you were like, oh, with Caspian Sea. So you were able to cut 25 days, potentially into 24 days. Yeah. But we were thinking of like all kinds of things to fucking do, like to try to shorten that amount of time. That's a good point. Right.
Starting us off this week once again is the new season of Mayor of Kingstown on Paramount Plus. That's
bring your Bible in there.
Dog, I saw this thing. They're making these.
Or you should have just swallowed a bag and then sparked it up.
Well, we talked about that, but they have those naked body scanners, and so they won't let you just fuck around with that. They'll make you wait and then poop it out. Apparently, yeah, it can detect any foreign object in your body, especially like if something's up your butt or in your stomach.
And for the second straight week, the new season of The Bear on FX on Hulu is your top stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
I mean, they don't let you bring in chocolate bars to go to food. It's not illegal.
Correct. There's no like exchange between you. Can you get mail? Yeah, recreationally. No, it's considered prohibited paraphernalia. Thank you. But it's a even though it's legal in the state, according to federal law, it's still illegal. Even though now it's Schedule 3, it's still illegal. So what the idea that you had is probably best, getting the acid in. But it's not like we had a bunch of acid on. We could get at the time. So yeah. But they probably see that from a lot of people going into jail. Just people who are all fucked up. So well, it's usually because I just have such a huge cock, but it could be other reasons. Can you hear me?
I can. I'll just
Welcome to Relative Unknown.
Can you hear me now?
Why did you join the yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. Dog, have you explored this entire Discord? Have you explored this Discord?
Yeah, I noticed a lot of
Word. Well, yeah. No, some are radio stations. Well, at least the Judaism ones are just a general overview of some of the categories that we have within Orthodox Judaism, and then from there I put writings in. So if you look at like rabbinical, I think it's called Rabbi Insights or something like that, I'll put my thoughts on some different topics, and I'm really just doing what I can to modernize some ideas. And I then above there have some things on gaming. Above there I have some things on sports. And then I've got like a thing for music videos. Have you been to the Reddit part? Yeah, it's below. It's called Reddit, and then it's got a bunch of different things. It says anime. It says dog. I have an amazing AMA as well that I've been doing. It's live on it's live on Reddit right now. Dude, how you living, Pimp?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. I just woke up. I actually slept in your VC.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad that you did. Arnold, this is my friend Riser. Riser, this is Arnold.
Oh, hey, Riser.
That's true, because Arnold and I talk at early hours of the night. We're always going.
You like what he's doing? Riser? Yeah, of course.
He's an OG.
I'm part of the world. Yes, I'm too, bro.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the University of Vancouver by now? No, I haven't. You will soon, don't worry.
Arnold, have you ever heard of the city of Vancouver?
The city is Vancouver.
No, the city of Vancouver. It's in Canada.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of Vancouver. I thought you were talking about the movie or something.
No, that's okay. So there's a city in Canada known as Vancouver, and I'm surprised that it doesn't have a university. It's a big city, and there's no University of Vancouver. So I'm doing what I can to talk my man Riser into starting it, because he lives near Vancouver. And so we joke about it, that it's the University of Vancouver, and that is very popular. And because there are so many Chinese immigrants in Vancouver, that it will probably be a very popular school with the Chinese diaspora.
Yes. How is there no universities in Vancouver. I mean,
Well, there are universities in British Columbia, specifically the University of British Columbia, which is a good school. So there's no need necessarily for the Vancouver one, but nevertheless, we still think that there should be one, and it should be a very good school.
Rabbi generously only wants to own 51% of the business for doing 0% of the work, which is a nice little kindness there.
That's exactly right. Also, we have to tell them about the invention.
It's 1%, and then I have to go do all the work to come in, and then pay a perpetual revenue.
But I market it, so everyone is going to know about it from my streams. And then also, we came up with another invention. The invention, so Arnold, where my man Riser lives, they have bears. And my man Riser was walking his dog Yellow in the rural area, and a bear nearly attacked him, and he had to essentially use bear spray. And the bear spray, it was windy at the time, and it didn't spray correctly because of the wind. So we were trying to come up with some kind of device that will deter bears if they came to attack you. So we came up with the idea called the bear scare. What does the bear scare do? It's basically bear spray, but on top of the bear spray, you have a sonic sound alarm, and then also it has strobe lights. Dog, we're just full of fucking amazing ideas here in the Rabbi Rothschild hell. Amazingness.
Thousands of happy customers, countless five-star reviews.
Protect
your savings with gold with $1 plunges before Mexico.
I don't know about that. I mean, don't they have like fur and shit? Will taser work on them?
It's an excellent question. I didn't know anything about the taser element. I think it complicates it if it's a taser. Oh, he's just joking about the taser. And nevertheless, at least bear spray, which is like mace, that's gonna not want them to come. They're not gonna want to come near you because of the painful issues that arise because of that. Then you've got a strobe light that's really bright, so they're not going to want to come near you. And you have a really loud sound that's going to deter them. It's pretty fucking genius. We've talked about that. So actually, what I told him, the best thing to do is to just have the bear scare be attachable to the best-selling bear spray on the market right now. So let's say the best-selling spray on the market right now is just called, world's best bear spray. Well, the bear scare attaches to the world's best bear spray so that you can still use the world's best bear spray. You don't have to do any of the testing of it or any of the quality assurance of a bear spray. And your attachment has a really bright light on it and a really loud sound. So that when you're like, well, it has to be refillable, you just buy another one. Exactly. It's a good idea.
Yeah, it is actually, yeah. I mean, the places where there are bears around, yeah, people would definitely buy this thing.
Word dog. Arnold, have you ever seen a tiger?
Tiger, yeah, I've seen one actually in the zoo, but not IRL.
Cool. That's so cool to see one in the zoo. So we could also have an Asian one for tigers. If tiger, I don't know if they make a tiger spray, but my man Riser, you got to get on this. This has to be a project at the University of Vancouver. We need a tiger spray. We're going to make sure that it does. It's going to be a tiger spray, and we're going to protect all the people in Asia. Dude, Riser, were you going to say there's more tigers in captivity in the state of Texas than in all of the wild? Word, dog. Well, then you can also use it in Texas. Fuck no. Tigers rip the shit out of people. I'm gonna look this up. 3. Damn, that's a lot.
Imagine being one of the lucky people that they are on their gravestone.
They survived a tiger
Rabbi
attack.
Rothschild, 1984 to killed by a tiger.
Word, dog.
Pretty badass gravestone.
I agree.
He was testing out his fucking tiger spray when it
Exactly. So I want to see, do they make a tiger spray? Do they make a tiger spray?
It's basically like peppers, right?
Right.
So, won't the same bear spray work on tigers as well?
We're looking that up right now. So it looks like there is a tiger spray that's different. Both tiger spray and bear spray contain capsaicin, the active ingredient found in chili peppers, which irritates the eyes, nose, and throat of predators. Both are used as deterrents to protect humans by big cats, such as tigers and bears. Both are designed to be used at a distance, allowing the user to maintain a safe distance from the predator. That is, if it's the wind's not blowing. So, it does seem that bear spray has a higher concentration of capsaicin. So 1 to 2% of bear spray is capsaicin, while 0.5 to 1% of tiger spray. Bear spray is designed for longer use, up to 30 feet, while tiger spray is intended for closer range use, 6 to 8 feet. I don't want to get 6 to 8 feet away from a tiger. That's close. And then bear spray often comes with specific instructions for use against bears, while tiger spray guidance may vary depending on the context, for instance, in a zoo or wildlife setting. The key takeaway, while both tiger spray and bear spray share similarities, they are designed for specific purposes and have distinct differences in concentration, range, and user guidance. So yes, it does seem like there is a tiger spray. I want to see how much tiger spray is. Hey, we want to see you tomorrow, please.
Oh yeah, I'll be around.
And one other thing, Riser, I won't even mention it, but I made a joke and you didn't like it, so I apologize for that.
I know it's cool. Fucking little fucking wallflower market went. Rabbi knows how to make jokes.
Word, dog. You want to hear the joke that I made? No, you don't want to hear it. It wasn't funny. I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like racist or anything. I just think that in some audiences it would have been a big hit. Other audiences, no.
You know what always gets them every time Rothschild, that's Michael, Rabbi Rothschild. Just say, your mom sucks cock. They really don't like that other people when you
Word.
put that out at.
But you know what is a counter? You know what a counter is to that? Yeah, I made a your mom. That's exactly what I did. I made a your mama joke, and it wasn't taken so well. It wasn't that bad though. I can tell you this: at least when it comes to if somebody says your mom sucks cock, just say my mom's dead, dude. That switches everything. Exactly. No, that's a great counter. Yeah, she died sucking cock. Dog, I fucking love it. You met your mom when you were 12 years old?
No, I lost my mom when I was 12 years old.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, bro.
Dog, hold on a second. And I mean this, Arnold. Like, by you telling me that, it gives me a goal that I want to see in this life. and that's this. It's something called revivification of the dead. What is that? Basically, people who died in the past, there's a type of technology to perhaps bring them back in multiple ways. Perhaps we can clone them, but also there's a way to perhaps take their mental, like basically their just a moment, like an image of their brain, so that we could be able to perhaps replicate them. So you should just know, I know that she's gone now, but that may not be forever, and just know that we want to make it a goal of ours to reunite you if you ever want that.
But even if it doesn't happen in our generation, the generation after can revive us and then revive the previous generation.
That's exactly right. That's very smart, Riser.
Whatever comes, it's going to come, so you don't have to worry about it.
That's right.
I think that's like you're right there. So, will she have the same consciousness, or will she just act like a replica?
So there are multiple ways to build her. The idea is this: that if you had a picture of her and a little bit of her DNA on like anything that you basically have, and since DNA can stay for quite some time, all you'd have to give them is just like some of your items, and perhaps her DNA is on it. And then what you're able to do is use that DNA and put it in a machine, and this machine will create a clone of her. So her whole body, everything about her. Then you artificially age her to whatever age she was when you were 12 years old. And then you take that picture of her. Now, currently, it would just look like a picture. It would just look like her smiling. But there's a type of technology that you can peel back the layers, and we'd actually be able to see what her brain looked like. And all of them, like, dig into that brain and see all of her memories, all of her behavior, all of the love that she had for you, everything. We'd be able to reinstill that into her. So essentially, when we flip the switch to have this thing work, it would turn on. Now, what would she know? She would know that she was back to her normal self. What she wouldn't have known is that she died. You'd have to explain that to her.
I also probably wonder about how she died, and when you explain that she died.
Exactly. Of all the ways to go. Right. But you should know, though, that like most people would be like, oh, I'm so sorry, oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I feel that way too, but I also have plans to bring these people back. And now your mom is on the list of people we want to bring back so that she can share digital immortality with the rest of us.
No, but I still don't get it. I mean, like, how are we going to extract her DNA? Like, how are we going to find that?
We can get her DNA from your DNA if needed.
Oh, shit. Really?
Yeah, 50% of your DNA came directly from her. So, meaning like 50% of your DNA is all.
We don't have to like dig a grave or something like that, right?
Correct. No, we could leave. If you wanted to, we could dig her up and get DNA from her bones, but that's not necessary. We could just get really your DNA and be able to create a clone of her based off your DNA, and then get a picture of her of what her brain was and be able to at least revivify her up until when that picture was.
Wow. Okay. Then I can just take her to her grave and so
That's exactly right. You will do that. And you'll be able to explain to her that, Mom, when I was 12 years old, you died. But then I met...
That is literally like my dream come true, bro.
I know. No, I know. Look, I want you to like see me as much as my face as you can. This is going to perhaps... You're 22 years old. This happened 10 years ago. We're going to get her back. And I know people don't talk about it, but you have to understand, you're going to live to be 50, 60, 70, 80, with life extension technology, perhaps even longer. And you got to see that how much we have progressed as a civilization in the past, say, 50 years, and you're going to be able to see that into the future. And revivification of the dead is something that is already in the works. It's known as the Lazarus Project. I know that there are companies that are involved in doing this, and they're starting with people who are cryogenically frozen, but eventually they're going to people who died the organic way. And so just like, no, it's not over. Nothing is over, until we say it's over, and this one's not over. Your mom is just gone for a temporary period of time, but you're going to be able to get her back. That's the dream. Go ahead. So let's throw some, because this is an important topic. Let's throw some more science behind it, because here you're just hearing me talk about it, and I read about it like years ago. But here we go. Please tell us the different modes that we can have revivification of the dead. Basically, people who were once dead, be able to revive them. Some ways that are able to do this are through using the DNA of a child, or also perhaps taking a picture and in the future being able to develop different information from the picture and the mapping of their brain. Please talk about how this is going to be something in the future and how. Okay, so here's what it says. The idea of reviving the dead, or just a moment. The idea of reviving the dead or bringing back deceased is a topic often explored. Here are a few concepts are sometimes involved in such discussions. DNA replication and cloning. One concept involves using preserved DNA samples of deceased individuals to potentially clone them from the future. The idea hinges on the ability to preserve genetic material effectively and then use advanced cloning techniques to recreate a person genetically identical to the deceased. This could also potentially be done through other methods as well. Mind uploading and digital immortality. Another speculative idea is mind uploading, where the brain structure and neural connections are mapped in detail, and this information is used to create a digital replica or simulation of a person's consciousness. This could potentially allow for a digital version of a person to exist in virtual reality or within a computer system. Advanced AI and personality recreation. Future advancements in artificial intelligence might allow for the recreation of a person's personality, memories, and behaviors based on extensive data collected during their lifetime. This could potentially create a facsimile of the person and is remarkably similar to how they were in real life. It is important to note that these ideas are currently speculative. Many ethical, philosophical, and practical challenges will need to be addressed. And, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. In fact, here we go. Let's just ask this one about a photograph. Please describe a way that someone might be able to be revivitized or brought back from the dead using just a photograph and some DNA of a descendant of theirs. Ways this could be done is in the future, cameras might be able to peel back layers into a person's brain and be able to scan it. And thus, people's memories and thoughts and personality could be recreated using the DNA of the descendant to create essentially a lifelike recreation of the original person. All right, so here's what it says. The concept you're describing is futuristic and speculative, but let's explore how this scenario might work. Advanced brain mapping and photographs, high-resolution brain scanning. In the future, advanced imaging technology might allow extremely detailed scanning of a person's brain from photographs. These photographs could potentially capture not just external features, but also detailed structural information of the brain. And that's the important thing. Like a picture right now just shows us the external stuff, but you don't realize, or people don't realize in the future, it could have a lot more information in it, and it does. Layer peeling technology. Imagine a future camera technology that can analyze photographs at a microscopic level, peeling back layers to reveal the intricate neural connections and patterns within a person's brain. The advanced imaging could be aided by nanotechnology and other microscopic tools that can capture and interpret neural data. Mapping memories and personality. By analyzing the brain structure and neural pathways from these detailed photographs, Future technology might be able to reconstruct memories, thought patterns, and even aspects of personality. This would require sophisticated algorithms and AI to interpret and reconstruct the vast amount of data captured, but we can still do it. Utilizing DNA of descendants. Genetic templates. DNA from descendants could serve as a genetic template to fill in gaps or provide a basis of recreating certain genetic predispositions, traits, and possibly even aspects of personality that are influenced by genetics. Combining DNA and brain data. The hypothetical process might involve integrating the genetic information from descendants and the detailed brain mapping data extracted from photographs. This combination could potentially guide the recreation process to align more closely with the original person's genetic and neurological makeup. It's the future, and so you should know that we're like, it's in my plans that we're going to reunite you with your mother. Pardon me?
So it is real, actually, huh?
It will be in the future.
Yeah.
That is right. So that should be really exciting for you. It's not over. You're good. I really mean this. You're going to be reunited with her. So now it's just a matter of time. And how are you going to be able to do that? You're going to be in a position in the future financially that you'll be able to help pay for these types of technologies. In addition to life extension technology and perhaps brain uploading technology, there will be ways that you might be able to revivify her with the amount of money that you're going to have. You're well invested in cryptocurrency. You're on the internet. I mean, you have to understand that you're 1% of the top 1% right now of the people on Earth. Most people right now don't have the ability to have connectivity to the internet. Additionally, they don't have the devices to be able to do it. And then even more so, they certainly aren't on social media and invested in cryptocurrencies as you are. So I have very little doubt that you're going to be I have no doubt you're going to be a very successful individual, and you're going to be able to pay for all this to bring her back.
Yeah, definitely.
The Coast website is now streamlined.
And so that should be.
I need to do it, yeah.
We're gonna get you that though. Look, you're 22 years old. You've got lots of time for cryptocurrency to do really well for you. And so, of anything that I've been able to introduce to you, two things. One, revivification technology. You could be like, look, I used to think it was over between my family because they were dead. There's like no getting them back. But actually, after talking to Rabbi, there may be ways to be able to get them back. That's the number one thing. And the number two thing I want to make you aware of is I don't think you're going to die. Not in the traditional sense, meaning you're going to be able to use mind uploading technology to perhaps live into digital immortality. And if that happens, I'm not saying go jump off a cliff right now or anything dangerous like that, but just know that in the future, we're at the point where some of these technologies may be able to bridge the gap, and that's very exciting. Exactly. It's not, she's not here yet, but just know that I really mean this. Like, I'm not kidding. This isn't a joke. That this type of technology is coming, and exactly.
Whatever like people think, like in the present era, that is like a taboo or something, that is actually not. That will be a reality somewhere in the future. I mean, it's not taboo. I mean, what is the name? What is the word? I mean, I don't get that word in my mind, but
that's okay. I know what you're saying. Taboo works. Basically, that which today is controversial, tomorrow is reality.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say here.
I got you. I knew what you're saying.
Yeah. In terms of technology, I mean, that always happens. That is what has been happening from like the past 500 years or something like that. People never thought we would fly, but then we're flying.
100% right. We're in different continents and we're communicating instantaneously. This is the dream of every civilization ever. And so if we were to say to random strangers today that yes, we're going to be able to revivify the dead, they're going to laugh at us. But then when they hear about all of the technology that we're developing, they're going to say, wow, that's going to be here sooner than we realize.
Exactly. Already developed ourselves to do things like that, yeah.
100% right. Hey, I have to use the restroom again. Apologies.
I have the idea as to like, how do they upgrade like processors like every fucking year? What are the thesis behind that? I mean, how like do they get the brains of like upgrading a processor by like a significant amount like every fucking year?
Well, it's known as
have the technology of doing that.
it's known as Moore's law, and the idea is that technology speeds should double every 6 months. Just one moment, I have to use the restroom. I'll be back. We'll talk all about Moore's law.
Johansson, she sued. Which one was it? ChatGPT?
Yeah. Or
was it Gemini?
Yeah, she was OpenAI, the company.
Okay, so they were asking her if they could use her voice, and she said no. And they used a voice that's exactly like her voice. Not exactly. Pretty close. Close enough. Close enough where she decided she was going to sue.
Is it her shit from like other clips?
Well, it's her from... No, it's another person.
Okay.
But her contention is they got a person to sound like her, which people have sued for before, right? Like, didn't Kim Kardashian sue because they had a Kim Kardashian lookalike, did a commercial when Kim wouldn't do it?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so if, like, you won't do something, they can get someone that looks super similar to you to do it, and then they'll go, fuck you, I'm suing you.
People were sending me a car commercial for a while that I had to listen to it twice because I thought it was me.
Oh, wow.
And they didn't even ask me the first time.
Oh, wow.
They just like, wait, no. I mean, they weren't trying to use my voice at all.
But they used someone who sounded so much like you.
It was crazy. A lot of people thought, like, hey, man, congrats on that commercial. And I was like, what's that now?
Yeah, the Scarlett Johansson thing, we played it. Now that I'm thinking about it, when we played it here, it was different because she was the voice of her, right? So she was the voice that Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with. But the clip that we played was her, like, bedtime talking, you know, like he was laying in bed, and I think she had, like, more of a raspy time to go to sleep voice. Whereas in, you know, the regular ChatGPT implementation is like Scarlett at the office.
Okay.
Did you ever see that movie where she becomes a god?
What's it called? You remember?
Lucy.
Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
Wild fucking movie, man. That's a fun movie, man.
She is one of those actresses where if I see her on the picture of the movie,
she's compelling. Yeah. She was great in this movie, Under the Skin. Yeah.
Yo, dog, I'm back. So, Moore's Law. Let's talk about Moore's Law for a second. Because, barring any external... just checking. Arnold, are you there? That's okay. We'll talk about it when you can. But if you do hear this, you should know I care about you. I care about your mom. And I really think that this stuff that I'm saying is true.
Hot. like ruin your life hot. Yeah. Like change your plans. Move to another state hot. You know, there's certain women that they lock eyes with you, you're in real trouble.
Oh man, that happened to me. I got her to move to Minnesota.
Oh,
that was pretty sick.
That is pretty sick.
Yeah, she's still there.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes it works. You never know. But the thing is, like, if she's an alien and she really just wants to drown you in another dimension, I fucking let her. You might have to. Yeah. You might. I mean, what are you gonna live forever? No, you're not. Sure not. At least you go out in a very unconventional and pretty amazing way. People are talking about that forever if they know.
Yeah.
If they ever find out about it.
Vultures can't find me. I'm way under an interdimensional water system.
What do you think is going on with all this UFO talk? Think it's all nonsense?
I don't even know about it.
You don't pay attention at all?
Not really.
Wow.
Because if they want to come get me, let's go.
But like when you see all this like disclosure talk on television, they're talking to Congress, and you don't pay attention to that shit?
Not really. I wait until the end because it's like It's like I tell my kids all the time: don't borrow worry from around the bend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like if you're gonna have to worry about it, you're gonna have to fucking worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried. about the alien thing. I'm more interested.
Sure.
Like, what is this? What the fuck is going on? You know, what? How much of this is nonsense? It's not 0%. So okay, how much of it is real?
So you do think that people are coming down, or other?
I think it's highly likely that the universe is way stranger than we think it is. Way stranger. And I don't even know if it's as conventional as a thing gets in a ship and flies here from another place.
Sure.
I think it might be interdimensional traveling. It might be something that's always been here. There's that thought because there's so many instances of things like what we think of that are in like the Bhagavad Gita, these ancient texts. They're thousands and thousands of years old, and they're talking about things that fly in the sky, flying chariots, flying things that have gods in them. Like, what is that? What's that all about?
Comets? Shooting stars?
Could be. For sure, some of them probably, right? Some of these things that people see streaking across the sky, they see something extraordinary, it lights up the sky, and then mythology gets attached to that, right? And then people, 10 years from now tell that story. And then other people tell the story that's told to them by the people that were there, and then that gets a little twisted up like a game of telephone. There's some of that too. But then there's also uniformity. There's uniformity to the descriptions of the movements of the ships and what these things do, why they're interested in us, what they say. It gets very weird. It gets very weird to the point it's like, okay, if this is a mass illusion, if this is a creation of the mind, like Carl Jung thought it was a creation of the mind. Thought it was some sort of an illusion that people conjure up in their mind, but it's just like a common illusion. It's just like it's there in the human psyche.
Yeah.
But then there's also like physical evidence of these things. The physical evidence is when things get real weird. Because like, if you're telling the truth, then this isn't totally an illusion. Or maybe it's all those things. Maybe it's total bullshit, lies, people with myths that make up myths about comets and natural disasters and all kinds of other stuff. And also interdimensional beings, occasionally. And then also things that have always been here, occasionally. And then also things from another planet, occasionally.
Yeah.
I mean, all things are, it's not binary, right? It's not either UFOs are bullshit or, they're real, 100%. It's like, it might be all those things, everything combined.
That's what I think a lot of people struggle with is it can be yes and yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be yes and no.
Yeah, there could be a lot of things going on simultaneously. We can't be, we're concentrating on one. Some of them, I 100% am convinced are government drones that work on some incredibly sophisticated propulsion system that probably doesn't have a person in it, but they probably can move at fantastic speeds using some new novel propulsion system that they don't want to release to the public. And they probably don't know how to weaponize it yet. So they're probably flying these things around at insane rates of speed. They just can't put guns on them yet. They can't figure out how to shoot people with them. So they're just fucking with them. And then I think that's the reason why they keep getting sighted over these military spaces. I think they try them out on the troops, just like they try out vaccines in the troops, just like they try out burn pits. They didn't test burn pits to make sure that people weren't going to get sick if they're just breathing in toxic fumes from all the garbage from thousands of troops. So they just did it. And I think they probably did the same thing with everything. They just try shit out.
Yeah, I also wonder if you hear something, if it makes you think it. Like when I watched Blair Witch Project.
Oh, yeah.
I went it was dark when I got home. It was light when I left and dark when I got home. And I sprinted. And all of a sudden, you think you're seeing fucking people in the corner turned around and you go, well, that can't be right.
Right. Yeah.
So once it's in your head, maybe you keep seeing it.
Definitely. Sure. Yeah, things in the woods, things you see in the woods. That's probably what Bigfoot is. Gets in your head, I would think. And you go looking for that fucking giant hairy man.
Yeah. You see a tree kind of bend with the wind and you're like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. The thing about Bigfoot that's really interesting, though, is that Native Americans have a bunch of different names for them. There's a lot of names for them, and they don't really have a lot of fake animals. It's not a common trait in North American culture in any Native American culture, rather, to worship a bunch of different things or to talk about a bunch of different things that aren't real. Like, mostly they were talking about real things and then spirits, right? Like, they were talking about the different spirits of the sky and spirits of the sun and nature. They're essentially talking about Mother Earth and God and Gaia and nature. But they didn't have like fake animals. They did have Bigfoot. There's a lot of Bigfoot that makes you go, I think at one point in time it was real. I think at one point.
You think there were a bunch of them?
Yeah. Well, they know there was a real thing, right? They know there's a thing called Gigantopithecus, and Gigantopithecus existed alongside human beings, for sure, 100%. And it was a bipedal hominid that was between 8 and 10 feet tall, and it was like in the orangutan genus. And this thing was discovered in the 1920s or 1930s in an apothecary shop in China. An anthropologist was there, and he found these massive primate teeth. And he instantly knew that they didn't belong to a gorilla, they didn't belong to any known primate. He's like, where did you get these? And so they took him to the site, and they started digging. They found jaw bones that indicated that it was bipedal, something about the position of the jaw that indicated this thing stood up on two legs, by the size of it. And then they found some other bones. I think they have a very incomplete skeleton of these things. But they know that it was a real animal, and they know that it existed as recently as, I believe it was 100,000 years ago, for sure. But it could be way more current. There's just no bones available.
So then you think that thing was real, stories got passed on, and then people started seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
I could get behind that.
Yeah. Also, where it existed makes sense, because if you think about the sightings are all in the Pacific Northwest. Right, the Pacific Northwest, if you follow that up past Alaska, which also has a lot of sightings, then you go across the Bering Land Bridge.
Yeah.
Right, and Asia was where this thing existed. It kind of makes sense. And then the more they find out about people in North America, they used to think that all people came across the Bering Land Bridge. They don't think that anymore. There's so much evidence of people that were here 25,000 years ago. There's footprints in the ground, like in mud, that they've now carbon dated to more than 20,000+ years old. And so that's just what we have, right? That's just a footprint that we got lucky and got from 20. Who's to say that there's not people that were here 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago? So now you've got Bigfoot's real, right? Because if those people really were alive, and while those people were alive, so if you just go back 20,000, right? If you go back 20,000 years ago, you're dealing with North American lions, which were the biggest lions on Earth, bigger than African lions. You have saber-toothed tigers. You have giant sloths. You have all these enormous animals that don't exist here anymore. And this was all in North America alongside people. It just kind of makes sense that you would have a Bigfoot. You'd have a Gigantopithecus. At least a few of them, especially up there. Up there, where they're like it's thickly dense forest. Seems like if you're a big fucking plant-eating shithead, that's where you would live. You would live there. It just totally makes sense that they probably existed, just like all these other things. You know, they don't find a whole lot, unless they're in the tar pits. They don't find a whole lot of like saber-toothed tigers. They don't find a whole lot of things that existed before 35,000 years ago, except dinosaurs, of course. So who knows?
Oh man, I would love if the afterlife, you were just there for an hour, hooked you up to a fucking cord, put everything that happened in there so you know.
Yo, Lucky
right,
Pavan.
Lights out.
What would you do if you had a chance?
Lucky Pavan.
Get that cord.
Yo, dog, I'm here.
See an hour of
hey, dog.
Point.
So you need money, right, Lucky Pavan? Yo, dog. Hey, Lucky Pavan. Hey, what's going on, dude? Yo, dude, I don't have money to give you, but let's work on what you can do for yourself. So you need money, right? Okay. Do you know how to graphic design? Okay, so you're a computer science student? You're a computer science student? Oh, engineering? Excellent. Okay. Do you know what Fiverr is? Fiverr? Okay. So what this is a way for you to make money, and you can make a lot of money. Okay, so it's for engineering students, it's for anyone. So if you're like, what is it? You make an account for yourself, and then people will come to you with different jobs. Like, what can they do for engineering? Look, dude, if I said to you, Pavan, I need you to make me 5 different social media accounts, and I'll give you $100. Would you do it? Yeah, it's fucking easy. So you can put on there things that you'll do. You can do. Do you know what ChatGPT is? Okay, perfect. So long as you have ChatGPT, it'll be really easy for you. Yo, welcome. Just one moment, Pavan. We'll talk. I'm gonna help you. Yo, how are you? Welcome. Zane, how are you? Zane, I'm really glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been sharing my life for more than 3 years. It's the biggest event in global history. I'm glad that you're here, and if you'd like to talk, feel free. If you're just chilling, I understand that too. I'm talking to my friend Pavan here. So Pavan, there's a website. I'm going to show it to you right now. It's called Fiverr, Fiverr.com. You're going to want to create an account. This is what it is. It's a professional website. They also have an app. I want you to download the app too. You create an account for your... Yeah. Please do.
Great story. I've been very fortunate to have angels around me my entire life.
Just one moment. Is Fiverr in India? Let me see. Because a lot of the people on here are Indian. Yeah, dude. Tons of people are on here from Fiverr. Okay, or from India. Okay, so yeah, I'll send you the link. Yeah. Just a moment. See, here's the thing though. We don't want you to seem like you're from India. And so we're gonna do what we can to teach you everything you need to do to avoid that. And one of the big ones is going to be through ChatGPT. Okay, so I just sent you a link to Fiverr. Now I'm also going to send you another link to a company that I helped. It's a cryptocurrency. So it's linktree.com. I'm sending it to you, so don't you worry. Do you know what Linktree is? You're good. Do you know what Linktree is? That's okay. Take your time. Dog, I'm here all night. Excellent. So then you're going to create an account for yourself. But before you do that, I sent you another link. Okay? And it's called Honey Badger Hova. If you're like, what is this? I don't want this. I want you to know that I designed this. Take your time. So this is a cryptocurrency, another cryptocurrency. And what I did is I set up all their social media for them. And I did this for money, okay? I did it for a lot of money. And what I'm saying is you can do it for people too. So if you're like, look, I'm installing the app. I understand. Take your time. Just listen to me. It's fine. What you can do, though, is you can say, hi, my name is Pavan, and I have a company that sets up your social media. If you want a website, or you want an email account, or you want a Telegram account, or a YouTube account, or an Instagram account, or a TikTok account, or a Twitter account, or a Discord account, or a Kick account, or a Caffeine account, or a Rumble account, or a Threads account, or a Pinterest account, or a Tumblr account, or a Twitch account, or a Reddit account, or an Imager account, or an Odyssey account, or a Snapchat account, if you want any of these, I can help you with them. And then people will pay you to make these for you. And like, you need $800, They'll pay you $1,000 to do this. I got $1,000 to do this.
Who sends the light? God? Where does it come from? UFO? Where?
So, Pavan, you need to start a company, okay? So what do you want it to be known as? Is your name Pavan? Okay. So you want it to just be like the biggest company in the world someday, right? Okay, so then what are we going to do? We're going to go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT, please provide me a list of 50 usernames that sound like mega corporations. And it says Nova Dynamics, Quantum Tech Corp, Stellar Synergy, Omnicore Industries, Titan Global, Nexus Enterprises, Galactic Corp. Grab any one of these, and then you go on every social media and you get Nebula Tech on Instagram, Nebula Tech on Twitter, Nebula Tech on TikTok, Nebula Tech on Fiverr, Nebula Tech on Snapchat. You get it everywhere, okay? And then that's your company. And then you'd start taking business from people on the platform Fiverr. And so people will come to you and they'll say, hey, your social media is really nice. Like, let me show you what I did for these companies. And I can show you. I did all of this within 24 hours and I made $1,000. So how did I do it? Within one day. I mean, I wasn't working the whole time. I was just sitting on my bed doing nothing. But I made over $1,000. So I would say in the amount of work I did, probably like, I don't know, 8 hours of work for $1,000 or so. So here's what you can do. Here's what I made for them. And these were just small, but just one moment.
The trickster angels. I have a question about that because I 15 years ago, even 20, it seemed that there was an eruption of them there after some years, and eventually I chose to basically run for it, and then it seems like they have followed me everywhere, and it's 15 years now since I left, and it's been a nightmare.
What a trickster.
Okay, so I made these videos.
It sounds to me like you got
And they were just like, whatever. They were popular though. Now, if you're like, dude, I don't like that. That's the art that they gave me. So I just did with it what they gave me. And they liked it. So you can do the same stuff. So what do? You signed up for a Fiverr account. Now you have to pick a business name. So go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT for a business name. He's just going to go scam other people. Or try. But I tried. All right.
I don't want to get. I'm the greatest angel.
Or maybe he wants him here to expose how crazy our political system really is. Because the only way we find out how coordinated everything is, whether you're a Trump fan or not, even if you hate Trump, put that aside for a second, and just look at how much coordination there is in the media to go after him. And it exposes like this thing where you have to step back and go, wait a minute, hold on a second. what's really going on? Like, whether you hate that guy or not, hate him. Think he's a crook. Hate him. Think he's a liar. Hate him. Don't you think it's weird that they're all in lockstep with the way they talk about him, even with things that aren't true? Like, especially like the Russia collusion hoax that they all talked about for years and years. I thought it was real. I thought, like, he colluded with Russia, and that was, like, the crazy thing about him winning the presidency. Oh, my God, he worked with Russia. Maybe Russia has something on him. You kept hearing about it, right? That was just bullshit. And they went through that for years and years, and then you start going, okay, what else is coordinated where everybody is saying something? Like, how about the Nord Stream pipeline? You know, Seymour Hersh says, we blew it up. Like, esteemed journalist. It was like, no matter what they say, I'm telling you, this was our doing. We blew this up. This wasn't some other country. This wasn't Russia. They wouldn't blow up their own pipeline. We blew it up. But every newspaper is like, this is bullshit. This was impossible. Could not happen. This was all Russian disinformation. You can hear it about, like, every story. It's, like, so hard to understand. Like, what is the motivation to getting these stories out? Are these narratives created by the real government that runs everything and then, like, tells the news organizations that are in business with them what to say and what to do?
I mean,
that's where it gets spooky.
You get, like, you're voting for a guy who isn't doing much when he gets there. I mean, there's a lot of people around that are making these things. And I will tell you, I still believe some of the Russian shit. Because you've heard me fucking misquote the golf thing. I mean, I still believe a lot of shit I hear.
Oh, I do all the time. They get me all the time. There's so many stories that I'm sure are bullshit that I've parroted.
But if Trump wouldn't play the political game, if he wouldn't put the people on the Supreme Court, I mean, I know it's his job when he's in there, but if he wouldn't do any of that shit, he's definitely the come out on stage and be like waving papers. You guys aren't gonna fucking believe this.
Yeah,
and tell everybody everything.
He is if he wasn't doing that other stuff. But the only way he gets any support is if he does that other stuff too. Like, you got to understand about Trump. He was a lifelong Democrat.
Yeah,
lifelong. Which is so weird.
Wasn't it when he was starting to run for president? Wasn't he still wasn't he when he started talking about it?
I believe
still a Democrat. Right?
Yes, I believe so. Well, he had a very close relationship with the Clintons to the point where he paid them to come to his wedding or his daughter's wedding or one of those things. Like, you would pay them and they would come to weddings and events and he would go to events. You know, that was like the famous.
What up? Pavan, how are you, dog? I'm glad you're back. What's the name of your company? Yo, Pavan, how you living, dog?
From the document team at New Hampshire Public Radio.
Yo.
Listen and follow this podcast for
Can you
free
hear me?
on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. KFI.
Yo. What's the name of your company?
Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Yo, dog.
Corpse Flower. Ivory Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The
Dog, I can't hear you. Say it again.
Corpse Flower still hasn't bloomed yet, but they say will happen very soon. You can watch it state
No, I don't want to text. You got to talk to me in here.
Donald Trump is officially the Republican Party's nominee for president.
Under our leadership, the United
Why do you need to text me? I mean, if you really need to text me, you can, but just, I'm not, like, I talk. Texting takes too long.
Last night at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Now the investigation into the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, it's focusing on motive and security failures. The Secret Service now facing mounting questions about shortcomings that enabled the shooter to fire from a nearby rooftop. California has signed a deal with the U.S. Department of Energy to spend billions of dollars making hydrogen fuel available across the state. $1.2 billion federal dollars will augment more than $11 billion in private funding to build California's hydrogen hub. A cow escaped its pen and proceeded to wander about a residential neighborhood in SoCal. Phil Hewlett with more.
People in the city of Sylmar, north of Los Angeles, started calling 911 when they saw the wayward animal at about 3 Thursday morning. A video posted online shows the driver bumping the cow and knocking it to the ground. The car received a broken headlight. The cow got up and seemed no worse for wear. Authorities Eventually, we're able to corral the cow and return it to its home.
And it's going to cost more for Netflix. They're getting rid of their cheapest ad-free plan. The company says its $11.99 a month basic plan is being phased out. Will now cost $15.49 for a standard plan, $22.99 for premium. Southland weather from KFI. A heat advisory for SoCal. Highs in the 90s and 100s. Right now, 67 in La Palma, 66 in Newport Beach, 64 degrees for Marina Del Rey, and at 66 in Temecula. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
So problem on the 710 Long Beach Freeway northbound to Vernon, just after Atlantic Bandini, a diesel tanker on its side. Two right lanes of traffic are blocked. So traffic is backing up there against 710 north after Atlantic Bandini. And then a crash in Linwood, 710 north connected to the eastbound 105 connector partly blocked. Vehicle AD on left shoulder wall, so it's up against the left. Otherwise, freeway speeds are pretty good this morning. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Cindy Berkey.
So you could be a wine lover, budding sommelier, or new to wine. You're going to love the Deep Portola Wine Trail.
Yo.
Jam in the Temecula Valley.
One of the greatest seasons in the industry is harvest, and the Deep Portola Wine Trail is holding their harvest celebration coming up November 3rd.
Early bird tickets for the Deep Portola Wine Trail harvest celebration are just $79.99. That's going to get you food and wine samples at the 11 wineries on the
Yo,
trail.
dog, I can't hear you. What do you want to know?
Visit deepportolawinetrail.com.
That's deepportolawinetrail.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Put your family first and get healthy water today with Life Source. As a mom and a grandmother, it gives me comfort knowing my family has clean, safe water from every tap. Bath time is especially enjoyable knowing that my grandson is not sitting in a tub of skin irritating chlorine. Call now.
I can't hear, dude. I can't hear you. Text me with you whatever you want.
Visit us at lifesource.com. Life Source, we taste and feel the difference.
Dude, I'm not going to do it. I'm here if you want to talk to me. If not, send me a direct message.
That's how you're going to feel after we work on magic at your house. We make junk disappear.
You have to do this point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
She said, hey, you work at KFI? I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, oh, that's cool. What's his name? She goes, it's my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, we wanted to listen to you. And I wanted to talk. And I got pissed. Whoa! I broke him up.
Yo.
Now that you're single, let me work this.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI. AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Dude, get a name for your business.
Reports.
This program has been pre-recorded.
Hello.
Hi.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, recording
Yo.
wherever you may be across the nation, around the world, I'm George Norton. This is Coast to
Okay,
Coast.
talk to me. What do you want to say?
Coming to the 63rd anniversary to Dale and Nancy of Kansas City. Congratulations tonight, Children of Angels, how to connect with your angelic realm. Here's what's happening. Former President Donald Trump tonight accepted his party's nomination to run for president and gave a major speech since the Saturday attempt on his life. The crowd gave him many standing ovations. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is taking calls to step aside as the Democratic presidential candidate seriously now. Multiple Democratic officials think it actually is just a matter of time, according to sources.
What is the name of your business?
Facing increased pressure from heavy rates in his party, given the matter of fact, former President
Okay, then go do what you need to do. But when you have more time, come here.
President Biden's path to victory has greatly diminished. He thinks the president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy, according to multiple people briefed on this.
Cool.
As the youth mental health crisis persists in the United States,
Great.
a new report highlights a significant gap between the level of support that teenagers feel and the amount that parents think their children have. Christian Wild from myheartbook.com is with us here. Christian, this is quite a story.
It is quite a story. I wasn't aware of the
Okay, come back when you can.
Spend the money and the time to pursue certain factors that you and I probably would never know about. Now, only about a quarter.
Okay, come back whenever you can.
They always get the social and emotional support.
Okay. Peace. Take care. Enjoy yourself, big dog.
This is according to the report published Thursday.
India's cool, dude. I like India.
George, there has to be a healthy balance in all of this. The amount of money that gets spent on these trials and studies are out for something. Well, in this case, the findings were based on nationally representative surveys of nearly 1,200 children ages 12 to 17 and their parents in 21 and 2022. Parents responded to the survey questions from trained interviewers, and according to the authors, George, they
Yo, dog.
systematic basis.
Dog, just, you can chill here whenever you want. It's a place to hang out.
Higher levels of social and emotional support compared with the teenager's perception. And in doing so, they may underestimate their teenagers' perceived need for social and emotional support. The study authors wrote, according to Dr. Jeffrey Arnett, a psychological psychologist and senior researcher at Clark University, who asked teens are often thinking about their feelings along with the identity and place in the world. Where do they belong? But they might not want to share these feelings with their parents. There you have it, and I hope it's worth money.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christian. Christian's website, myheartbook.com. Lou Dobbs, the veteran broadcaster who made his name on CNN and then Fox Business as an icon of financial news, has passed away at the age of 78. Great broadcaster. Comedian and sitcom legend Bob Newhart has died at the age of 94. Newhart passed away from natural causes following a series of short illnesses in his home in L.A. The comedian was surrounded by his family. The actor was known for his hit sitcom, The Bob Newhart Show, in the 70s.
Okay, all right, United 209. Yeah, we have radar contact. You're looking very good. Okay, Pan American 715. You haven't seen United 209 up there anywhere, have you?
It's a big plane. It's one of those 4-engine jobs. It got United on the side. You can't miss it. Well, if you see him, would you tell him to call in? Yeah. 7:15, we're pretty jammed up here. I'm going to have to put you in the holding pattern. How's your visibility? Yeah, look off to your left about 3 miles over San Bernardino. Did you see all the planes? Just take a place anywhere there you can find it. We'll call you back as soon as we have an opening. No, don't call us. We'll call you.
Newhart went on to have 2 additional shows named after him, Newhart and Mom. He's quite a guy. Here's Kevin Randall, another guy who's been just spectacular in his career with his latest UFO report. How do you do, Kevin?
Well, thank you, George. That was very nice of you.
You deserve it.
Well, thank you. There are a few classic cases that keep providing new information that underscores their importance, such as the abduction of Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker from Pascagoula, Mississippi in October 1973. You can learn more about this case and the UFO wave of sightings in my book, cleverly called 1973. Just David Mahler was reviewing the APRO files that he had acquired. These files had been in the hands of the Lorenzen children who were attempting to protect the legacy left by Jim and Cora Lorenzen. Although researchers had reached out to the Lorenzen children, they had held out for the right circumstances. Mahler's project, the creation of a digital library called the National UFO Historical Record,
Dog, I don't know what you're saying. You can hang out here all you want, though. What's the name of your business? What is it? Okay.
Reaction to their tale, given the timing of some of those recordings, as well as the initial reports and interviews, this discovery adds additional credibility to that case. Mueller's goal is to create a repository of UFO cases and be searched online by those interested in learning more about the case and when the
Dog, I don't know what paper means.
Mueller has also expressed an interest in triangular shaped
I just saw your profile.
There are now many reports of triangular crafts, such as the one from April 4th of this year near Seagoville, Texas. The witness had stepped outside at sunset and spotted the triangle over the scrapyard next door. The witness said the UFO was close to 100 feet to him and was only about 75 feet of altitude. There were bright white lights in all 3 corners, and there was a
Can I please get this photo? I am legally not
lying edge that looked about 10 to 12 feet running
across
the ground. But the back edge looked almost metallic, suggesting was hovering with no noise. After a couple of minutes, the triangle slowly entered a dark
cloud. It's following so much Indian people and Bangladesh people and Pakistan people.
Come out the other side, but it never did.
And
Light in the scrapyard helped to illuminate the surroundings, as well as 3 lights shining down from the craft.
I'm getting an edit from Instagram, only 1 YouTube.
He worked offshore in the oil field in the Gulf of Mexico on a utility vessel and lived at Eastwood Air Force Base in Mississippi, which is one of the reasons I mentioned this case. Hickson and Parker were taken to Eastwood Air Force Base the day after their abduction, and I'm not suggesting a connection between this case and the Hickson Parker abduction, just a coincidence of location. The witness said the craft was not made by a human. He said it was surreal and baffling all at the same time. Keeping with the triangle sighting is one from Florida on June 22nd of this year. Saw a triangle.
I just saw your YouTube, Instagram.
40,000 feet as it hovered.
Watch your reels.
Use the cell phone to take a photograph of the object, and you can accept
You have good content, but you don't have any support.
Reporting Center website to see that picture. According to the witness, several other workers also saw the UFO. They all went back inside because they had work to do.
Yo.
When they returned, the UFO was gone and had been in sight for about 20 minutes. That's what
I just send you my paper. Can you send me some?
We'll talk to you next week.
No.
Researchers in Saudi Arabia have made an exciting discovery. They dug up 8 7,000-year-old stone circles in Saudi Arabia. The stone circles were found in a lava field in the northwestern part of that country. It's believed that they were once used as homes. Aerial surveys are finding even more. In a moment, Mark Carlotto back with us on Coast to Coast as we will talk about archaeological sites and what they mean to all of us next on Coast to Coast.
Yeah, we're gonna watch a podcast. You can watch it if you want.
I think it kind of makes sense, and then it doesn't. Just like the UFO thing, and just like everything about human beings, I think there's a lot going on simultaneously.
That's why I want that hour-long plug-in. I don't want eternal life. You know how long that is? I mean, come on. I just want.
You might have it no matter what.
I just want to know, and then that's it.
If you're living a new life every time you wake up, you might get eternal life whether you like it or not. That's what some people believe. They believe that there's some religions that believe you will do this life over and over and over again until you get it right.
Well, I've got some work to do.
Hey, we all do.
Yeah. I'm going to get a couple extra
But guess what? If you get it all right, you're not going to get stand-up comedy. You know, that's the problem. We are almost dooming ourselves to repeat over and over and over again. Because to do our job correctly, you have to step out of line. And you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah, it's comedy is pretty. Who's the Jeff Dunham?
Mm-hmm.
You remember him?
Yeah, sure.
So I was opening for him in Miami, and I just remember this because this is my ultimate egg cracking. The crowd hated me for 30 minutes. Oof. And so at the end of it all, I took my shoe off and I put my sock on my hand, and I go, "Is this what you guys wanted?" And I started doing that. Fucking boo! And then Dunham comes back and he goes, "This isn't going to work this week." And I was like, "I didn't think so. I'm sorry, but fuck." And I was just so pissed.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You mocked the people that wanted the puppet. Yeah.
Yeah, they were not thrilled.
That happens, though, if you bring somebody on the road, you know, and you're a big act, like a puppet act, like a very specific kind of act. Like, they're like, they don't want to hear, like, your observations about your relationship. Shut up.
No. I used to open for John Panette, and I was in really good shape. And people fucking hated it. I mean, they used to have to pull seats out of his rooms. Like, if it was a 380 cap, they'd have to bring it down to 350 to make room
for him to move through the aisle.
Well, for his fans.
Oh, God.
Because they would bring him full cheesecakes from the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they hated
killing him. Oh, he was funny, man. When I started in 1988, he was an established professional. And I remember I saw him one night at Nick's Comedy Stop, and he was fucking killing. Yeah. He had this bit about going to a Chinese buffet. You know that bit?
You've been here for an hour.
Yeah. Get your mouth. It was such a good bit, and he would crush. He was one of those guys, too, that he had the advantage of looking funny. Because he was just such a round, big, smiley, jolly, fat guy. That, like, you smiled when you saw him. Like, this guy's going to be fun.
He's the most generous guy I ever met.
Really?
I had 2 kids living in Minnesota, and he goes, "I like you, so I'm going to match what the club pays you, and I'm going to pay for part of your plane ticket."
Oh,
and I don't think I would have been able to keep doing comedy without him.
Oh, that's very sweet.
And now if you look up that Chinese bit, they've cut, you know how for clips you have to cut laughter? Mm-hmm. He just looks really racist. Because they've cut all the laughter out.
Oh, no.
So it's just him, like, doing the accent.
Why did they cut the laughter out?
I think to make it the right time or something. I don't know. But
don't do that.
It's fucking
don't
brutal.
Do that. Oh, no.
Because that bit used to kill.
Oh, my God, did it kill. Yeah, I saw him do that bit in Boston. I was like, oh, my God, he's a monster. And when you see something like that when you're, 21, you've been doing comedy for 4 months, you're like, what? Yeah. But there were so many guys like that in Boston at that time that were just murderers. They were so fast-paced. And their punchlines would be bang, bang, bang. They had so much energy on stage. Yeah. It was a crazy time.
Like you're saying, you have to in Boston. Because people don't want that downtime.
Yeah, well, I think that's the case with all cold environments. All like I said, New York was a lot like that. Places where people are fucking dealing with some shit. They don't have time for your nonsense. Yeah. You can't be out there. But although you can do a lot of that now in New York, you can get away with a lot of nonsense in the right rooms.
Yeah, I think so.
They want nonsense.
Yeah, they want you to sit and pontificate for a minute before you actually say something else.
Yeah, they want you to put social justice ahead of your laughter. have to do that? Like, what if I just tell a joke? What if I just say things I think are funny? Is that okay too? Do you have to mean what I'm saying?
Yeah, instead, how about don't laugh when you don't think it's funny?
Yeah.
Don't throw a fit. Just don't laugh. Yeah. I'll know. And
Also,
then laugh when it is.
Some guys have to find their audience, and then once they find their audience, then the people go for them for that kind of comedy. Like that was the case with Mitch Hedberg. That's the case right now with William Montgomery. Like William Montgomery, I don't know if you know him.
Oh, can I tell you?
Yeah.
I did Kill Tony last night for the first time. I didn't know anything about this guy, and he just fucking screamed in my face. I thought he was going to punch me in the face. So I'm sitting there watching this guy, and I'm just like, there's cameras on me. What happens if he hits me? I'm just going to have to sit here.
So you thought he was a real maniac?
Oh, I thought he was insane.
Oh, he's so funny. When you see him do stand-up, you get it. Like when you see when people become a fan of his, because he's got a huge following now because he killed Tony. And then when you go see him live, like the Black Keys came, they did my podcast, and they were going to come to the club afterwards. And they said, "Dude, can William Montgomery come? Is he going to be on stage?" I go, "I'll make sure he's there. I'll call him up." So he wasn't even scheduled to be on the show. I called him up. I go, "William, Black Keys want to see you." So he went up there with like full confidence in front of a crowd who knew who he was, and he fucking murders. But I used to see him years ago, and people just didn't know what to make of him.
Yeah.
He was just starting out, and he was so crazy. He seemed so unhinged. But then off stage, like, super nice guy. Like, hey, man, yeah. Did you meet him off stage?
Yeah, he came over.
Nice to meet you.
And I was like, are you fucking with me right now? Because I go, you're screaming at me in there, and now you're like the nicest person.
He's a sweetheart. Super, super, super nice guy.
They seem to be nice.
But that's the kind of guy that has to find his audience.
Yeah, and you mentioned Hedberg. I mean,
yeah.
you watch the old clips?
Mm-hmm.
He used to eat shit, man.
He ate shit a lot. There was a famous story about a club that booked him and the guy before him. Was like this really high energy guy. I think the guy actually did like a backflip on stage, like something nutty, like to close his set out, and like super high energy. That was the middle act, and it was like all that hack bullshit. And then Hedberg went on after him. It was bombing, and so he got fucked over. Or like they gave him the middle pay, even though he's headlining. And they made the other guy headline, and he's like, "I got a contract." They're like, "Fuck you, you bombed." It was like it was like a war with other comedians. Stanhope chimed in. It was like a lot of shit going on. But that was a guy that once people knew what they would go to see him, and he would murder.
Yeah.
All non sequiturs, which always killed me.
Yeah.
It's like I was like, how does he even remember all of them?
No shit. I started in Minneapolis.
Turns out heroin.
Yeah.
It's fucking really good. It helps you remember everything, I guess.
I started in Minneapolis, went to Grand Forks, North Dakota, to do audition for this house MC spot. And Hedberg, it was right after he did Montreal and got his big deal. So I got to watch him the first time he's coming off that deal, confident in his prime. I mean, nobody killed harder.
He was so good. But he was also so unique, and you wanted to see that kind of comedy from him. You know, like you wanted it. He put you into this mindset. Like, someone asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said no, but I want a regular banana later, so yes.
Yeah.
It's just such a weird cadence. Just such a silly, unique cadence. And how to find his audience.
Yeah, and you knew when he was in town a couple weeks before you, because all the young guys in that town would be laughing like him, talking like him a little bit.
Yeah, David tells the worst with that. Yeah, people start talking like a child. Like it becomes so contagious because he's so good and he's so infectious. Like it's like whatever he's doing is like you're infected with his cadences, his timing, especially when you're young.
Yeah,
you starting out.
Hedberg got so famous, and I was so young and impressionable that we were out eating one time, and he has a joke about, you know what my friend said? You know what I like? Mashed potatoes. Come on, man, you got to give me time to guess. That's a joke. And I was the mashed potatoes guy, and I used it as a fucking intro because everybody knew who Hedberg was. So when I didn't have any credits, I was like, hey, I'm part of his act.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's you. That's funny. Yeah. He's another one we lost.
Yep. That's been a long time, too. Doesn't even seem like it. That's the one thing about losing comics is you can see them still online. You can watch them and all this shit, so they're kind of there forever.
I see Norm clips every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Some new funny Norm clip. Yeah.
I just saw a Norm clip of when he was on SNL about Madonna having a baby. And he goes, Madonna just had a baby, 7 pounds 6 ounces, which makes it the 4th largest object to pass through her vagina. He was just fucking fearless, man.
Yeah, he was a wild fella. Such a fun guy. Yeah, and the way he died is pretty gangster. Had cancer, didn't tell anybody.
Yeah,
just went up to Canada to die.
Yeah.
So yeah,
going into the woods.
Didn't tell anybody, which is crazy. Even his best friends. Like I'm friends with his literal best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know till it was over.
Yeah.
They were making plans. To do stuff. Yeah.
Well, I suppose he didn't know how long, probably.
I guess. Yeah. I believe he had pancreatic cancer, which is a really, really rough one. Is that the one he had? It kills a lot of people.
I think they just found something with a protein that causes it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking like it's the big killer.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're talking maybe they figured one of them out.
Yeah, I saw that. I hope that's true. Leukemia. Oh, it was Hicks. Hicks had pancreatic cancer. Yeah. That's a rough one. Yeah. Here's another one. Imagine that guy was still alive. I mean, he died. He's like 35, something like that. He was young.
Yeah. And he had such a body of work.
I don't even think he was 35.
And you go see.
Now I'm thinking about it. I think Hicks was like 32 or 33 when he died.
That's unbelievable. I think about what I was doing. 32.
32. Nuts. And it changed everybody's comedy. Everybody's like, Jesus. They all wanted to be like Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that the back green room of the Punchline, Atlanta, Georgia, somebody wrote in the green room, "Quit trying to be Hicks." It's like, yeah, every time I go there, like, yes. So many people wanted to be like him. Even Richard Jennings said that to me. He saw him and he said, every time I see him, like, God, I should be doing more stuff like that. Like, it was so profound for the time. Like, to have a guy talking like that, the way he's explaining things as well as making them funny, it was so different.
But if you're Richard Jennings and you want to be in movies, being Bill Hicks isn't the way to get there.
Nah, it's just that thing that hits you when you watch someone. Like, fuck. Yeah. That feeling of, God, I want to be doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But he wasn't that guy. Like, he was just a silly joke after joke after joke guy, which was amazing. Yeah. But for whatever reason, we put so much weight on profundity.
Well, yeah, people that are making a point, socially relevant.
Mm-hmm.
You think, I don't want to tell these fucking stories anymore.
Right. Especially if you can do it, you can make a point, and it's very funny. Yeah. Like, it's an undeniable. Burr's great at that. Makes an undeniable point that's very funny. Yeah. That's the fun part.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah. The fun part. Well, listen, man, it's been great to get to know you, talk to you.
Well, thanks for having me in.
My pleasure.
Pava.
It was a lot of fun.
Dog. What's the name of your business? That's your name. What's the name of your business? So you, like I said, go to ChatGPT and ask it for 50 business usernames. Go get one of those that it gives you, and then go create. All that is free, dog. Everything I'm telling you is free. Pardon me? What? United States? Dude, it doesn't matter. Do I know where the Ganges is? The river? Dog, I can't hear you. But here's what I can tell you. You need a business name. Get it. Go to ChatGPT, get a business name, and then create user accounts with it. And you'll be able to get some business. You'll be able to pay your $800.
President, Disney has removed one of the country bear jamboree animatronic bears at Disney World over beers that might be offensive to alcoholics.
I don't know. Just, I tried to help you, Doc. If you need help, get a business name, go to Fiverr, and tell people that you'll do stuff for them.
70 for Woodland Hills and 69 degrees in Claremont. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
I hope that helps. Joe Rogan, everyone.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta imagine. But Ari's like Ari Matty, who we were talking about. Yeah. Who is very, very funny. Is such a joyful guy.
Silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how did he come out of there?
Well, I think he's just happy to be out of it.
Like, he just turned him. It turned him into who he is now.
Yeah. It's like in The Great Escape when he sees sunlight and all he can do is smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting when you see someone who's really talented that comes out of a place that doesn't have any history of it.
Yeah.
You know,
well, they're going to create their own culture there. So they got to figure out how to do stand-up. And I think that Ari can do stand-up in like 3 different languages.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is Estonian? What do they speak?
I think Estonian.
Oh, they have their own language?
I think so.
But they've only been a country since 94.
Right. Well, so they were a country, and then Russia came in, and they weren't a country, and then Russia left, and then they were a country, and then Russia came back, I think, and then they were a country after that. So they just have this like history of having a boot on their neck for years and years. So I think he can do Estonian, and I think he can do Russian and English.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he can like kill you with his bare hands. He looks great with his shirt off.
Yeah, he was a MMA fighter.
Yeah.
He had 3 fights.
And he's fighting Estonians. They're scary people.
That's how you go 0-3. Yeah. Like, you're too nice. You're too nice to be in that game.
Yeah, quit doing act outs.
Yeah, he was with a legit gym too. Legit gym. It was a straight class gym. That's Conor McGregor's gym.
Whoa.
He's an affiliate of that.
Yeah, he's legit.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. I signed his like visa letter.
Oh yeah.
Him and James McCann. I'm both on them. So if either of them fuck up, I'm gonna be in big trouble.
I don't know McCann.
James McCann is Shane's boy from Australia.
Oh, I do. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I do know him. That's right. There's so many fucking names now. I've met more people in the last year and a half since the club's been open than I have probably ever in my life. I try to keep an eye and pay attention to all these new faces and new comics.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's pretty amazing.
Well, you make yourself available to them too, which is cool. I admire that about you. Because you could just like be a man in a tower and like, do this thing. But no, you're like out there.
No, I'm one of us. Yeah. You know, that's the only reason why the club works.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you can't. That would be gross. I have very little say in how things even go on. I hired good people, and I said, let's just make sure that we have some core tenets, in terms of like the pay structure. It's like entirely, opposite of most clubs.
Yeah.
The money goes to comics.
Yes.
Which it should. Like, if you're a comic and you don't have it set up like that, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know.
Well, we always knew we were getting robbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now
and we were like, hey, thank you for robbing me. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm a club owner now, so I'm like, I know we were getting robbed, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have it. It's funny how many club owners get mad at it.
Oh, dude, I mean, I'm finally selling tickets now after, fighting it out for, 20 years. And the independent clubs will give you every penny that they can give to you, whereas, the corporate-owned clubs are, they have the exact spreadsheet.
Oh, they're brutal.
Yeah.
They're so brutal. They're so brutal. This is I don't want to say who it was. Oh my god, I just got a hot sauce in my eye.
Oh no.
Fucked up. I was eating something with ghost peppers today and I forgot I had it on my hand and I just wiped my eye.
At least you didn't touch your dick.
Wow. I did touch my dick.
That's the worst.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
I've done it. Oh, I did a jalapeno and then I touched my dick and then my wife came home and I had the tip of my penis in a saucer of milk. She was like, what are you up to? I'm just crying with my dick and cream.
That's like that old Eddie Murphy bit about putting aftershave on his balls.
Oh, yeah.
Clear eyes if you think that'll help at all. Yeah, throw that away. God damn it.
Capsaicin's a hell of a drug, man.
Ghost pepper, baby.
That'll wake you up.
God.
It's like those smelling salts you have in the green room.
Oh, yeah.
I fucked around.
Bro.
Dude, I dipped my toes into those waters, and I think
the ones we have in the green room are bullshit compared to these.
Hey, I'll take your word for it.
No, come on, bro. You gotta take one.
I'll blast one.
One blast. Chuck that sucker this way. Maybe that'll clear up my eyes.
It's gonna clear up something. You psycho.
Definitely gonna forget about your
Oh my god.
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I went too deep too. Oh, I felt it in my lungs.
Oh, it gets. Oh man, it really hits like the reptile part of your brain.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh, I can't believe I did that.
Let's podcast.
Let's fucking go.
I'm gonna go fight Bruce. I'll be right back. I did it to impress Ron White in the green room, and he just laughed. You idiot. You idiot.
Yeah. He's full of shit. He's done it too. Ron's taking quite a few hits, but none of these guys know about that one. That's the real one.
Yeah,
that's Juju Mufu, this bodybuilder dude. He's got this brand that sells them. It's called That's the real one. That one is above and beyond anything I've ever tried. It's like multiple magnitudes.
Are there individual like capsules in here you're supposed to break?
What the fuck's in there?
Oh my god, this looks like crystal meth.
Yeah, it's just rocks and ammonia. My right nostril's still on fire. No, we're good. That's what Joey did. He's like, I gotta clean up my left one. I cleaned with the left one too.
You've had a lot of stuff up that nose.
Yeah, I'm amazed he can smell anything. I'm amazed he doesn't have holes in that thing. Whew. Yeah.
Well, yeah, thank you for having me back.
My pleasure, brother. Yeah, my pleasure. So what's the road been like? You're all over the place, man. I follow you on Instagram. Yeah. You're in all these crazy countries, and did you just decide to like see the world? Like, is that what the plan was?
Stand-up's a pretty good cheat code to travel and experience the authentic version of a place, because you get to hang out with people from that place while you're there that weekend.
Right.
So yeah, I did like every state in America by the time I was like 30, and then was like, well, maybe I'll go abroad. And stand-up's so new in the rest of the world that it's like you feel like you're in the ground floor of like, all I can really approximate it to is like the early days of like hardcore, like punk rock, when like Black Flag and Minutemen were out there.
Right.
And I feel like I'm doing shows like that when I go to Estonia or Bratislava.
Right.
Yeah. And everyone's so happy to have you.
Was there any place that like was really fun, where like they laughed really loud and they got the jokes, or was it every place like a little disjointed?
It's different, because some of those, the more east you go into Europe, the more they watch it like theater. But I remember I was in Hungary, in Budapest, and that show was awesome. And it shouldn't have been. Like, the host went up and ate it, and he was getting all sweaty up there, and he had to like take off his sweatshirt because he was bombing so hard. God bless him, you know. But he comes off stage and he brings me on, and he's like, "It's hot up there, bro." And then I went out there and I was, just made fun of him, and the crowd was like, "Very good," And then I killed over there, man.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't think it was going to be good because they were all stern-faced Europeans. You don't walk out there and like see like people who look like they smiled before, but I got him.
I took Hinchcliffe to Stockholm once.
Yeah, Stockholm's fun.
Yeah, I had a great time, but he had never been to Europe before, and I had performed in Ireland, I had performed in England, I had performed in a bunch of different places, and we did 2 shows, and the first show he's like, "Dude, they did not like me." I go, "You got laughs." He goes, "Yeah, but then they died off." I go, no, that's what they do here.
Yeah.
They pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they pay attention in between each joke.
Yeah. Yeah,
like, they don't just keep laughing and talking and making noise. Like,
they're also not eating hot wings.
Right.
Yeah. No one's like arguing about splitting the check or anything.
That was another thing that I made sure with the club. No food.
Yeah.
It's food. We're connected to 2 restaurants.
Right.
There's a restaurant, pizza place to the left, Mexican place to the right.
Yeah.
We're good.
Everyone's fine.
Yeah. You don't have to eat. You can take an hour and a half or 2 hours out of your day and not eat.
You guys also don't have to worry about being like an Applebee's where there's occasionally comedy,
right,
which is a lot of these clubs out there. Not a lot of them, but they still exist. That model of like, hey, the host, by the way, when you do everyone's birthdays, after that, make sure you plug the the queso dip.
Yeah, try the wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of those.
Oh, me too.
But those are important for learning how to captivate someone's attention span.
Yeah.
For a comic, it's like learning how to run uphill.
If you can't compete with a quesadilla, you should probably hang it up.
It's just, it's a good way to maximize profit, but it's not a good way to put on a show.
No.
When I see comedy clubs and they have food, I'm like, why do you have food? This is a dumb thing. Also, when we got the Ritz, when we first looked at the place, it had a kitchen. Mitzi's Bar used to be a kitchen for the Alamo Draft House.
Yeah.
So we went in, there's fucking roaches like cell phones running around there.
Jesus.
And I was like, okay, this is what happens when you have food. Like,
yeah.
You roaches in your kitchen. Like, we can't have
You got
roaches. Like,
India, indica,
Yeah.
sativa.
I thought you guys were going to put it in a
Cody.
pizza place.
Damn,
when I
girl.
first toured it with you way back in the day, you were talking about
we're talking about doing next door.
next door.
Yeah, where
Okay.
Rapolo's Pizza is.
Yeah.
We're talking about doing that, but they don't want to leave.
Okay, I mean, they're printing money right there.
Now they are.
Yeah, you guys raising property values in the neighborhood.
Fucked up. I should have bought it first. Yeah, I should have bought it when everybody was dying during the middle of the pandemic when everything was fucked. But no, we could never imagine it was going to work as good as it worked. The whole plan was like to just see what happens and build. But like from the opening night, it was just guns blazing.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dave Chappelle came like a couple of days after we opened, and he's the first guy that ever performed. Well, actually, Shane opened for him. So Shane was the first guy that ever performed in the Little Room.
Wow.
And then Dave did a set there, and we did that one. I just sold it off of Twitter. I said we're having a special intimate show tonight at 11:30, and it sold out. No one had any idea who it was. And then when they found out it was Dave, it was fucking pandemonium.
That was in Little Boy?
That was in the Little Boy,
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
So he did the first set in the big room, and he did a set after me. So they had no idea then either. And again, the club had just opened, and everybody's cheering. I'm like, thank you. Actually, the show's not over. We got one more comedian, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest of all time. Please welcome my friend Dave Chappelle. And he goes outstairs, and they just went fucking bananas.
People's heads exploded.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, they liquefied.
It was awesome. So we like from the beginning, it was guns blazing. Then so many people started moving here. And I'm like, wow, okay. And then now we're at a point where I'm like, I think we need another club.
Yeah, carrying capacity might have been reached over there.
It's mobbed every night.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I feel like we could get a club like down the street and, have an A and a B club, and just, it's all for all these young people. It's all about numbers. Like how many you need. Obviously you need to analyze your material. You need to write, but it's about getting on stage. That's one of the primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like you have to go on stage a lot.
Volume.
Yeah. And in a good environment.
Mm-hmm.
You need the bad environments too. You need shitty.
And you're going to get plenty of those.
There's a lot of that around here.
I mean, God, I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club, but the AC was broken.
Oh, no.
So it's just like, and they were packed shows.
Oh,
and
no.
people were just in there, like dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room.
Yeah.
And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window.
Dude, the Creek in the Cave was like that when we first moved here.
Mm-hmm.
They had no AC. The AC was garbage. And you'd be drenched with sweat on stage, like soaked t-shirt.
Yeah. And now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. I mean, like Letterman always used to have his room like super, super cold. Like the idea is that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake.
You should just put these at every table, man. Make it mandatory when they sit down.
We have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Most people like do not want that.
Do you guys do check drop? I don't remember.
No.
That's the easiest thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop.
Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing that we had to do it. And it was a different person running things.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, we don't. Like other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's going to take more time. Then it takes more time.
And the show's better.
Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is like the best show we can put on.
Right.
That's what we're selling.
Yeah.
I'm not selling a check drop.
No.
So like you'd be on stage in the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd hear all this mumbling and I don't know that.
Mm-hmm. One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" And I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?
Yeah, the Denver Improv.
I've never been to that one.
Of course not.
Comedy Works is so good, though.
Dude, the Improv came and they said, Wendy, you've had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has 2 A clubs and for improv.
No. So, like, you'd be on stage, but we could put on.
Right.
That's what we're selling.
Yeah.
I'm not selling a check drop.
No.
So, like, you'd be on stage in the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd hear this mumbling and I don't know that.
Mm-hmm. One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" And I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back.
Hear this. It's important. Well, drop.
He's at every.
Always used to
50 degrees in that.
Dave was like,
be in that
equation. Like, you have to go on primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like you have to go on stage a lot.
Volume.
Yeah. And in a good environment.
Mm-hmm.
You need the bad environments too. You need shitty.
And you're going to get plenty of those.
There's a lot of that around here.
I mean, God, I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club, but the AC was broken.
Oh, no.
So it's just like, and they were packed shows.
Oh,
and people were just in there, like, dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room.
Yeah.
And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window.
Dude, the Creek in the Cave was like that when I first moved here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no AC. The AC was garbage. And you'd be drenched with sweat on stage, like soaked t-shirt.
Yeah. And now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. I mean, like Letterman always used to have his room like super, super cold. You know, like the idea is that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake.
You should just put these at every table, man. Make it mandatory when they sit down.
We have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Most people like do not want that.
Do you guys do check drop? I don't remember.
No.
That's the easiest thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop.
Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing that we had to do it. And it was a different person running things.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, we don't. Like other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's going to take more time. Then it takes more time.
And the show's better.
Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is like the best show we can put on.
Right.
That's what we're selling.
Yeah.
We're not selling a check drop.
No.
So like you'd be on stage in the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd hear all this mumbling and
mm-hmm. One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" And I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?
Yeah, the Denver Improv.
I've never been to that one.
Of course not.
The Comedy Works is so good, though.
Dude, the Improv came and they said, Wendy, you've had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has 2 A clubs and the Improv's out there, like, barely surviving across from, like, a Toby Keith's I Love This Bar.
What I was going to say is there was a club that I, like, when Fear Factor had ended, they decided that I wasn't, even though I'd sold out like every show for like every time I had been there for years, they decided that I wasn't a draw anymore. So they tried to decrease my amount by 25%. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, we don't think you're a draw anymore. I go, but I sold out a year ago when I was here. Like, what are you saying? And so I didn't work for them for like a year and a half. It's one of those big clubs, big companies that has a lot of clubs.
Yeah.
You know what
I think I know what you're saying.
For like more than a year and a half. I think it was like 2 years that I didn't work for them. I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And then when everything was like really going great for me, then they finally came back and gave me great deals. But I'm like, you guys are retarded. Like, this is so stupid.
What are you doing?
Why are you doing that to me?
I'm keeping the lights on around here.
Like, how many national headliners do you guys legitimately have?
Right.
And you're going to alienate one of them just because you think you can make 25% more money?
Yeah, and you're going to sell out every ticket. They're not papering the room for
Dude,
Joe
it was sold out in advance already, like to the point where I was already having to like tell them I don't want to do radio. Like, I don't have to do fucking radio if it's already sold out. Like, we have a relationship with the radio station and they like it when you come in. I'm like, I don't like it when I come in. I don't want to wake up at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning on Friday.
No. When I'm the least funny I've ever been at 6 a.m.
And then I have to go back to sleep and wake up for the show. I'm all disoriented and fucked up.
Makes the shows worse.
Terrible.
I'm on there selling a product that is going to be impaired because I'm on this radio show.
Also, like, this is around 2007, and by that time, the ship had already sailed with radio. It was kind of already gone. It was then becoming more internet-based promotion.
Right.
And then by time, I mean, I guess now some people still have to do radio shows. And I talk to these guys, and some of them like go on stage, hey, how many people heard me on the radio today? Like, crickets. It's like a waste of your time.
It's a total waste, but I think that it is like built into whatever relationship the radio station has with the club. And just quite recently, I've had to not do radio any longer, and it feels good.
It is nice.
Well, dude, Kill Tony is a fucking kingmaker.
Dude.
I had no idea.
Isn't it incredible?
I was in Bratislava. There's people in Kill Tony t-shirts.
It's nuts,
mental.
Man. Yeah. It's nuts. Have you been to one of the arena shows?
No, I haven't.
Holy shit. Yeah. That's when you realize. Yeah. When you go to an arena show and they all sing along with like the Hans Kim song, and they all know like everybody's like thing, and when William Montgomery comes out, they fucking go crazy and stand up. We like the Black Keys are huge Kill Tony fans,
Yeah.
and they love William Montgomery. So when they were in town, they were doing my podcast. They were like, "Yo, can we see William tonight?" So I called William. I'm like, "Dude, the Black Keys love you. They want to see." He's like, "Wow,
Oh,
that's
hell.
amazing. Oh yeah,
That's so positive, Joe.
I'd love to do a set.
That'd be great. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Black Keys. Ooh. Yeah, he's like a caricature of a human being.
But that's really him.
Yeah.
Have you ever hugged him?
He started in Denver.
Oh,
So I've known William
you've known him
forever.
forever.
Yeah.
His hugs are like he might stab you. Like he's hugging you, like he's thinking about stabbing you, but he's controlling himself. Like, what kind of a hug is this, man? It's the most intense hug.
He's like shaking. It's like you're calming a baby deer. Yeah. Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah. When I met him first, he was like full on alcohol, doing coke and everything.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this guy's wild. I don't know if he's gonna make it. But then when he came here, he had sobered up by the time he moved to Austin. And then once we got him off the notes, it's like, man, the guy just flourished.
Mm-hmm.
He just became this thing.
He's present now. On
Yes.
stage. Yeah.
So he would have the notes, and then he would do Kill Tony. And when he would do Kill Tony, he would read off the notes. But then with the banter, the notes would be down. Then he'd start looking at the audience and like with a menacing way, looking at certain people and fucking yelling at them. I go, that's your key. That's your whole set. I'm like, this notes thing is a crutch.
Yeah.
You know the jokes. Just remember them. And you'll get better at remembering them.
And also now that you're not polluting your brain with booze and cocaine.
Yeah, your memory's better.
Right.
There you go, buddy.
He used to do this bit in Denver where he had a neck brace on, but he would like wear it at all times to open mics. And it was going well, and then another comedian started doing a neck brace thing.
No way.
Yeah, dude.
Imagine stealing a disability joke.
It was crazy. I remember being at Comedy Works on a Tuesday and being like, she's doing the neck brace thing? And
Was it a
William's
girl?
like, she's nice. Yeah, it was a girl.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
Should she actually have something wrong with her neck, which would be ironic? Like,
I
she
don't-
had to do the neck brace
I don't
thing?
think she did.
Oh my God, she faked it.
I don't want to say she faked it, but I don't think it was as necessary as she made it out to be.
That's a weird one, man.
Uh-huh.
You know what's weird? People that wear glasses that don't have vision problems.
I hate them. They're stealing valor.
I was thinking about that with you. Yeah? Because you have to have them.
I am so blind without these.
What is it with people with clear lenses? Like, what is that about?
It shapes their face, is what they say. It's an accessory. So they'll have like a big fat face, so they'll wear big glasses, or they have like a mouse face, so they wear little glasses. But I really don't trust those people.
Very odd.
Yeah.
It's a very odd choice.
It's like having a prosthetic leg attached when you have both your feet.
Yeah, I met a guy, and he had those on. He was a comic. And I go, why do you wear those? And he goes, girls think you're smarter. I go, really?
Yeah, the dumbest girls.
Who are these girls?
Yeah.
They think you're smarter because you can't see good.
Yeah, if the glasses are doing it, just shake keys at one of them. That'll probably work too.
Well, I guess the stereotype at one point in time was that you ruined your eyes by spending too much time looking at a close surface, a close object, which is what happens. Which is why cell phones are very bad for your eyes.
So bad for us.
So, like, the idea was, this guy reads so much.
I see.
That his eyes suck.
He crippled his eyes with his lust for knowledge.
Okay, so answer me this question. Why do I think it's hot when I see girls in glasses? Because I do.
I do too, man.
Why?
Because they do this.
Oh, that's right. They take the glasses off.
They flick their hair back
before they...
That chick is the best.
Bro, first of all, I just saw an interview with her.
Yeah.
She got on stage at the Zach Bryan show, and she sang with him. You know, at the end, he sings Revival, and he has people come on stage and sing with him. It's a great fucking show. He puts on an amazing show. So he brought her out there, and she yells out, "Hot to the whole crowd. They're like, who the fuck would have ever thought that would have happened?
I don't know. She just looks like the classic, like, American 8.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a chance with her, and she seems fun, and she loves sucking dick. It's like, of course.
Great personality.
Of course she captured the zeitgeist.
Yeah. It's just funny. You know, like, even the way she says it. You get me?
Yeah.
Like the way she says it.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, we get you.
Communicating.
She's only 21. I was watching an interview with her. She's only 21. She wasn't a school teacher. All that shit that people say. She got fired. Nope. She's too young to be a teacher. She's 21. And, you know, she wasn't a bartender. All that stuff's bullshit. She's just a young girl who was just on the streets in it was Nashville? Nashville, I think so. And just went viral. Yeah. And the most weird, but I love that we live in a time where that happens. It's such a strange time.
I'm sure she'll be stealing club weekends from me in no time.
Here's something that should go viral. Jamie, pull up that guy that I tweeted, because people think I was making fun of this guy, which I kind of am, but also it is a catchy tune. You know, there's a lot of people. Let me just say this. There's a lot of people that I feel lean into certain things because they think it's marketable. You know, like when that Sam Smith guy dresses up like Satan. Start that from the beginning, please. This fucking guy is on stage at a pride thing. But here's what's important.
How'd you get this footage of me, Joe?
I have eyes everywhere. Here's what's important. The fucking dude is talented. Yeah, it's ridiculous that he's got a G-string on and he's fat and he's wearing a biker helmet on and he's got queer tattooed across his belly. But listen to him rap. Listen to this. How come it's not playing through?
Damn. Actually, Bronson put the weight.
He did put the weight back on a little bit, unfortunately. He was on the podcast. He's good, right?
He's entertaining.
Like one of the lines was, "Let me fill your hole with semen." I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that I could get out of all of that. Like the little dance. But it's just the flow. His flow. I mean, everybody's freaking out about it. Oh, the end of the world. Listen, that's a grown man out there swinging dick for other grown men.
Yeah,
and they're having a good time.
They're having a consensual hit.
Yeah, he's having a good time. People like it. But my point is, like, that's that guy. He's got queer tattooed across his stomach. He's not. He's not fucking cosplaying.
It's not performing.
Yeah, that's who he is.
Pure.
But he's fucking talented. Like that rap, like the flow is good. Like he's fucking good.
Also, if you go to a show, don't you want that guy leading the band?
Yeah,
you know, that's a blast. That's Fat Gigi Allen. He'll suck you off.
Yeah, I'd love that guy to open up a show. He should open up Fully Loaded. That's what he should do.
Him and Jelly Roll.
Bert's fucking buddies in the old the Bert's crowd. Just have that guy go out there first.
And then Bert would come out in the exact same outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the machine tattooed on his belly.
Yes. Yes. With a fucking biker hat on. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm all for that stuff.
Me too. I like freaks.
I love freaks.
I like freaks of all. I mean, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people are upset about the Pride Parade. Because they're like, oh, they're doing the Pride Parade and they're doing it in front of all these children. Hey, don't bring your kids to a fucking Pride Parade. Right. I know you want your kids to be tolerant. It's simply marvelous. Chris Condi, queer conscious rapper.
Is that him?
Boy, it looks a lot like him.
Oh, there's a different tattoo there.
No,
there's
queer on his belly. That's him.
He's based in Austin.
Oh,
yeah,
hey, fella.
Whoa, he has a song called American Faggot.
Well,
that's hard as hell.
Yeah. That is talented. That probably was in Austin then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It looked like it was at a farmer's market based on the crowd.
So, like, there's this thing that people are saying about, like, the Pride Parade. Because all these people are walking around naked at the San Francisco Pride Parade. And so they were interviewing these people and they have their dicks out.
Yeah.
Listen. If you don't want your kids to see gay guys being sexual, that's what Pride Parade is.
Yeah.
It's not like a bunch of 40-year-old gay engineers holding hands, like married guys who are just holding hands, like, hey, we're proud.
Kisses. Yeah.
It's different than anything else, like any other kind of pride thing, because it's not just like we just happen to be gay. It's overtly sexual, always. It's guys with fucking ball gags and dog leashes. And
pissing on each other.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, I'm not against it at all, but you can't complain that that's happening because you brought your kids.
You can't take your kids to the cage fight and complain about violence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't take your kids to Pride and complain about the gays.
Yeah. They're having a blast.
They have a good time.
Yeah.
I used to do a bit about how, like, I would always think, am I exaggerating about, like, the gay neighborhood? Like, in LA, they have Boys Town in Santa Fe, and it's so crazy. Like, I was always saying to myself, like, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I need to drive through again. So every now and then I would take the right turn and go down Santa Monica Boulevard and head towards the ocean.
Yeah.
And it's 5 blocks of no one saying no. It's just wild madness. It's dudes in cowboy hats and G-strings on poles, guys making out in the middle of the street and humping each other. It's crazy.
Having the time of their life.
Having the time of their life. All yang, no yin, and no one can get pregnant.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
You wrestle, but everyone wins.
Well, also, those guys have their own neighborhood. The difference between the gays and lesbians, unfortunately, never developed this, because I have a theory. I think that straight men find out that lesbians move next door and they go, I'm an ally, and then they become their neighbors. Whereas, like, straight men never move into a gay neighborhood. Very rarely.
Yeah.
You can't, like, straighten up a gay neighborhood. No. But they figured out a way to make, like, a whole area all gay.
Yeah.
Like, only gay guys can do that.
It's admirable.
It's great. It's great. It's wild. But it's just wild that they can pull it off in almost every city.
Well, and also they can go into places, and then they gentrify these places on the margins of the city, and the next thing you know, all the houses are worth so much money because they invest so much in their properties.
They invest so much in their property, make things more safe, and they keep a lot of people from moving there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good move. If you can tolerate a lot of techno and dudes walking around on Molly,
for sure.
Fucking live there.
But also offering you Molly, typically.
Yeah.
They're very generous people.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived in San Francisco. So I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So I lived in a fully gay neighborhood.
And the city of San Francisco.
Yeah, but it was we were in Haight-Ashbury, like that area. We were right off of Lombard Street. So we were in there in like the mix of the whole thing. Like I could walk to Fisherman's Wharf from my house.
Yeah.
And so my neighbors were gay, and my aunt used to she would smoke pot with these gay guys, and they would get naked and play the bongos. And they'd be like, oh, she's over there playing the bongos with the gay guys. It's like, okay. Like, it was so normal to me that it wasn't until I moved to Florida that I even realized that people were homophobic.
Right.
And that was when I was 11. Like, I had no idea that people had a problem with gay people.
I mean, it was just normal for you as a boy to understand that your aunt had these gay friends, and it wasn't made strange, or they weren't othered. You know?
No, they were just normal guys who just happened to be gay.
Yeah.
And they were everywhere, too. So it's like it became normal because you just saw them everywhere. There was guys holding hands everywhere. This was San Francisco in the 1970s.
Yeah. That's like kind of what you want, right?
I want people to, I want people to be themselves.
I want liberty and freedom for all.
Yeah, that's real freedom. You want America to be this fucking land of the free, home of the brave? You know how fucking brave you have to be holding hands with a dude and walk down a major street? What are the possibilities of running into homophobes? It's pretty fucking high.
For sure.
Pretty sure. Like, if you're going to walk down any major metropolitan, like, for any, like, 3 or 4 block stretch, the odds of you running into a homophobe is very high. Someone is going to be violently angry that you love another man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the young people now, they want to be homophobic, but I think that most, like, 18 to 23-year-old dudes have probably sucked a dick or had their dick sucked by a fella.
Really?
I don't know. I'd venture to guess
what do you think is happening today?
Well,
it's a mist they pump into the classrooms. It's like the gay bomb they tried in Iraq. Do you know about that story?
No.
Oh my God, you don't know that?
No.
Oh my God. What? The United States spent millions of dollars trying to develop a gay bomb.
Wow.
And so it's based on this hormone and this chemical, and they would detonate it above a city. And apparently it'd make men so randy that they wind up fucking each other, and it would demoralize them. This was the supposed idea.
No way.
Yeah. This is how goofy our fucking government is. Not knowing anything about the Spartans, who are gay as fuck, who are like one of the greatest armies the world has ever known.
Yeah, they could comfort each other.
They were so gay. Yeah. Not just that, but when you fought next to someone and they were your friend, that was one thing. But if it was your lover, you would protect them to the death.
That's so smart.
Yeah, man. Well, they just, also, I think people were just gay then. I think people back before they realized, like, hey, you probably shouldn't fuck kids, they just fucked everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then the kids started writing down, and once my uncle fucked me, and all life was downhill. And you read that, like, oh, they probably stopped fucking kids. It like, took forever before they figured that out. Because if you think about it, like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, you go back in time, all those guys had like young boy lovers.
Yeah. It was just accepted, and it was like part of passing your philosophy forward. So you would take an apprentice, and he'd also fuck his thighs from behind, but then he would tell the world your story. That was totally normal.
He was fucking writing everything you're saying, dictating.
Yeah, and they tasted.
Yeah.
But there was like that thing with like the philosophers. Some of them thought it was low-minded to actually have sex with the children's butts, so they would just bang their thighs from behind, and that was like cool. Yeah, I think so.
They just titty fuck their thighs.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good move.
It's a real soft part of the body.
Yeah, you don't get that hurt from it. You know, it's like, I wish that didn't happen, but at least it didn't fuck my butthole.
It's still tight as a drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me walk around uncomfortable. Like, what the fuck did he do to me?
Yeah, I don't have to use a diaper now.
I just feel weird. Like, oh, that guy just jizzed all over my thighs.
Yeah,
whatever.
What are you going to do? At least they know about geometry now.
Bro, they didn't know any better. Isn't that crazy? Like, look, just think about how much murder took place back then. Like, if you got to be our age back then, if you had to be, let's just say you got to be 30, how many people do you think you saw get murdered? Probably dozens.
Yeah.
You probably saw people get murdered all the time.
Over very small things.
Over almost nothing.
Yeah.
Disrespect. I mean, look, when this country was founded, one of our presidents, I forget which one, engaged in a duel while he was president.
I think Andrew Jackson.
Was it Andrew Jackson?
Yeah. That was like his whole thing.
He just loved to shoot at people.
Yeah.
From 10 paces.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the dumbest fucking thing to think. If you hate someone, you don't like them, why don't you guys agree to fight or something?
Right.
Why you gotta dueling so dumb?
With pistols that. Yeah.
Many people think Andrew Jackson fought hundreds of duels. He did have a temper. He was challenged others several times, but only one duel resulted in shots fired. In 1806, where he killed Charles Dickinson.
That's good. He was a terrible shot.
How far away did he shoot people from? Those guns suck too. I mean, they're shooting people with muskets.
Right, and shot like a marble.
Yeah, it's a ball of lead. And not very accurate either.
And you probably didn't die every time. We take one of those.
Yeah,
fine.
you take one in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not accurate.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of guys are probably crippled from them.
Oh, for sure, because it would crack your bone.
Yeah.
It would like hit the bone and then didn't happen.
And then they never knew how to fix bones.
Yeah, they just have to chop it off.
And they probably didn't know how to get the lead out.
No, that's a good point. I bet lead poisoning.
Deep in there, it just stays in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
I wish you should have the door guys duel for same time. With period type guns, you know.
Right. They just paintballs. Did you ever see that scene in that Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot, where the guy gets hit in the face with a cannonball?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Or Napoleon, where that horse gets exploded with a cannonball, like the first 3
I haven't
minutes.
seen Napoleon, but I heard about that.
The first 3 minutes is all you have to see.
Really?
Because you see a horse take a cannonball in the chest, and then the rest of it's just like him simping for someone.
Oh, yeah. I heard they cut them out.
It wasn't the best movie. It was pretty. It was like a lush film.
What a waste of Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, he's the
You
man.
know? That guy's so good. He scared the shit out of me in the Joker. I was like, oh my God. And then the riots happened like a year later.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
Predictive
How much is
programming.
it responsible for this?
Yeah.
I don't want to sidetrack too far, but this is saying that duels back then were not exactly what we think they might have been.
Oh, yeah?
More of a test of courage.
It says people didn't just take 10 steps and shoot as quickly as possible. Most of the time, people would stand and fire their guns in the air, purposely miss their opponent, making it do more or less a test about courage. However, there are plenty of real-life examples where people would try to kill each other in a duel, for example, Hamilton and Burr. People involved in duels also chose seconds or people to accompany them to the duel to make sure it was legitimate. Oftentimes, the seconds found themselves acting as peacemakers in a duel, making sure if shots were fired, they weren't fired at other people. So it was a lot about playing chicken, I guess.
I think so.
Making them play, shot each other.
Yeah. They probably had John Wick was like that at the end, right? Didn't the guy try to get like a
spoiler alert. John Wick pretended to be shot and didn't.
Yeah,
I held his bullet.
The other
to
guy
get shot.
Yeah, they got one to get a replacement or something. So John Wick would kill him.
Oh yeah, on the steps of Montmartre and Paris.
The last one, you know, as much as I love those guys, the last one was just so cartoony. It's so hard to take seriously.
I'm okay with it. You turn your
I
brain
love
off
the
the chair.
first one. The first one's the best one. Because the first one, all the motivations are clear. Oh my God, we stole his car and killed his puppy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's good. Then they build this world. It's like mental and stuff. It was cool. There was lore. I like those movies. Are the best.
Yeah.
You see Furiosa?
No. What is Furiosa?
The new Mad Max?
No, I haven't seen it.
Bro,
Is it great?
you treat yourself.
Really?
Did you see the most recent Mad Max before this?
Yes.
Remember how great it was, and you
Yes.
left the theater going, "Movies are the best."
Yeah.
It's that again. But they figured out how to do wordboard with like kites and stuff as well. Yeah, dude, it's so good.
Okay, I'm in.
The whole movie was storyboarded too, so it looks like a graphic novel.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's like the best graphic novel I've ever seen.
Oh, no
It's
kidding.
amazing.
I haven't heard anything about it.
It's so badass, dude.
Yeah, I think there's too much content to it.
For sure.
It's very difficult for people to pay attention to everything.
Right. But there's very
How you living, pimp?
What the fuck? I just went to use the restroom and I called you.
And you what?
I just went to use the restroom and I almost forgot that I was talking to you.
Hey, I'm here, dude. That's the cool thing about it. I don't take any offense. Normally, people be pissed off at you. I don't care. You do your life, but it's like an open portal to me. It's cool.
I mean, like, right as you left for something, I just had to take a quick dump, so I just ran away to the restroom, and then when I came back, I almost forgot that I was even chatting with you.
Well,
and then I saw that my Discord was open, and I was here in the Discord, and you're still here, so yeah. We were talking about
Moore's Law. I remember exactly where we were talking. It was on Moore's Law and technology, and you were saying like how it's improving, and it's if you know what Moore's Law is, I'm going to read it to you in a second.
Yeah, I've heard about it actually. The Moore's Law, yeah.
So Moore's Law states that it's an observation that the number of transistors in an integrated circuit doubles about every 2 years. Apologies, not 6 months, it's 2 years. Moore's Law is an observation and projection of historical trend. Rather than a law of physics, it is an empirical relationship linked to gains from experience in production. So basically, things should get better and better, but they're not. And they're being held back. They're being essentially restricted. And we're not getting the best technology. And when my stream goes viral, I'm going to advocate for much better technology for the common person. But as of right now, you get the same kind of phone, very little changes. I know this year they're supposed to introduce, or perhaps next year, 5G, I think it's this year, to India. And you'll see it's like not any better. It's the same shit. And you would expect shit to be really, really good, but it's there. You already have it, and it sucks.
Yeah, it fucking sucks, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm at a point where I'm willing to tell the CEOs of this world, hey, I want to be able to use my fucking cell phone anywhere on Earth. Got it? And if you're like, oh, well, the towers aren't good enough. Dude, then use satellites. Like, oh, the satellites aren't good enough. Then use underground stuff. Well, if it's like a native habitat, you know what, dude? Okay, I understand there might be some areas. If I'm in a national forest or something and I'm not going to get cell phone coverage, but everywhere else, I want to be able to get cell phone coverage anywhere from 50 feet in the ground if I'm in like a basement of a building to all the way at the top. And I don't want to have to worry about it. And it shouldn't be sometimes 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars on my connectivity. I want it to say 93% connectivity. And I want to be able to know why it changed. If I go way in the, like, really dense part of a building and it goes down to 85%, I understand that. If I'm outside, though, that motherfucker better be 100 goddamn percent. Does this make sense? Hello?
Bro, actually someone's calling me on phone. Can I just hop in real quick?
Dude, do whatever you need to do. Do it. No need to apologize. Do whatever you need to do. Go for it, dog.
And then that
You're good. You're good. Do what you need to do.
His new dies, and then you just
Doug, you're fine. Go do what you need to do. Come back when you can.
Yeah, you're not connected to it, so why would they be?
Doug,
So
no worries at all.
Sometimes
No worries at all.
those
Do
kind
what you
of
need to
things,
do.
I will just.
Go talk to your friend all you want. I'm here, dog. No worries.
So instead of using all the setup, the punchline, I'll say, there's got to be another way to address this topic. Like, let me see. So that I think is like real work. That's real work where you're thinking and you're analyzing. but the ideas themselves, like the structure of all comedy is an idea. The structure of all comedy is like something comes to you. There's a thought where you either you see something that's preposterous, or you hear something that's ridiculous, or there's something. So there's some, and that's the framework. And then upon that, you build a bit, right? It's like that's the framing of the house.
You have the germ.
Yeah.
And you have to water it.
Exactly.
Make sure it gets enough sunlight.
Exactly.
And then see which soils it grows better in.
That's why, like, there's a type of stealing that's like very insidious stealing, because they steal premises.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll do a bit about getting your oil changed or something, whatever, or maybe something more obscure, right? They'll do a bit about someone buying you fitted socks or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And then someone will, I think I can write something on that.
Right. I can do it better.
I can just kind of.
I'm not stealing the punchline.
Exactly.
So it's not stealing.
I'm just kind of twisting around this person's premise. And
yeah. Have you ever heard Tom Waits talk about the muse?
No.
So he thinks the muse is like a real thing, like you're talking about. It's like a vibe, for lack of a better term. So there's all these stories about Tom Waits sitting in front of his piano for like 10 hours a day, just screaming, being like, all right, you bitch, I'm here. I'm ready to do the work.
Wow.
I'm in front of the piano. Let's go. Give me what I need. I'm into the work right now. Just like hammering on the piano and yelling at the muse, trying to like enchant it and bring it to him as he's like, just like literally making insane discordant noise. And then out of nowhere, some chords fit together and then he has a song. Yeah.
It's just so hard to know, right? It's so hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, but you can't write a book unless you're in front of the typewriter. You can't write a song unless you're in front of the keyboard. All these guys are like, how do you write a book? It's like, you have to be at the station where you do the work.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and be like, oh man, I'm going to write a book one day. No, sweat over the keys until you have 1,000 words or whatever you need for that day to be done. Because everyone wants to talk about like, oh, I want to write this book. And it's like, you telling me you want to write a book just set you back 6 months. Because you get the same hit of adrenaline and dopamine by telling someone your idea as actually like accomplishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's very dangerous to tell people you're doing stuff when you're not actually doing it.
I've talked about it too many times, but have you ever read Pressfield's War of Art?
No, I have not.
Oh, we have a copy of it for you then. He sent us a box of, because I used to give it to comics when they would, or any kind of creative person when they came on the podcast. But Pressfield wrote this book, and he talks about the muse as if it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Pressfield was kind of like a ne'er-do-well until he was like 40. Kind of like was like half-assing it until he was 40, and then somewhere along the line he realized that it's just about being a professional and like showing up, and so he started addressing the muse as a real thing.
Yeah.
And then he wrote The Legend of Bagger Vance, and he wrote like some great screenplays and books, and just became like very prolific.
Well, it's like we always count on inspiration to come into our lives, but if you can kind of like create a situation where that inspiration is more easily available to you, whatever that is, it's playing your music, it's drinking coffee, like however you can like try and harness that ethereal thing that is inspiration, I think you can be a better creative. And like you said, become more professional in creating.
Yeah. There's also different ways that ideas come, right? One of the things that Stephen King would do, a lot of people would do this, is they would write and then they would go for a walk.
Yeah.
So while you wrote everything, and now let's go for a walk and just think about what you wrote.
Right.
And he would have a little recorder and he would talk into it.
Yeah.
I've heard a bunch of writers say they do this.
Yeah, that was a big thing for me when I wrote my book, was to write and then go on a walk and maybe smoke a little weed, and then you see it all differently, and you can come back and realize what was bullshit and like what was a complete waste of time, and then go back in and try and address that, and then also grow the things that were like a little idea, but then you can expand upon them. And it's literally just not being in front of the computer. It's your eyes seeing real light, I think, is a big part of it. Because I have to write like at my desk in my computer, but then as soon as you get outside, you're like, oh, that's how light hits a tree at this time of day. Or like, that's actually lavender. I was talking about lilac. There's just all these little things that are, I mean, romantic for sure, but also very applicable in concrete ways to your art.
Yeah, I think it's also getting out makes your blood pump.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it's walking around. I think the thing about walking is it's a very low level cardio. So like your heart is pumping, you're moving your body, but it's not exertion. So you're not, because like when you're really tired, you can't, like if someone got you on an Airdyne bike and they started asking questions, you have a moron's brain. You have like 10% of your brain capacity. If you got to do an IQ test, If I had to do an IQ test when I was on a VersaClimber, it's probably 10. My IQ's 10.
You're smart as the VersaClimber.
You can't think. You're fucking tired. So you don't want to be tired when you're thinking things, but you also want to be a little bit energized. And there's something about walking that just sort of, because the heart is not beating 60 beats a minute, now it might be beating 75 or 80 or just a little extra. Just a little something. So when you're walking around, you get that flow going through you.
Yeah, swimming's good for that too.
Swimming's
yeah, you get in the pool and all of a sudden everything is changed. You have a complete different perspective. And you're just in there doing your laps, or even if you're just like floating. Like when I was in Vegas, I had to swim because you can't walk around outside.
Oh, right.
So I'd just be in the pool. I remember there was this big fat dude. And he was like, "Hey, man, you're putting in the work, man." And I was like, "Thanks, bro." And he's like, "Just keep doing it, man. This is good for you." And then he got out of the pool and he had a giant swastika tattoo on his back.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
He was my pool buddy, though. He was encouraging me.
Maybe did time.
I think so. He was trying to survive.
They probably did that to him while they're fucking him.
It's not all that. It wasn't just his thighs. He wasn't receiving platonic knowledge.
Yeah, they're not being nice to you. Yeah. And they fuck you in jail.
I don't think so.
Especially when you put a swastika on your back. Maybe that helped them come. Like, look, we make it quicker if I can just put a swastika on your back. It's hard to come, bro. You got a big, stupid, hairy ass.
Yeah.
But if I could put a swastika on your back, I think I'd just nut immediately.
Give me a target, man.
Yeah. Maybe you made a deal with them. Okay.
All right, sure.
Okay. That's really what's going to help make this quicker.
He was good in the water. He was like a seal.
Probably so happy to be in the water. Never had water in jail.
You can't get fucked in the ass in water.
True.
Yeah.
It's very hard,
Mm-hmm.
especially in deep water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck.
Like there's that.
How could it even be hard?
What was that like? That boat during I think the Pacific Theater of World War II. That like they sank it, and then they were in these shark-infested waters, and they just kept getting picked off. Like you'd be floating with your buddy, and then all of a sudden he would just disappear forever. Well, I heard on a podcast that also there was feverish homosexuality. So dudes would be like on a plank of wood and just savage each other because they're like, and I don't remember why it was, but there was all these accounts of like dudes butt fucking raping each other on these like little planks of wood while other people were like bleeding out in the water and like their flesh is coming off from salt water and shit. Yeah, I think I heard that on the last podcast on the left.
See if you can find anything on that.
Yeah.
I was really looking before he finished talking.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of butt fucking windows open over there.
Butt fucking while getting eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which one's worse?
I guess if you were in that sort of scenario, and especially for long periods of time, your mind just must be so overwhelmed with anxiety and fear and then acceptance and then sadness when you're watching people around you getting killed, the morbid fucking the tissue floating in the water, whatever's left of your friend.
And also, like, if someone's bleeding, you get as far away from them as possible because the sharks are going to eat them. It's probably just your brain trying to protect yourself, so it just reverts back to like your very simian part of yourself, which is like hold someone down, overpower them, and get it out of you. Yeah.
And all the other people, they're gonna die too. Yeah. We watched you fuck Harry. Why'd you do that? Harry said stop. You kept going. Hey, why I thought we were all gonna die.
Yeah. I didn't think anyone would be able to tell this story. Sorry, bro.
1940s. Meanwhile, made it to a podcast.
Yeah.
2024.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
We're not naming names.
No, I don't know any.
I would gladly if I knew.
I would if I knew them.
Yeah.
I'd name their names.
Yeah, where's their plaque? This guy butt fucked a bunch of people.
How about the guy who got butt fucked?
Right.
Not only did he watch all his friends get eaten by sharks, he also got butt fucked.
He got a purple heart and a purple sleeve.
And he's like, don't worry about it. We're all going to be dead in an hour or two.
Take me.
And then they get rescued.
They're just tattooing swastikas on him.
And then when they get rescued, that guy who he butt fucked, hey! What about what happened on the fucking raft, dude? Sorry, man. I lost my mind.
Early times, I think I didn't catch the year, but here you go.
Okay. As the Indianapolis sailors struggled in the water, there was bravery and self-sacrifice, all vividly detailed by Vincent and Vlad. There was also violence, cannibalism, and even sexual attacks. In the water, the dead outnumbered the living. Men continued to expire so quickly, it became almost impossible to move around without having to shoulder through shoals of corpses. Holy fuck. And then the sharks. One moment they behaved like gentle and curious giants, moving up close to inspect the men with black, unblinking eyes. The next moment they attacked, their steel-trapped jaws snuffing out a man's life before he could draw a breath to scream. Making you pop up. I'm not interested in fuck. So the sexual attacks. That's it? Just a mere mention?
You think the LA Times would want to get involved in the more lurid details?
Yeah.
Sell a subscription.
You guys need to sell some subscriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they apparently just let a bunch of people go. I would not want to be a fucking reporter right now.
No, but there's good journalism going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it's independent.
That Whitney Webb character.
She's a character.
She's cool.
Yeah, that lady knows a lot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how she knows it all, but God, I'd be afraid if I were her.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to disappear.
I think she lives in another country. Doesn't she?
I think so.
Yeah, I watched her on a bunch of shows. I watched her on Patrick Bet David. I watched her on, I think she was on Jimmy Dore show a few times. She knows a lot.
I think Tim's got a direct line to her.
That's a wild thing to like be focusing on. The evil, like oligarchs and people in power of the world, how they twisted everything throughout history. Like, you make yourself a real target.
The bloodlines.
Oh yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
The bloodline stuff is wild.
It is.
That's really wild.
Tim called her when we were in Europe. I was opening for him in April over there, and he really wanted to go to St. Petersburg, Russia, to eat a meal at Gogol, which is like the best restaurant in the world, allegedly.
Oh, really?
So he called her. He called Tucker Carlson, like trying to figure out how to get into Russia. He even went to the State Department, and they were like, "No." He's like, "I'll be there for 3 hours. Come on, let us eat dinner. We'll be fine. You can watch us the whole time. It'll be good."
They couldn't snatch him up.
I think he'd be compromised. I mean, I'd be the other guy.
Yeah.
They just think I was a fat prostitute.
Yeah,
exactly. Tim Dillon and his convoy arrested in St. Petersburg. Tim would be so embarrassed. I'm not his type
At all. That's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
That's hilarious. Yeah, he's a wild boy. He would want to go to Russia to eat. That's so crazy.
And hey, I was all for it, dude. I was like, yes, let's go.
Yeah, you can't go over there.
No.
We just signed a 10-year contract to supply them with weapons. To supply Ukraine with weapons for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing it's terrifying to watch, but it's also a very clear money grab.
Yeah.
There's so much money going over there, and there's so much money we continue to send, and it's just like, how is this okay with everybody? How is anybody letting this happen?
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers are really holding the bag on it, too, you know?
Dave Smith had a wild suggestion.
What was that?
He was on... He's full of this. He is. He was doing a debate about Russia and Ukraine, and he said one of the ways to incentivize Russia to stop attacking Ukraine is if we left NATO. Whoa. Not only should we say that Ukraine's not going to join NATO, but we're going to leave NATO. And I was like, whoa, what would be the repercussions of that? Who fucking knows?
You would just be
look at the repercussions of being a part of it. Look at the repercussions of what's going on right now, because Dave is the best at explaining, and he'll credit Scott Horton and a lot of other people, but Dave is really good at recalling information, explaining how the whole red line with Putin was Ukraine joining NATO. They always knew that. And they kept moving NATO-based countries. They kept moving weapons closer and closer to Russia. Like, the whole thing was like they're baiting him to do this. I just get so suspicious of military activity, because I know that there's always going to be bad people in the world that you have to send good people to go fight. That's always going to be the case, right? The clearest, most pure version of that for us is always World War II.
Right.
Because the Nazis, we go over there and kill the Nazis. The whole United States, gets together, and then when it's over, there's that sailor kissing that girl.
Right.
And it's like, hey, this is why people sacrifice.
Yeah.
This is why this America is so amazing, this country. But that's not real. That's only one example. Most of the time, it's people figuring out a way to get defense contracts.
Or there's some cool resources that just so happen to be right there.
There just happens to be a lot of lithium in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very convenient that they need democracy right now.
Yeah, and the same people that are telling you that Joe Biden's fine, that's how things get done. Like, that is, like, whether or not Joe Biden, should be president or not president, let's put that aside for a second, folks. Everybody knows there's something wrong, right? The people that are telling you there's not something wrong, The reason why they think they can do that is they do that with everything.
Yeah.
They do that with Venezuela. They do that with Yemen. They do that with Ukraine. They do that with everything.
Mm-hmm.
They bullshit and gaslight depending on what the narrative is.
They're very creative with what facts.
And the facts change over time, and they're not really, sometimes they don't even know. Like one of the more interesting exchanges about the Ukraine war was with, of all people, Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
So Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. So someone sends her a message from the New York Times. What evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? And she said, your own fucking newspaper. And she sends them all these articles that were written previous to 2017 about rampant corruption in Ukraine, about Ukraine's like one of the most corrupt countries.
Before the narrative changed.
Yeah, before the narrative changes. And now all of a sudden everyone has a Ukraine flag.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ukraine should not have been invaded. Yeah, it's all fucked up. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, they don't even know what the real number is, are probably dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, horrible. But also, that was a corrupt country. Like, just because horrible things are done to them, it's not justifying those horrible things.
Yeah.
But you can't pretend that Ukraine has always been this amazing country just because now we're supposed to support them because Russia did a horrible thing. You got to tell the fucking truth. That's what being a journalist is. We're not babies, but they treat us like babies.
Oh my God, they coddle us so much.
Oh, it's so, well, the whole thing during the pandemic, you can't tell people about other things or about adverse reactions to vaccines because then it causes vaccine hesitancy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean an informed opinion?
Right.
Are you fucking trying to stop informed opinions? And a lot of them from like professors at Stanford and Harvard, this is bananas.
Right. Then there's like, it's condescending.
Exactly.
You're talking down to these people that you're trying to get onto your side.
Exactly.
And a lot of them, if they're smart, will be like, come on, I'm not a baby.
Yeah, it's a fucking annoying. And the people that are doing it right now about Biden, they're telling you how you should vote, even though you know he's impaired. You definitely shouldn't vote for Trump. Like, don't tell people that, you fucking idiot, because it's going to make more people angry and want to vote for Trump.
It's indefensible.
You are not going to convince anyone walking down the west side of New York City, talking into your phone about what a threat Trump is to democracy.
Yeah.
You aren't changing anybody's fucking vote. You're just being a condescending, scolding, liberal cunt, which is what drives everyone crazy.
Scolding for verbiage is like the worst thing that the liberal side does.
But the fucking conservatives used to do it too. It's a human characteristic, and this is what's important. Everybody wants to get on this. The liberals are bad. The conservatives are bad. It's bullshit. It's all just a human behavior pattern. We always want to tell people that they should behave and think and accept the truths that we have accepted. You have to behave like us. And if you don't, you're the enemy.
Right.
And it's not really that these people have these opinions oftentimes. It's that they have subscribed to a predetermined set of opinions.
There's a narrative.
In order to be in this group.
There's a party line.
If you tell me how you feel about the Second Amendment, I can tell you how you feel about abortion.
Yeah.
Almost 80% of the time.
Right.
Which is wild.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. They're two very complicated issues.
Right.
If you tell me how you feel about immigration, if you tell me how you feel about weapons, military spending, I can probably tell how you feel about God.
Yeah.
I could probably tell you what your religious leanings are. It's just bizarre. And it's just because the reality of life is too open-ended and complex and fascinating and bizarre and majestic and immense.
And boundless.
Boundless.
Yeah.
Immense. And more immense than we even thought it was. Now they're looking into the James Webb Telescope. They're finding galaxies that are so big, so long ago that they couldn't have existed possibly in a short amount of time, which they were from the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
So that now they're starting to think that the universe is like maybe 10 billion years older than they thought it was.
Which is good.
Yeah, but it's like, what does that even mean? It's too much.
There's like division is really important to people in power because they keep us fighting each other instead of against the presidency or the government. So back in the day, it was like racism, and there's still racism in this country, but like we're moving further, And then it was like class conflict, but now it's like everyone's poor,
Yes.
So now it's like straight up Republicans versus Democrats. And you have to go to war with your neighbor over that thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, they're all the same. They work for the same corporations, the same oligarchs are paying them off.
Exactly.
I mean, if voting worked, they wouldn't let us vote.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, it works kind of.
But I mean, it's still a big experiment. And democracy is flawed, but it's still the best thing that we have. you know?
It's the best thing going, but the problem is we made a fatal flaw when we allowed them to use money.
Oh, yeah.
That's the fatal flaw. The fatal flaw is letting politics and the money and lobbyists and special interest groups and corporations donate to political candidates. As soon as we did that, that should be illegal. We should think of it as a bribe.
Yeah. It is a bribe.
It is a bribe.
100% a bribe.
Especially in this day and age, everything should be supported 100% by the people, for the people. That's only how it should be. And if we find out that corporations are involved, or the corporations are even suggesting that people should be involved, we should find them. It should be illegal. They should be put. The people that want to do it should be put in jail. You're trying to affect the election.
Yeah.
It's really election interference. It should be illegal.
Yeah.
Instead, it's par for the course.
Right.
So
it's just
corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption is a tactic.
Well, it's funny because I used to live in an anarchist commune in upstate New York. Yeah, when I was from 18 to 22.
How did you get involved in that?
My best friend from high school moved to Ithaca to go to college, and we were in bands together. So I was college sucked, So I went to school in Denver, and then I went out there to stay with him, and we wrote 12 songs over 2 weeks. And then I was well, I'm not going to stay in school. I'm going to move up here. So we got this place. We shared a closet in an anarchist commune called Goblin House.
Goblin House.
And when we moved in, this dude named Bob Wolf Young 2, he had the number 2 in his last name.
What?
Yeah, he changed his name. His name was Bob Wolf, was his first name, and then Young, Jung 2.
Oh,
great
wow.
guy. But I remember when he showed us the room, he was like, "This is where you will sleep." And I just wanted to know, are you guys up to group sex? And we're no, dude, we just want to have the practice space. We had this it was an abattoir. It was an old slaughterhouse. So we were living with these people that were they would sign their rent checks in blood, We were dumpstering everything. I learned to kill chickens and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. But on the commune, those people have almost the exact same tenets and ideals as your preppers, your doomsday guys who want to build a compound and protect themselves against the government. They're back to back. If they would just turn around, the far left and the far right, they'd realize that they're fighting for the same thing.
Yes. They share so many similar behavior patterns.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's the opinion, it's we were talking about jokes. The jokes are a scaffolding. The ideas of scaffolding and the jokes you create around them. You create the punchlines and taglines around the idea.
Yeah.
That's what these guys are doing. It's the same thing. They have human behavior patterns, and then they attach to it equity and inclusion,
right.
and all these different thoughts about Christian nationalism and protect our borders and God save Trump. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's really the same thing. What it is just you've attached natural human behavior patterns to an ideology, and you don't think it's not, because this is the thing about cults. Nobody in a cult thinks they're in a cult.
No.
They're this is the way to live. This is the way to live.
Yeah, they're seeing through the veil in that cult. They're the only ones who are living a justified life.
Did I tell you the cult story about the place that I initially bought before we bought the Ritz?
I think I heard trickles of this story, but not directly from you.
Adam Egget is the one who saved me. This is what happened. So Ron White fucked me. So Ron White, we had just gotten here, and we realized, I was we need a place. We cannot be out here just doing a bunch of random clubs. The thing about the Comedy Store that I recognized very early on is its home base, and comics need a home base. And the way everybody was developing, one of the things that helped us is if I'm on the road, I don't get to see Bill Burr's hour.
No.
I'm on the road. He's on the road somewhere else.
Right.
I don't get to see Dave Chappelle. But when we're in town together, then we could all see each other's sets.
Right.
So we would all and then hang together and talk. And so I was all right, we need a spot. And so Ron goes, you should buy that place the Cult owned. I fucking performed there. I killed. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful theater. I think it's for sale. I was wow, a theater that a cult owns, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
And then Adam calls me up after I already signed paperwork and everything.
Oh, no.
Adam calls, hey man, did you watch the documentary on that cult? I'm they have a documentary.
That's not good.
No, it's bad. The documentary is called Holy Hell. And the guy who was the cult member, the cult leader, was a gay porn star who was also a hypnotist.
Oh, those are two of the worst things you can be.
I mean, like, this fucking guy, he changed his name multiple times. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He was actually an extra in Rosemary's Baby. All right. He was like in one of the scenes in the end of Rosemary's Baby. So he's an actor and so did gay porn, and then he teaches yoga class. Gets about because he's a beautiful man. Like he's like a 6-pack and sculpted face.
You gotta be hot to run a cult.
He was hot as hell.
Yeah.
And just had this cult going for a long time in West Hollywood, but then Waco popped off. So then the Cult Awareness Network had been getting, like, parents would be saying, where the fuck is my kid? And they would be in this cult. And so, like, people were starting to, like, investigate him.
Yeah.
So to throw people off the track, this fucking guy moves to Austin, changes his name again, and then has his followers build him this beautiful theater where he could dance in front of them.
Just for dancing?
Just for dancing.
And hypnotism?
And that's the place I bought. So it all falls apart. It all falls apart years later when one guy sends out a mass email saying, hey, this guy's been hypnotizing me and butt fucking me for the past 10 years. And then everybody starts comparing notes and they're like, oh my God, he's fucking me too. And like, this guy was just paying, you have to pay him. So
butt fuck you?
Oh, yeah.
For the privilege?
For the privilege.
Yeah.
So you would come to him for therapy. You would have to give him $50, and then he would give you his therapy, and then he'd fuck you.
I mean, maybe he has maybe he knows some stuff we don't know. Maybe he was helping people.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I think people are just.
I'm an optimist.
I think human beings have a thing in us that makes us want to believe nonsense.
Yeah, and we're looking for some kind of solution to the chaos that we're surrounded by.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that could manifest itself in you being a diehard Democrat that don't think there's anything wrong with Joe Biden. And Joe Biden, his age is his strength.
He's sundowning up there.
Strength.
Yeah.
His fucking wife was on TV talking about his performance, and she was saying that he's sharp as a tack.
No.
Oh, have you seen it? Have you seen Joe Biden get interviewed?
Yeah.
Want me to send it to you?
She was with him, right?
Yeah.
And he's just standing behind her like a wax figure.
Like, you did so good, Joe.
Yeah.
You answered every question. He's like,
did I? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did.
I did. I'm the best.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
He's like me if I was on a person club.
Yeah.
That's where he's at right now.
That's him leading the country.
What? Huh? Yeah, it's obliterated. But believing that guy's okay is the same thing as believing that this gay porn star who's a hypnotist is really like, you know what's really wild about the documentary? He had this thing that he would do to them called the knowing, and you had to earn it somehow. You had to you had to be on the right path for long enough, and he would give you this thing where it was a ritual, and during the ritual, he would put his hands on you. And to this day, the people that had it, even the people that complained about him, were in the documentary talking about this guy's just evil and manipulative. They said that in that moment they felt God. That when
his hands were upon
him. He puts his hand. I mean, he's really intense. Yeah. These intense burning eyes. And puts his hands on them. They're on their knees, and they're like, oh. So it's like there was an endogenous release of psychedelic chemicals that was through this moment, this ritual thing, the power of suggestion and whatever the vibe that the two of them have. Clearly hypnosis as well.
Yeah.
He locks on to this person, and these people are like just writhing in orgasms and just ecstasy, just like and to this day they're all taught, even though they're saying he's bullshit, they're like, that moment when that happened to me, it changed me forever.
Wow. So he could somehow make them release the DMT or the oxytocin that's in their brains, and they were flooded.
Yep, all that, all that and
hypnotism.
more. Probably, I mean, we're isolating specific things like, dopamine, serotonin, DMT. There's all these different things that people are. But I have a feeling the real cocktail, what's really up, is everything all together.
Yeah,
that's probably the real, whatever it is that you have when you have near-death experiences. They're all the most potent psychedelic chemicals known to man that your brain makes.
Just a Long Island iced tea of brain chemicals. Boom, your brain's afloat in it.
Yeah, and it's a fucking 4th of July fireworks display inside of there.
Yeah.
And it just pops off. And this guy knew how to get people to experience it just from this thing. See if you can find video of him doing that.
I envy those people.
I do a little too.
To feel something that transcendent on Earth.
If you could just believe it enough that this guy can just do that to you.
I don't believe in anything. I believe in like me and my friends and my family and like the community that I can build. But like it's really hard to have any faith in anything bigger than myself.
Well, you have to have an open mind, right? But you also can't.
I think I do.
You can't really believe anything there's no evidence for. Like a lot of my ideas about how the universe works and how everything works and karma and life and energy is just an idea.
Do you believe in karma?
I don't know what it means. So I don't think that necessarily, like if you do something will happen to you.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you do something evil, you're aware that you do something evil, and I think your existence is poisoned because of that. And I think you will forever run into bad situations because you'll be filled with bad thoughts and bad energy, and
you take on like a psychic cancer.
Yeah.
That attracts other.
Yes, I think that's real. I
don't think altruism's real at all.
I think there's some real altruism, and it's usually between people that know each other.
Yeah, but okay,
kindness and generosity.
But is that altruism, or is that just doing the right thing for your community?
Well, it's. I would say that being generous is selfish.
It is, because it makes you feel good.
Yeah, it makes you feel good.
It elevates you.
But it also is really a good thing to do because it makes other people feel really good.
If there's no altruism, it's okay if you're still doing the right thing. If you get off on it, you still benefited someone else.
You do, but why should you not benefit while they're benefiting too? As long as you're not being selfish and narcissistic about it, why don't you just do it? Yeah, of course it feels good to make people feel good, but it also makes them feel good, so you should do it. You should not make them feel good because you're worried it's going to make you feel good, and that's selfish.
Yeah.
That seems silly.
Well, you have to share what you have based on how much you have. Because like when I was poor, it was like my best friends would have like half a joint. And they would smoke that half a joint with me.
Yeah.
And now that I have like more resources compared to some of my friends, I'm always buying meals and like, that kind of thing. And they're like, hey man, you don't have to do this. And it's like, well, you rode with me when we had $8 to rub together.
Yeah.
And now I have more than $8. So like, I'm glad to be able to do this for you.
Yeah. The difference between like being able to pay for a meal easy and not thinking about it where you're wondering how much things cost and you're adding it all up in your head, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The alleviation of that is the most important thing. Like Brian Callen said that to me once. He said the real wealth is like when you go to a restaurant and you don't worry about what anything costs.
100%.
Once you get past that, he goes like, it's all bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I think he's right.
That is that's profound. Yeah.
Because like, no matter where you live, your house just feels like your house. Mm-hmm. If you have to spend $10 million for a house, or if you just have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment that's quiet and not dangerous, it's just house. It's home.
I have a hard time feeling at home anywhere.
Because the road?
Because the road, man. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the road since I was with the band first, and then stand up real hard, and now like the last 6 months of last year, my wife and I didn't have an address. We were just like living on the road, and it was romantic, but it was so daunting, dude. I remember my sister was like, what do you want to do for New Year's? And I was like, what if we just got like an Airbnb and like cooked dinner and hung out? And she's like, oh, so your idea of a party is like living in a home? You need to fucking move somewhere, man. So we like tried it. We did 2 months abroad last year doing shows and shit. And she came with me, and it was great. But now we like bought a house in Detroit, and I'm really happy about it. But I don't ever know if I'll like really feel comfortable when I'm not in motion.
That's interesting.
And it's like, it's good. All my dreams are coming true, but then you have to realize like who you are isn't going to be fixed by everything you wanted happening.
Right.
You still have to like figure out what's the root cause of you. It's Wednesday and you're like, I've been home for 2 days. God, I can't wait to get to fucking Batavia.
But isn't it because you love what you do and you're good at what you do?
I really love what I do.
Yeah.
I'm super grateful to be a comic.
There's that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like, the way to do that is like, you kind of got to do the road.
I think so.
You got to do the road.
And like for a long time, it was like I couldn't get booked in these rooms. But now I can. So it's like Mitch Hedberg said, like he wouldn't say no to gigs because he remembers 5 years previous when he couldn't get those gigs. And that's me right now. It's like I worked like fucking 49 weekends last year or something.
Wow.
And some of those, like a lot of those were like different continents and shit.
Wow.
But I love it. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, this is a new thing with the buying of the home and the moving of the home, of me being like, what does being at peace look like for me?
Right.
Because I'm used to existing in chaos.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to being constantly going forward. And
you enjoy it.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So the thing is, like, people will tell you because of a narrative like from a movie or a book that you're supposed to settle down somewhere.
Yeah.
Says who?
I don't know.
Listen, there's a reason why there's flights and hotels. Because people like to travel places, right? And stay and they don't have a house there.
Yeah.
So they go to the fucking hotel. Yeah. It's simple. Like, it's there set up for you, and if you take advantage of it, it's fun. That's what you enjoy. Some people don't enjoy it at all. Some people like to. The real problem with the travel all the time is your health, because it fucks up your sleeping, it fucks up your eating schedule, it fucks up a lot of stuff.
And then there's a sense of loneliness and desolation on the road that you try to fill in with booze or drugs, or
unless you travel with friends.
And I do now. I got to bring my own feature, and it's the best. And he hasn't drank for 8 years. I pumped the brakes on boozing. You know, I'm like drinking with purpose now when I do drink, not just like 15 Miller Lights every night.
I drink with purpose.
Yeah, it's like
my purpose is to get fucked up.
Well, I know, but and that's a valuable purpose. But when you're just doing the Friday early show and you've already had 7 beers, and then you wake up Saturday and you're like hungover and you're like, oh, I guess I have to have 12 more beers tonight to get normal. And you're not even getting drunk. You're drinking Miller Lite and you're just confused and bloated.
Right.
That's all you get out of it.
But you lost a lot of weight.
I did, yeah. I'm down like 50 pounds this year.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
That's fucking huge.
I have to.
And did you
I love being alive.
Hitting the yes, please stay alive.
I love being alive.
We need more funny people.
Thanks, man.
Are you just hitting the brakes on booze? That's all you had to do?
Hitting the brakes on booze. Well, that's 1,500 calories in pure sugar that I'm not taking in every 4 days out of the week. Wow. So that's great, And then also eating better, and then moving around. I spend a lot of time outside. And now that we're like actually going to be in a home, like the weight set's going back in. Like there's a pool in the neighborhood. Like, because for so long it was like I had nothing, and I was just like so desperate for some like, okay, I'm sleeping on this guy's floor tonight in Springfield, Missouri. I have a roof. I would go on stage and be like, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I didn't want to spend the $40 on a hotel, dude.
Wow. So you'd be telling people, can I stay at your house?
I wouldn't even ask. I would just say on stage, like, you look rich. Can I stay in the boathouse? And they'd be like, all right, get in here, you crazy kid.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And that's how I survived on the road for like ever.
Wow. So how many times do you think you did that?
Countless. That was my move. That was straight up my move.
And you stayed in people's houses.
Yeah, because I learned it from like punk rock. Like we would play only all ages shows. So you would either stay in the venue, you'd stay in the squat, or someone would bring you home and like you'd hear them have a conversation with their girlfriend in the next room, and then she'd be like loud, and you guys got to be out by 6 a.m. But we had a roof over our head.
Wow.
And then you had the next day. And that sense of purpose that you have on the road is so pure. You have a destination that night. You have a thing you need to accomplish.
Right.
And like, luckily, I read like, because I came from like I really admired like SST records, like early 80s, like hardcore. Like that's where I came from. And I remember reading, I think it was Henry Rollins' book, Get in the Van, where the first trip he did with Black Flag, they practiced for like 2 months in LA, and they got real good when he joined the band. And then their first tour date was in Oklahoma, and like 12 kids came, and he was like, fuck this, why are we working so hard, this sucks. And then the bass player, Chuck Dukowski, was like, no, it's not their fault that no one else showed up. We're going to give them Black Flag. They came to see Black Flag, we're giving them Black Flag. And that defined my experience doing stand-up, where it's like, yeah, I would go do the show, there'd be 20 people there, but the next time I go to Omaha, there's going to be 40 people there, because I fucking left it all on the field.
Right.
I was crushing just so I could survive. Right. It was a survival mechanism.
Right.
And I think that really helped me in my career, because I like had so much at stake every show.
Yeah, isn't it an interesting thing? Like if you go to a show and there's only 100 people and it's a 300-seat venue, you're upset that only 100 people. But that's 100 people that paid money that came out to see you.
Yeah.
Treat them.
Yeah.
Treat them to like you're so happy they're there.
Yeah.
Appreciate them. Like don't. God, we're so caught up in keeping up with the Joneses. It's so dumb. It's like that's another like dumb human resource-based instinct.
Comparison.
Yeah. Oh, it's the worst.
Happiness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great quote.
Yeah.
I think that's Thoreau. I think it's Thoreau.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Probably. He's always saying cool stuff.
He said a lot of cool shit out in that pond.
But it's like you can't compare yourself to your friends.
No.
Like if I compared myself to Shane, I would be like crestfallen.
Right.
What I am is happy for Shane. And his rise is so good for comedy in general. And he's been so generous. He put my special on his channel. Like, he doesn't have to do any of these things.
Right.
And I told Shane that he's inherently punk rock, and he rolled his eyes. you know, because he's from the middle of Pennsylvania and punk rocks for homos or whatever, you know. But I was like,
punk rocks is that guy with the queer tattoo.
Exactly, yeah, that guy's punk rock, but so is Shane's ethos. He brought his friends with him. He built this stuff. He did everything independently.
Is this Twain?
Nice.
No way, really?
Whatever he stole it from.
Interesting.
Okay.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah, thief's a better word.
The death of joy. Roosevelt said thief of joy. But who was first?
I don't know.
Who was before? When was Roosevelt?
Roosevelt was post
Twain.
Yeah.
So he probably heard it from Twain and snatched it a la Joe Biden.
Have you ever heard what Twain did for Ulysses S. Grant?
No.
So, like, Grant's the president, but everyone thinks he's this, like, insane booze bag because he got busted being drunk one time on watch. So he becomes president, leads the Union Army, but then the money wears out. So he's, like, on a train, Ulysses S. Grant, and and his brother, like, spent all of his money. His son was a total fuck-up. Like, he has no cash. And this guy's like, hey, would you write your memoir and I'll publish it for my publishing company? And I'll give you, like, $1,000. Ulysses S. Grant's like, for sure. That's awesome. And then Twain hears this and he's like, don't sign that deal. I'll publish your book myself and you'll make so much more money. Like, and Ulysses S. Grant was like, but I made a promise to a man and I am a man and I must honor my word. And Twain's like, okay, pump the brakes on that, Ulysses. So he publishes Ulysses S. Grant's book and it becomes a national bestseller and changed his life and gave him all this money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they would have sold him down the river.
They would have given him $1,000 to have a best-selling novel.
Wow.
You know, or not novel, memoir.
That's right. I had heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark Twain I think he was the first comic.
I agree.
Yeah. Right?
I think so.
He would read funny things in front of people and they would laugh.
And he had to because he didn't have any money.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when Jeremy Piven hits the road. You know?
Yeah. So when Twain did that, he didn't have money back then? Like,
I think publishing deal, he was the first, like, dude who harnessed the reins of his own production and, like, writing. I think Dickens did that to a certain degree too, but he owned the publishing and he would, like, sell it himself. And then he hit the road. I can't remember why, but I think it was a cash grab. And he did these public speaking engagements where he would do bits and stuff.
No kidding.
I think so.
Oh.
I could be conflating him and someone else, but I think that's
that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. You'd like, oh, how can I make some money here?
Mm-hmm.
Do tours.
Yeah.
Like, you're seeing a lot of podcasters do that now.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Like, Tucker Carlson does that now. He does, like, arenas.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson, of course.
Yeah.
These people, they do these tours where they just, like, oh, look, got to make hay while the sun's shining.
I get it. You got to cash in momentum when you have it.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing to recruit.
I get it, too, especially if you don't have jokes.
Oh, dude.
Like, we're just used to doing stuff in front of audiences. These guys, they look at that as like some frontier that they have to. Yeah. And we're like, oh, we have fucking tents out there. We've been living out here for 100 years.
Oh yeah, we're Bedouins, man. You want some fucking camel milk?
Yeah. Sam Talent can't even feel comfortable in his own house.
Yeah, because I'm just so used to being like, what are we doing today? What's our purpose?
The people that haven't experienced that before, like Jordan, like he was telling me how much it wears on you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it wears on you. It wears on you when you fly. Like, I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning. It wears on you.
Yeah.
That day, you're like wrecked for no reason.
Yeah, and also I have a hard time like spending the money to move up front.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right?
Like I spent $600 once to fly back from Australia in first class, and it was an insane deal. And my wife was like, "Do it, dude." And then the whole time I was sitting up there, I was just pissed at myself for being such a bourgeois pig. It needed to be comfortable.
Yeah. That's going to be a problem as you become more successful.
I know.
That'll be an issue.
I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's one thing that definitely happens is people develop this sort of crisis, you know, the imposter syndrome sort of thing that happens when you become famous and when you become successful.
I don't have imposter syndrome. I know I'm good at the job.
Yeah,
what I have is like
just
turning your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like getting out of dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to get over.
Right. I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. I know a lot of people that get the imposter syndrome thing too, because when success comes at a very high level, it becomes baffling. Like you're hanging out with famous people. It doesn't make sense. It feels weird.
It's so weird to be in this room. You know what I mean? It's so strange to me, dude. Like, I'm really grateful to be here, but it is just, like, also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, this room's been around, well, not this one, but one of them, been around for 15 years. That's crazy, too. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, perspective is such a warping experience.
Yeah, it really is.
How far you've gone.
as you get more successful, you're gonna get weird with money. It's gonna feel weird to you.
It's not what you make; it's what you save.
Yeah, but it's like, what do you do with it? Like, I think of money as fun coupons.
Sure,
that's how I think of it. Like, how much fun can I have with this?
I think of it as safety. It can be taken away at any
Sure,
moment.
that's up to a point. Once you pass a certain bank account number, then it becomes fun coupons.
I remember when I had my first comma in my bank account. I called my dad.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got a comma, Dad.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, commas are nice, but it's like the thing is, you're still gonna be you.
Yeah.
You don't have to sleep in the back of the bus, and you don't have to you don't have to do anything stupid to just prove that you used to be poor.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but it's also like, you have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them if you're not gonna spend them?
Oh,
You should be spending them.
Oh, I mean, I'm burning them down.
Did you get a nice car?
No, I have a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of cool jewelry.
You got a nice watch.
My wife got this for me. It's $400.
It's a beautiful watch.
It's a great watch.
What kind of watch is that?
It's a Bulova.
Oh, it's pretty.
But I do spend money on dining, and I do spend money on if my sister-in-law, wants something nice for our niece, I'm like, well, here's 3 different models of that nice thing you want.
Oh, that's cool.
like how I shower people with
that's great
love and affection.
No, that's definitely cool.
But I did spend
you should get a nice car.
$50,000 on dining.
If you didn't feel like a bourgeois pig driving a car, what kind of car would you drive?
I would like a very safe car. You know what I want, dude? Is I want a Ford Astro van, or I want one of those Benzes, those passenger vans that they have.
Oh yeah,
skateboard
vans.
Teams right around there.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
You could have that and put a podcast studio in the back.
Oh, I could.
We were going to do that.
Yeah,
we talked about that in LA. Remember, Jamie? Yeah, we talked about taking one of the 95.
Dude. Right there.
Look at that. Yeah. Plus, you can take naps in there too. Like if you have to park somewhere, if you can be somewhere for a little bit, you have some time.
I can't nap
in the back.
I wish I could nap. No,
really?
I have a really hard time napping.
Really?
Yeah, it's I can't turn my brain off in the middle of the day.
Wow.
Yeah, it sucks.
That sucks.
It's really bad for radio. Exactly that.
Oh, so once you're up for the whole day?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. And then there's just an amount of coffee
have you tried jerking off?
I've dabbled. Yeah.
That's usually the best.
Turns out it's
That's
pretty
like
cool.
a sleep button. It is pretty cool.
But I do like to conserve that essence for my wife.
I hear you.
I like
so you
to
just
come
save
home.
all your loads?
I save every load, man.
Okay.
I come home and I batter my beautiful wife.
That's honorable.
Yeah.
Nothing else? You try melatonin or anything else? Sleep mask? Anything?
It's just laying in a bed in the middle of the day.
You just can't shut your brain off.
Can't do it, dude.
Yeah, well, fuck radio, I guess.
No, I know.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only solution. The only solution is fuck radio.
I mean, and I had to get medical with my managers. I was like, I really can't do radio because I can't go back to bed. And then people will come out for 2 shows and they'll get a worse version of the show.
Right.
Yeah,
it's a big difference too, man. When you're really tired and you look at that 10 o'clock show, you're like, fuck. You already did the 7 o'clock show. You're taking a break.
Did the merch line.
And you're sitting down and you're fucking really tired. Like you're literally yawning.
Yeah.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chuckle Hut.
Right. Who's ready to laugh?
Come on, you can do better than that.
Right.
Who's ready to laugh?
And due to the different groups of the Venn diagrams that create the people who come to see me are Stanhope, Shane, Kill Tony,
Right.
So these people have very high expectations for
Right.
comedy.
Right.
So I always feel like I really got to do a good job.
That's the best way to feel always, forever.
For sure.
Keep that forever. I get nervous for every show. Every show I do, even now.
Me too.
Yeah.
I thought it would be easier once they were coming to see you.
Nope.
No.
Worse, harder.
Expectation.
Yeah, harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep that. That's forever.
Yeah, I hope so.
I keep that forever. That's the same thing with a lot of stuff. When you care about something, you should be nervous. You should feel a little giddy about it, a little excited. Not without confidence. I have confidence. I do stand up every night. I have plenty of confidence. But the feeling should be this is a real thing that's about to go down. This is a melding of the minds with me and all these people in this crowd, and this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
I got to get in that mindset. I got to feel it. I got to. How much time do I have? 15 minutes.
Right. Primate posture.
Yeah, do some deep breathing exercises. I stretch out. I drink some water. Maybe have an espresso.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I literally got this tattoo
away,
to remind myself that it's
what
fun.
does it say?
It says, "This is fun."
Oh,
That's
wow.
my miking hand. So
Oh.
I'd see my wrist, and it reminds me while I'm on stage.
That's great.
This is fun.
That's great.
Yeah.
That should be a thing that everybody in your group does. You should make it like a brand, like a Nazi swastika on the back.
So we can all come quick.
Yeah, this is fun. Why are you jerking off? Same hand too, right? That's fun too.
I My podcast, Chubby Behemoth, we all got matching tattoos for like a Patreon goal.
What'd you guys get?
Just like this like Ninja Turtle like on our thighs. This guy Baco, this like the avenging Ninja Turtle that we ripped. Yeah, so like now we're all marked forever.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's fun, dude.
There's no such thing as forever.
I have a Go Bananas tattoo with all the Go Bananas boys right here on my wrist.
Oh, Go Bananas, the comedy club?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of those Go Bananas. I think there's one in New Jersey, too.
There's Bananas in New Jersey.
Oh,
Go Bananas
right.
is completely
Oh,
independently
yeah,
owned.
they came up with that idea on their own.
Yeah.
We didn't even know about bananas when we opened up Go.
Yeah, no way.
What are you talking about? Oh, that's fine. I thought they were all the same company.
No, I don't think so.
So you have a Go Bananas tattoo?
Yeah, right there.
Just the banana?
Just the banana and the Banana Boys.
I wonder if anybody's got a mothership tattoo yet.
Probably.
The logo, the alien head.
Dude, people get tattoos of you.
Ew.
People get tattoos of my book.
Ew.
They'll get like running the light shit on their body, and I'm like, what were you going through when this happened?
Hopefully good.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're in a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like hundreds of tattoos.
I see
them
them
out there. It's very strange.
And they're not the most glamorous version of your face either.
I don't think I have a glamorous version.
Well, it's usually the one where you're like,
yeah, it's usually
you know?
some crazy face from yelling about something.
Looks like you're coming fire.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I got capsaicin. How do you say that? The hot sauce on my dick. How do you say it?
A capsaicin.
Capsaicin.
Yeah.
That's one of them words that I never say, that I just read.
Mm-hmm.
Capsaicin.
Yeah.
You know? Like generally that's a read word.
Yeah.
Like there's certain words you're like, how do I say this one? I know what it is, but how do I say that?
I'm always using pretentious words that I read and I mispronounce them. So you look pretentious and stupid at the same time.
The real problem is you talk to a person who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about, and you're throwing those words around.
Uh-huh.
Tumbling.
Some of my biggest L's have been in that exact situation.
Yeah. Well, you know, pretentiousness is kind of gross.
I was emailing this lady, Emma Klein, who's an author I admire, and I like spelled her last name wrong throughout the email.
Oh no.
I know. I told her I read all 3 of her books.
Oh no.
It's on the cover.
Oh no.
Yeah.
How does she spell it?
Cline.
Oh.
Yeah, and I thought it was Klein. Very stupid. I told the people at Random House that I just got a book deal with Random House, and she's on the same roster.
You should send her a letter again.
I should.
About how stupid you feel.
Very sorry.
We talked about it on the podcast.
Yes. Now can we be friends? She didn't answer the email.
Your memory's fucked because you've been sleeping on people's floors in random houses for
eating
for
quinoa.
20 years.
Yeah. I remember when quinoa happened. That was big.
Yeah, everybody thought they were going to get healthy with some bizarre new grain.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one's got a lot of protein.
Oh, it's so good for you. It's better than buckwheat.
It just tastes like shit.
It's the worst.
It tastes like nothing.
And like we wouldn't make any money at these shows, but they would have a big quinoa dinner. One time, bro, we had to have a talk back in Lansing, Michigan at this like hardcore anarchist home. And after the show, they were like, would you guys mind doing a talk back about your political ideals? And the singer, of course, was like, hell yeah. So they're like, how do you guys align politically? And the singer's like, I'm into Bakunin. And then the bass player was like, I think Emma Goldman told the truth. And then they were like, what about you? And I was like, I'm selling CDs and T-shirts. These ideals aren't going to keep the van going. So have fun in here, but please come buy one of these hand-screened T-shirts that I made. Yeah, it's just very funny when like your ideals actually hit reality.
Well, those fringe communities, like an anarchist community like that. I'm always fascinated by people that, like, whether they're furries or whatever it is, like these bizarre fringe communities that have their own sort of language, way of looking at things, and things they all accept that most people don't.
Well, Kool-Aid they all drank collectively. Yeah. Juggalos are the best one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Juggalos are like wild people, but they will give you the shirt off their back because they're all about family. Because, like, for the most part, they're, like, from poor places. They might be gross, you know? Yeah, traditionally. But, man, Juggalos will take you in. They're the best. Yeah. Shout out to the Juggalo Nation, man. They're cool.
Did you do a lot of Juggalo shows?
I grew up in eastern Colorado, so I had a lot of Juggalo friends.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But then whenever I see Juggalos at shows now, they're always, like, first in line at the merch. They'll buy everything you have at the table. They're awesome.
What an amazing sort of movement the Insane Clown Posse out of all people, out of all groups of people created.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts.
I think it proves there's no God. That's pure chaos. No way that came from a
Or
plan.
maybe it does prove there's a God. Maybe God enjoys all kinds of different humans interacting in all sorts of bizarre ways.
He enjoys chicken hunting.
Yeah, he enjoys everything.
I think Big J's doing the gathering this year.
Is he?
I would fly in for that show, dude.
Big J's gonna do well. Big J's perfect for that.
I
He's so
know.
good at riffing.
Yeah.
So this is the Insane Clown Posse Juggalo gathering.
Yeah.
Just a fucking gathering of misfits.
They're having fun. They're sharing what they have.
A bunch of people with IQs like someone on a Versa climber, dancing around, banging into each other.
I've met some like worldly juggalos, man.
Really?
I met this guy who was a professor at Duke for a while, and then he like tapped out. And his midlife crisis was becoming a juggalo.
Wow.
He's like, there's just a purity to what they do. And I was enchanted.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to look at it from a human psychological perspective, there is a purity to it because there's no pretension involved at all in being a juggalo.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loathe pretension because I think I'm guilty of it a lot.
Mm.
Because I like read books and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And you want people to know you read books.
Well, yeah, but you can't talk about books with people.
You can with some people.
Yeah, but like they'll be like, I love sci-fi and fantasy, and I'm like, well, that's lower fiction. You're talking about Sherwood Anderson. Let's have a conversation.
Some sci-fi and fantasy is lower fiction, but there's some really good shit.
I know.
Neil Blomkamp. How do you say his last name? I always fuck his name. Blomkamp. I always fuck his name. I love the guy though. But he set me hip to this science fiction vampire book that I fucking love. It's really good. Let me get the name of it. It's like Blind Sight or something like that.
How your family been telling that story?
Yeah, let me find it because I have it in my phone. It's really good.
I met George R.R. Martin.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, he came to see. I was opening for Burt in New Mexico, and George R.R. Martin came.
Wow.
Yeah.
George R.R. Martin came to see Burt?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
In Santa Fe.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
This is it. It's Peter Watts. It's called Blind Sight. And it's a science fiction space movie about vampires. Okay. And the vampires, it's kind of like, I'm gonna fuck it up, but the story is that these vampires, they take some sort of medication. There's some sort of a medical thing that they do to keep them from feasting on people.
Okay.
But that they did exist, and that they had always existed, and that someone that they were killed off because they were killing everybody, and then we kind of relegated them to myth, and then someone cloned one and brought it back, and then they started having more, and the vampires were going to space with them.
Yeah.
So it's a space journey with this vampire who can like read minds and manipulate people, and he's like, but he doesn't act on his like most horrible instincts, and they're out there interacting with aliens.
Yeah.
It's very good.
I mean, you had me at vampire.
Dude, it's fucking good. I'm fucking it up. I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't prepared to talk about it.
Right, yeah.
I read it like 2 years ago. Okay. When Neil was on. How long was that about?
He's actually a predator from the Pleistocene era, I think.
That's right.
He's alleged to be far smarter than baseline humans.
Yeah, it's a really, really good book.
That stuff sounds good.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's really well crafted.
Just like a realist when it comes to literature. I love reading about like men risking their lives for like $80. Those are my favorite novels.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like very low reward compared to the risk.
Like what? Give me an example.
Like Larry Brown, a lot of Cormac McCarthy books are like that.
Cormac McCarthy,
yeah, he's the goat.
Yeah,
he's the best.
Yeah, that's there's something about writing about the stuff that he writes about too, like that Western style, kind of like just the reality of the existence. Did you see any of the Yellowstone pre-shows, like 1883?
No.
Is that what it is? 1883, right? 1883 is fucking insane.
Really?
It's
so like Deadwood-esque?
Well, it's realistic, is what it is. It's like a realistic depiction of what it was like when people made their way across the country in wagons, and how people were lost along the way.
Yeah.
But it's just the way it's done it's so good, dude.
If you like this kind of stuff, then you should read Warlock, which is exactly what you just described.
Oh, yeah?
It's like a postmodern Western. It's really cool.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's like an easy one to like get lost in.
Postmodern Western?
Yeah, it's like a self-aware Western. Like the guy uses all like the trappings of the traditional Western, but then he runs it through like his lens as like a literary author. It's really fucking good.
Well, I mean, just think about how crazy this fucking country is. Yeah. Like 400 years ago, it was just Native Americans. Yeah. That's it. Just Indian tribes everywhere. Mm-hmm. And then this. Yeah. And that quick little thing. So fast. Out of nowhere. Nuts. And the stories about people deciding that they're going to come here from Europe and didn't even speak English and made it across the plains with wagons and lost half the people every time.
Yeah, like had to eat a couple people.
Oh.
Yeah. Then they get to the Rocky Mountains and they're like, hey, we're good. We're going to stay right here. But then the true psychos are the ones who got through the Rockies, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what I always said about Texas. Because, like, the thing about this country is, right, the people that are here that weren't Native Americans, everybody and their ancestors started in the east and made their way west. And then the people got to Texas and said, y'all go ahead, we're going to hang out here and fuck.
Yeah, we're good here.
They just put up fences and started going nuts.
There's a lot of bison around here. We'll be fine.
But a lot of people kept going. Mm-hmm. And then the people that did keep going are the most filled with wanderlust. Like, Californians were the most, like, open-minded. I mean, the state is, like, completely fallen. But the ethic of it, the ethos of the state still remains for a lot of people. And it was like, that was the place where people grew, that people went to when they were fed up with the way the East Coast was. They didn't like the hostility. They wanted to be more creative and free. And they made their way to San Francisco and they made their way to LA. Yeah. And it was just, that was the last place you could go before you went to Hawaii. Like, there's like nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
There's nowhere else to go. So it would just make sense that those people would be the ones that would be pushing the boundaries. I mean, think about it. Like in the 1960s, at least, like the amount of entertainment, the amount of music, the amount of culturally changing content that came out of Los Angeles and the West Coast. It's fucking nuts, man. If you saw it on the chart, a graph, like how much amazing shit came out of LA in those decades.
Right.
It's crazy.
And like how exponential the next great thing was.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. Just like how quickly in the last 200 years that curve has sharpened.
Yeah.
There's so much innovation over the last 200 years. That's like
bananas.
Compared to the rest of human history, it's nuts what we've achieved.
And what we're going through right now is going to change all that. Multitudes. It's going to be beyond the printing press, beyond the invention of the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the fuck the AI thing is, everyone's just guessing what it's going to be like. But whatever it is, it's going to be like that vampire on that spaceship.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, we're going to be trapped with a superior predator.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not going to have emotions either. No. And if it does, it'll engineer those out. Like, what are these stupid things?
What's the point of these?
Yeah, these things aren't helping anything. I mean, I'm a dick.
Emotions are interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's like people who are beholden to their emotions. When they like make it your problem because they're experiencing, obviously if you're mentally ill, that's one thing. But if you're just like a person who's like bummed and you want to put that on me, it's like grow up. Everyone deals with all of these things. I'm just not going to project it upon you and make your time worse.
Well, a lot of it's patterns.
Sure.
They learn the patterns in the family.
No, you're very right. You're very right.
It's real hard. If you grow up with morons, it's really hard to break free. Correct. And think clearly. And then you also have this like weird energy that you get from your family and the way they look at things. Like some families, they just woe is me forever.
Right. And those patterns give you comfort because they remind you of when you were safe.
And they also don't know what to talk about. So they come home, my fucking job, I swear to God, I wish I could quit. I fucking hate it. And they come home and you're like, oh no, no, this again.
We're so lucky that all of our friends are the funniest people alive.
Oh, we're so lucky.
That's the best part of stand-up.
We say it all the time in that green room. Yeah. We're like, we are so lucky to be here.
What up, dog? How are you, big man?
Consider how you feel.
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Hard things in your neck of the woods.
You doing all right, man? Doing all right?
Yo, dog. I made some people's days yesterday. Let's see if we can make yours. Do you know anyone who has ever passed who you've loved and you wanted to perhaps, not want to disconnect with them? You're good.
All right. Is that what you said?
Has anyone in your life ever passed and you didn't want them to die?
Oh, lots of people.
Excellent. So we were talking about this type of technology known as revivification technology. Essentially, there are multiple ways in the future that you'll be able to get those people back if you want. You especially, because you're going to have so much money, you're not going to know what to do with it all. So what am I talking about? Well, essentially from the research that I've done on the matter, there are ways to take someone's DNA there are different ways to do this. We could take the bones in the ground and get their DNA, put it in a machine, and essentially create a clone of theirs. Then using photographs of theirs and different layers, essentially be able to map their brains so that we could combine the clone with the brain mapping and essentially recreate them at a future date. What are your thoughts?
So it'd be pretty much like a AI generated.
Not necessarily. Depending on how accurate the brain mapping is, we could have their same memories, we could have their same personality, we could have their same charisma, and not only that, but everything perhaps up until the moment that photo was taken. Pardon me?
I was talking to Curly in the chat.
Oh, shout
How
out
you
to
doing
Curly.
this morning, man? And we're deleting rabbis.
I see. You want to see what it looks like from this side? Hold on 1 second. I'll show it to you. It's a beautiful site. Oh, hold on one moment. I just closed you. I'm going to make sure it reopens you. Just so you can get you want to see it. I'll show it to you. All right. 1 moment.
Just got done with your third shift. You started a new job. Oh, shit. How you liking it, man?
Now, where's the individual who's driving the cars, Guardian? Sometimes you see that picture, but that car gets flipped over, and that driver obviously gets hurt. Now, the little girl's okay, but what happened to the Guardian angel for the driver?
Well, then we get down
Oh, apologies. Maybe we won't do that. I didn't realize I was going to get so much feedback. My apologies. Those two are right next to each other. Anyway, do you know a guy named Exodus? He's a streamer out here. Exodus, let me see what his name is. He's very nice.
Time seems to go quicker. I've worked third shift quite a few times.
When it's your time.
That's another great question. You know, when 2020 hit,
Exodus Apollo.
I was on my way to countryside, and I was thinking of all
Very nice. Well, that's okay. He's allowed me to, at least for the past little while, stream in his Discord. So here's what happened. You know what Reddit is, right? Okay, so I did an AMA on Reddit. I'm going to make this the biggest AMA in the history of mankind. It's already at like 200 questions. You just type Rabbi Rothschild AMA in Reddit and you'll find it. And so randomly, this person from Kick saw that I was doing an AMA and came out and was like, hey, dude, why do you fucking self-promote in everybody's stream, et cetera, et cetera? And I was like, oh, this is perfect. This person knows about me from Kick, but I'm on Reddit. So I get to talking to the person on Reddit and they invite me to their Discord. I'm able to win over their Discord. They seem like cool people. And then you see our little interaction at the end. And it was very nice. So if you have a chance, if you're listening, it's Rabbi Rothschild's AMA on Reddit. It's quite interesting. We had just a lot of interesting topics.
Lady that's been in for 26 years and she's still at 16 hours. That's insane, dude.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
So I'm glad to see that you have power back. Is everything back to normal? Oh, that's a beautiful thing. All right, so I also see your shirt, Super Mario World. Are we talking for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System?
Well, I'm old, man, so I played the original.
Okay, yeah, okay, on the regular Nintendo, the Nintendo Entertainment System. But the shirt you have on is Super Mario, which looks like it's from the Super Mario generation. It's very cool. Super Mario World. Did you watch the more recent movies that came out of this Mario Brothers? Were they good?
The movie there, the one that just come out not long ago.
With like Chris Pratt and all that?
Yeah, I can't remember. I think we watched it.
All right, very cool. Is that your favorite video game of all time?
No, I'm not a big gamer, man.
You're not a big gamer, but you have a Super Mario shirt on. Come on, my man. That's pretty big.
Mario was definitely pretty decent, man.
Very well. I could say the same thing. I have on Sonic the Hedgehog. The reason why I have Sonic the Hedgehog on is because it's a cryptocurrency that sponsored me with a bunch of merch. So I just wear all this cryptocurrency stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Word. You never know what you're going to do. It's like someone in motorsports where you've got all your different sponsors all over. So you're not too big into video games. You are big into outdoors. You like to fish. I've seen that. For what kind of fish do you like to fish?
Whatever I can catch, because I don't never catch nothing.
Okay, I gotcha. Do you use your cell phone when you fish?
What do you mean?
I've heard some fishermen say that they get different results if they go out with their cell phone in their pockets. Like the fish get a little bit of that radiation or can sense the radiation.
I don't know. Never heard of it.
Very well. Well, it's a thought. I mean, you got to think fish are very sensitive to some things, perhaps wavelengths that we can't perhaps perceive. And all of a sudden there's this perhaps foreign entity and they might be thrown off. Or you just have bad fishing luck, like probably is true. Do you like to go off the dock or in a boat?
It doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
I had been begging for help, and when that book opened up on that page, I felt they were directly talking to me. It changed everything for me. I was able to really believe, how could this book fall off the shelf to the exact page I needed? And so it's reaffirming to us.
Why is it important, John?
I'm gonna take a look at your stream right now. It'll be like a cyclical thing. Just one moment. Straight Savage coming right up. It's Straight Savage. It's not X Straight Savage, is it?
Yeah, X. Got an X, yep.
No, I know it is. But when people reference you, do they reference you as Straight Savage or do they say X Straight X Savage X?
No, just Straight Savage.
Exactly. Okay, there we go. All right, so here we go. We've got Straight Savage here. We're going to take a look at your social media. I judge people's social media. Firstly, we're going to look at your Discord. I'm going to tell you what I think of it. Very nice. It's connected. That's great. We're going to look at your TikTok. Your TikTok. Excellent. You have content. You have followers. Good on you. Everything's linked. Very good. It pushes it. You're 2 for 2. You're in good shape. All right, I'm looking at your YouTube. I see it doesn't have any content, and I understand that because you're a Kick streamer and everything's exclusive. No big deal there. It's great that it's connected. Were you aware your Instagram isn't connected?
Thought it was.
This is what pulls up when I go to your Instagram. So maybe just check that link.
Yeah, I just hit it. It took me right to my site.
Interesting. Okay. Well, because I'm looking at it on a mobile device. I wonder if that has any difference.
No plans for the weekend.
I'm going to look at it on a PC. Just one moment. Straight. How'd you get the name X Straight Savage? All that shit. How'd you choose your name?
So I used to stream with another guy that had the straight thing at the beginning of his name. And he wanted to do this whole stream team thing. And
Dog, you're a member of a clan. Was it a clan?
we used to play a lot of Call of Duty and Fortnite and shit.
Oh, yeah.
So, I come up with this name, and that's what I've been ever since. But I don't even think he streams anymore.
And kind of think about how I want to say it. Yes, when demons come in the room, or lower entities, or lower frequencies, yes, we can feel them. They can be tricksters. They can actually.
So tomorrow I got my cousin's celebration of life, Curly, and then Sunday I have one of my cousin's graduation parties.
They can change your perception about many things. And so when we have these lower entities, we want to
Straight Savage, your Facebook is fire. I'm looking at your Twitter now.
And they can take over. So people who are
You got it when it comes to your social media. In fact, I have friends who are new to Kick, and a lot of times I'll tell them certain streamers who have good abouts have good social media, and yours is like a prototypical one. You've got like a poster child for excellent linkage. Good on you.
Yeah, I just need to be a little more active on them is all.
You ever get anybody to buy anything from your Amazon wish list?
No.
Hey, you're honest. How about your throne?
No.
Okay, gotcha. Food? Has anyone ever ordered you food? I love you, Straight Savage. You are ready, though. That's what I'm talking about. My man is ready. All right. What's Spider Farmer?
They sell like tents and grow lights and stuff like that.
Oh, very cool. Daily High Club. We are now sponsored by the Daily High Club. Us promo code Straight Savage to get use. You need an E at least on mobile for so use promo code Straight Savage to get 15% off. Very cool. So what's Daily High Club?
They sell like bongs and bowls and fabrics.
Man, you are big time. That's amazing. You've got some great sponsorships. I mean, it's appropriate. Rogue Energy. We're sponsored by Rogue Energy. If you would like a 10% discount, use promo code Straight Savage. What kind of flavors does Rogue Energy have? Oh, really good stuff. Pink lemonade, black cherry. Very cool. Is Rogue Energy, is it like a powder? Very cool. We stream every day, we stream every weekday from 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to whenever. You're good. You're earlier than that. We do some night streams and weekend streams, so drop a follow so you know when we go live. Excellent. Got great specs, and I saw your setup. It's, I mean, really, you have a poster child like example of how to do this. You've got a great Discord. Merch. I'm gonna check out your merch. Do you get people to buy your merch?
Yeah, sometimes.
Very cool. It's cool. Nice. Welcome. How are you? What's going on?
What up? How you doing?
Let's see who this friend is. Maybe there's some Kick, who knows? Your merch is great. You got a lot of it. Very cool. You can donate. That's great. You got your donations. Straight Savage, 10 of 10. This is how you do it. Excellent work. Booty photos, they say. Now let's look at your clips. How much work have you been putting in cleaning up these clips? Wow, you've been burning the midnight oil. Look at you cleaning that shit up.
I don't think there's any rabbi clips there, is there?
No, dog, you must have just done it too, because I just saw like 3 of my computers on your page. Hilarious. Good on you, man. I had this one guy, two people. So I was in this group last night, and this one guy is just, he is admittedly drunk, and he's like, I can't stand you. All you do is come into my stream. All you do is clip my channel. All you do is spam. And he's just going at it. This other girl, I come into this Discord, and she goes, what's up, you little bitch? I'm like, hey, how are you? How are you? I'm like, damn, girl, what's up? And I'm like, how you doing? She's like, I'm high as fuck. I'm like, oh, damn, on indica or sativa? She goes, codeine. I was like, damn, girl, you are lit, woman. So anyway, we've got some wild-ass people on Kick, apparently, who absolutely know who I am. And let's just say,
everybody knows who Rabbi is.
Absolutely. That's what we love to hear. And people want to know, when is it going to end? Once I'm viral, I don't have to do it. When everyone knows who I am, trust me, folks, all of the spamming will be gone. But you got to understand, there's a saying: you got to strike while the iron's hot. You got to make hay while the make hay while the sun shines.
No, I still have to fix mine or my son. So, no four-wheeler riding yet.
290-5343. KFI 640. Sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember,
no, not fixed yet, man.
Comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I know, man, I know.
Straight Savage, do you ever play any Discord games?
Not normally, no.
What's your favorite band of all time? Yeah, you heard me. That's a big question. That's okay. When people ask me,
Enjoy music, man. I enjoy all types of music.
word dog, have you seen this Discord? As do I. I've got 50 different genres of music down there. If you click the chat, every single one will give you the top 100 artists of that genre of all time. I love music myself. All right, well, name a few bands you like. I'll name them. Do you like the Beatles?
Beatles are alright.
All right, do you like the Rolling Stones?
Yeah, Rolling Stones are good, yeah.
Do you like U2?
Yeah, they're alright.
Do you like Coldplay?
Yeah.
Do you like the Backstreet Boys?
Not really.
There you go. Threw a little curveball there for you. Okay, so do you like classic rock?
Yeah.
Like if I'm looking at your iPod, when iPods are a thing, would it be mostly classic rock, mostly rap, mostly reggae, mostly classical? What am I going to find?
Probably a mix-up between classic rock and hip-hop.
Okay, do you like country music?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. Is there any kind of music you don't like?
Opera.
Okay, I'll live with that. Makes sense. It's not usually in a native tongue, so I get that. Do you like any opera songs?
Yeah.
Okay. Not even that one Grand Theft Auto opera song? Do you know what I'm referencing?
I don't.
That's okay.
But yeah, definitely not an opera fan.
All right, did you ever play Grand Theft Auto?
Yes.
Are you a fan?
I mean,
When Grand Theft Auto 6,
disappointing as a game developer. So,
you were disappointed as a game developer?
yeah, Rockstar the ones that make Grand Theft Auto.
Yes, you were disappointed in them?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they would always say that they're gonna put this in the game or put that in the game, and they'd like give you a time frame, but it would take fucking like 6 to 8 months after that before you get the shit. So, if you even got it.
So you're talking mostly Grand Theft Auto Online?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm on board with that. So you used to play Grand Theft Auto Online on here while streaming. I gotcha. All right, so
I
you're...
used to play GTA RP while streaming. I don't think I ever really played much GTA Online.
Oh, so what would you do when you would role play?
What's that?
Who would you be? Like, what kind of person when you role play?
My character's name was Mad Dog.
And what would he do?
Pretty much just rob banks and shit.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Mad Dog kicks ass. Was he successful at it?
Oh yeah, I had lots of money.
Hell yeah. I've never played... I've played Grand Theft Auto Online, but I've never played the role-playing one. It seems like it would be a lot of fun. I see some people playing it, and it seems cool. Okay, so are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? No. You're about a year away of it. So you mean God willing, in a year or in a little bit, I won't be able to see you be playing Grand Theft Auto 6. You're not going to have it. Is that a guarantee? Are you going to be anti Grand Theft Auto 6?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't play games anymore, so.
Oh, but what if it's a phenomenon?
I might watch somebody play it.
Okay.
I won't play it.
I got you. Okay. Very well. Any games? I know you don't play games, but like, is there any game out there that you would really play in the future if they made it? Virtual reality fishing.
Yeah, see, I've had the Oculus Rift, and my son's got the Quest 2 and all that shit.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I've had the PS4 VR headset. It's just, I don't know, something I can't get into, man.
Okay. All right. So you're all in when it comes to that stuff. Wow. So you've never just had a time where you put on one of those things and then 8 hours went by?
No.
All right. Well, to each their own. Do you golf?
No, never golfed in my life.
Are you anti-golf?
I mean, that's for old people, right?
You're getting older every single day, so pretty soon you better get that swing going. You better get that swing going, dog. Do you think we'll ever see you out on the course? No. Maybe, no. Maybe not. But you never know.
I think Friday would disagree with us, though. I think Friday likes to play golf. Right, Friday? I don't know if he's out there, but
Friday might get you on the link.
I know lots of people, younger people that play golf, so.
All right.
Never had an interest in it.
Do you play cards?
It's been a long time.
When you would play cards, what would you play?
Whatever.
Okay. Also, I can realize that it's just annoying to get a bunch of questions. So if I'm annoying you, let me know.
No, you're good, man.
Excellent. Okay. So, do you play any board games? No. Okay. So, not really into cards, not really into board games. Oh, do you play any instruments? Okay. Are you into... No talents. Okay. No, you definitely do have talents. You're a very courageous individual, and you may not see it that way, but the future of people will see it that way. You are willing to be an advocate for cannabis and 420 culture publicly, and you may not see that as a big thing because it's just you living your life, but just know people are going to watch this stream in the future and watch your streams in the future and recognize that, you know, in a lot of ways, you, even though it's like a Schedule 3, it's still not legal fully, and you're just an advocate. You are essentially a leader in this, so just know that, like, you're a brave person in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. And
everybody got quiet out here. Where'd everybody go? Wake up, guys.
Wake up, peeps. Do you like alligators and crocodiles?
What's that?
Do you like alligators and crocodiles? All right. Any other animals that you like?
Animals, I guess, man.
Okay, so you like animals. Cool. You like nature and stuff. If you were to look at my like Instagram feed or Reddit feed, I don't know, something about nature. I like, if you ever see on Reddit, the Nature is Fucking Lit channel. Sometimes nature just does some wild stuff out there. Love to see that shit. All right. You like dogs? Okay. And I know you have a cat. What's your cat's name?
Her name is MJ.
MJ, like Michael Jordan?
Mary Jane.
Oh, perfect. Very appropriate. How old is Mary Jane? How old is MJ?
7 months, maybe.
Oh, wow. She's very young. Wow. Well, shout out to MJ. What a beautiful name.
Yeah, she's a very big cat. She's a Maine Coon, so she's going to be huge.
Oh, wow. You got that right. And she's up in the cat tree, right? I see her, I think. Right? Yeah, exactly. She is going to be huge. Isn't that the biggest kind of cat that there is? Aside from, like, tigers and shit?
I mean, if you look up on Google, like...
They're huge. I've seen them. Like,
the biggest house cat, yeah, that's what they classify.
That's what
but there's a couple that do get bigger, like the Norwegian forest cat, and I think there's one other one.
Now, why did you choose? It's a Maine Coon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Why did you choose that breed?
It's what my wife wanted.
There you go. Hey, do as the boss says. I understand. Well, so your wife got to choose the cat, but the cat hangs out in your room?
Oh, yeah. She's definitely my cat.
Oh, very cool. So you're both a cat person and a dog person? Very cool. Well, MJ seems like MJ's got a perfect little spot. You got that set up. Very nice for MJ. Does MJ know MJ's name? Very nice.
I did. I have a deck of angel oracle cards. They're not inside at this moment. They're out of business. They're going to go back.
I don't know if you had the opportunity to see, but Joe Rogan recently had on the first Neuralink patient named Nolan Arbaugh. And this person is basically a quadriplegic person who has this brain-computer interface. Did you have a chance to see this interview? Pretty wild what they're doing. I did not know this was one of the goals of Neuralink, but imagine we broke your back in two, basically, so that you couldn't walk anymore. One of the things that we're going to be able to do with Neuralink, perhaps, is take one Neuralink and put it at the very base of your spine of the top half, and another Neuralink at the very part of the break in the bottom half of your body, and those two Neuralinks can communicate, and perhaps you can walk again. And it's all on Bluetooth.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. There are some really interesting things in that interview, and just the possibilities. Like, you know, he's been able to play the game Civilization. If you know that game, Sid Meier's Civilization, using Neuralink, he's been able to, and like they do all this testing with him. It's wild what's happening. So big things are happening there. And he seemed like a really nice guy, really down to earth. He was an athlete. He just had kind of a freak accident when he was swimming, and it broke his back apparently. And you know, I really want to see this guy walk again. I mean, that's why when I saw him, I'm like, I'm gonna do my best to remember this person's name. Normally I don't do that. I'm like, okay, Joe Rogan and some random ass person on, who cares? But I was like, you know what? This guy's almost like the first cyborg, or he's close to it. I mean, I don't know. This person is the first person to have a workable brain-computer interface. It's wild.
I go down another waterfall to the next level. And I see a boat, and they're about to pick up my husband.
Do you like sports?
And I think I'm going to die.
Not a big fan.
I'm sure that
If you had to play a sport, what would it be?
I played football as a kid.
Hell yeah. Who's your NFL team?
The Bills.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, so I don't know how old you are, but are you a child of the 90s?
What's that?
Are you a child of the 90s?
Yeah, I was born in 82.
Oh, hell yeah. So you definitely know the Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Bruce Smith, Andre Reed years. The Marv Levy years, right?
I was always protected wherever I was, and I'm really grateful for that.
What's going on, Pavan? Pavan, did you get a corporation name yet? Did you think one up? That makes. Hey, how are you? Did you think up a corporation and do that social media? So let me explain who Pavan is.
I told him, good morning, man. How you doing?
Yo,
Good,
dog.
man. How you doing?
You know what? I recently lost $800 on stake. You know, it's a very huge amount in India, bro.
Damn, that sucks, man.
Pavan, you know better. You know better than to come into this VC when I've given you ways to make thousands of dollars to go asking people for money. Come on. Pavan. So Pavan sent me a DM saying like he was $800 in student loan debt, and I was like, hey, come on into my VC, and I'll tell you how you can make $1,000. And I did. I told him you create a Fiverr account, then you create your social media, and you can do graphic design. You can also do social media for different organizations, and they'll pay you. It's at least an honest way to do it, as opposed to having to beg for it. Pavan, did you make the social media accounts?
So let's go, man.
Pavan, did you make your Fiverr account? I know you downloaded it. Did you make the account? Okay. Did you make an account? All right, you have to sign up. Go see what it is. You can advertise your craft. But I know Straight Savage, and I know he's not going to give you $800, and I know I'm not going to give you $800. So I'm just going to cut you off at the pass and make you aware that we're all out. If we had it, we'd give it to you, but we don't. So now I'm going to give you ways that you can generate your own income.
When somebody wants to summon up an angel for help, do they pray? What do they do?
Pavan, create your Fiverr account. You already downloaded it, so now create your account. Pavan, if you create your account now, you can start making money in 15 minutes. Take your time, my man. Absolutely. We're very patient. Take your time. If you have questions, we're here for you. Straight Savage, have you ever used Fiverr? Do you know what it is? It's basically a website where independent contractors can advertise their crafts and people can pay them, but it starts at $5, so it's very affordable. And like, let's say you needed a banner made for your social media and you didn't want to do it, or you didn't know how to do it. A graphic designer say, I'll do it for you for $5, and they can put it together for you. And whenever any of these people comes to me for money, I tell them I'll teach you how to do this. And I now have about 4 people in a village in Nigeria who are graphic designers now because they've used this method. And I'm not saying that they're completely financially independent based off of it, but it certainly helps their supplemental income. I like to help people if, I can. And
You're doing good so far, man. How about yours?
Yo, Pavan, I'm here. How can I help you? Okay, take your time. Straight Savage, what is your soda? What is your soft drink of choice? Water. Very cool. Very cool. Very smart. Do you have a favorite? Oh, dude, both are winning combinations. Do you have a favorite type of water, brand of water? Okay. When it comes to your chocolate milk, do you like the chocolate milk that is in the jug that you buy at the store? Do you like to do that Hershey's syrup kind of deal? How do you get your chocolate milk? Gotcha, like Nesquik. Do you like strawberry milk?
Yeah, I prefer chocolate milk.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, the cat was on some shit this morning. Blacked out at 7:15, so it's great now. Fuck yeah, man.
So I knew I was destined to find that office.
Motivated gas.
Was before or after the
Figure yourself out.
Simultaneously, the lump, and that was not my voice. And so that's how I found it.
Straight Savage, do you like coffee?
I used to drink coffee. I don't drink caffeine anymore.
Wow. You're all natural. Good on you. Do you like candy?
I fucking love sweet.
There you
But I
go.
think I'm fat.
Do you like edibles?
No.
No edibles. Okay. So you only like do you only like flour? Do you vaporize as well?
I got, like dabs, flour, hash.
Do you have a volcano vaporizer?
No, I got Puffco Pete, bro.
Very nice. Beautiful. Do you ever smoke? Oh, what is it? Shard? What's it? Is it called shard?
Nah, I never heard of it.
Hold on, I'll look it up. It's like it's
Only
marijuana.
drink it at work. Only drink what at work. Coffee?
Can angelic messages contribute to somebody's...
Oh, shatter. Do you ever try marijuana shatter?
Yeah, it's just wax.
Exactly. Do you ever dabble with butter? Marijuana butter?
I've had butter. Yeah.
Very good. So you do dabs? Do you do vaporizers, like cartridges ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know where mine is, actually.
Sometimes during that night, I heard a really clear voice for the chiropractic people. And I literally went, what? And it said it again, so the chiropractic people. I have had no thought since ever.
Beer, water after work.
And so the next day, I actually enrolled.
Normally some chocolate milk and water.
That's
changed my life.
It's truly remarkable. And chiropractors are very respectable.
Do you like chocolate shakes?
Well, they are, and I had
Hell
no idea.
yeah.
There is the angelic encounter in my office. I had a few angelic encounters.
That guy would love me.
Where the angels just, I never felt this before. All these
Apologies, I said chocolate shakes.
Oh, shakes? Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. So you like chocolate cake and chocolate shakes? I do too. Word. In fact, I think chocolate is so popular that if you were to ask the average person, do you like vanilla or chocolate, and you want to appease the most amount of people in a crowd, more people like chocolate than vanilla. Yet everybody still goes with vanilla as like the idea that it's kind of the neutral color. I think chocolate's the neutral color. More people like chocolate than anything. But I am biased. I do like chocolate. What are your feelings on Yoo-Hoo? No?
Chocolate syrup and water is not good.
Dude, I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to drink a Yoo-Hoo in front of you. I have a weird talent. I can drink Yoo-Hoo faster than like anyone on earth. Just one moment, Straight Savage. You're going to get to see this up close and personal.
Drink Yoo-Hoo faster than anybody else I've ever done.
Just about.
I'm talking to Rabbi Rick.
Those prayers, when we put them in motion, create an action and a force field that can help it happen in those ways.
All right, we're going to come back and take phone calls with you next on Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
All right, Straight Savage, you there? Here we go. So if you're like, Rabbi, how fast can you crush a beer? I'd be like, I can pound a beer probably better than 50% of people. And if you were to say, like, how about water? Maybe like 50% of people. But Yoo-Hoo, for some reason, I'm in like the top 5 or top 1%. You ready for this, Straight Savage? I'm waiting for you. Okay, hold on one second because I have to say a quick prayer before I say it.
about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast.
Done. Killed it. I don't know what it is, but I can drink Yoo-Hoo pretty quickly.
There we go. Cheers, everybody.
Hell yeah.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important.
You ever do LSD?
19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. IR has such a broad
Psilocybin?
that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
Do you ever smoke cigars? How about spliffs? Hybrid marijuana tobacco? No. So you stick with cigarettes or you stick with a joint, but never... Oh, okay. I gotcha. No mixing. How about a blunt?
I'm not a blunt fan.
Okay. Okay. So people are passing around a blunt. You prefer not to. You'd rather have a joint.
I'd rather have a joint, yeah.
Do you like the raw cones? Hell yeah, good on you. That's the way to go. Well, also, have you seen the Randy's papers with the little metal in them?
I have seen them, yes.
I like those as well. Both of those are the ways to go. If you give me just some zigzags, I can make it work, but I like a little bit bigger joint generally. And the raw cones are the way to go. Have you ever met an unkind person on Kick?
Wake up call for Friday, July 19th. I'm Amy King.
A couple.
A couple of them? Okay. That's honest. I don't mean necessarily people in the chat, because I can understand trolls and stuff. Have you ever seen or interacted with an unkind creator on Kick? Okay. So they're out there. Good to know. This one person who I met recently, their name is Exodus Apollo, I believe, and they have an interesting thing. Every night they have and if I see you online, I'll make you aware of it. They have a Discord, but the people in the Discord are all creators as well on Kick. So he's got like 6 or 7 Kick creators at the same time, and it's a neat thing to see when everybody's online. And again, his name is Exodus Apollo. He's a nice guy. That's the guy who found out about me from my Reddit AMA. Do you go on Reddit much? Reddit's where it's at, man. If you want cool shit, that's like the front page of the internet. That's its phrase. It's pretty sweet. I understand you do Kick. Do you do Instagram, TikTok, that shit?
I mean, only once in a while I post on them. I don't post on them very often.
I gotcha. And you're a parent, so you don't have time to do all that kind of stuff.
It's an update issue, and it is not a cyber attack. We're going to get the latest on how it's going to affect you today from ABC's Mike Dubusky. That's coming up in just about 3 minutes. Democrats at the highest level.
What are your thoughts on the event that occurred on Saturday?
And even former President Obama has expressed concern to allies. Biden said Monday he hadn't spoken to Obama in a couple of weeks. We're going to find out
the assassination attempt?
That's coming up in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. That's some crazy shit, man.
Wild shit, man.
Nominee for president in his first major speech since a failed assassination attempt. Trump described in detail the moment a shooter opened fire on him in Pennsylvania. We've also got cool stuff for the hot days ahead with the host of Home on KFI, Sharp. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour. And Jason Nathanson with ABC.
No school, I take it.
No, summertime, man.
That's coming up before the top of the hour.
I take it it's the like best time of their life, where they get to sleep in for no school. It's the summer. Dad's home. That's got to be pretty cool. They got a cat, MJ. Can't beat that. Innocent. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Crown Lord? This person came in yesterday, but they didn't say anything. Are you there? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you.
Didn't say anything, huh?
There they are. Hello. Hello, how are you? I'm well. Hard to hear you. Hello. Hello, how was your day? Excellent. Amazing. Couldn't be any better. Now that you're here, I'm so glad to have you here. How did you find out about this Discord, if I may ask?
Not sure. Click the link, and next thing I knew, I was in the Discord.
Dog, you're in the right place. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and this is Straight Savage. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Straight Savage is a Kick streamer, big time. You can find him at kick.com/XSTR8XSAVAGEX. He's amazing. Check him out. I'm always live. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey from the 1990s?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's what this is. Essentially, my entire life is recorded just like Jim Carrey's is, and you can watch me from 8 different angles, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This is the biggest event in global history because I have more data uploaded to YouTube than anyone. This goes back for 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And we're really happy to have you here.
So it's your life 24/7.
100%. You got it.
Is your life interesting?
Hell yeah. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've been to Disneyland. I've been to Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. I generally like to stream from at any given time on 8 different YouTube streams, so you can see me live on YouTube. I'm also live on 33 other platforms, including TikTok, multiple Instagrams, Trovo, DLive, Africa.tv, Bilibili.tv, you name it. Chances are I'm probably on it.
Is there anyone watching?
Yeah, I mean, Straight Savage was. And on any given time, I'm pretty popular. At least 2 or 3 people on every stream.
Are you a rabbi?
I am. Rabbi, I am.
It's 5:07 on your Friday morning.
Do you have proof?
Yeah, my ID is currently on my YouTube.
Are you a direct descendant
Of my family? Absolutely. A direct descendant of whom? Because if you know anything about the Rothschild family, the banking dynasty, they changed their name in the 18th century to Rothschild from Bauer. So if anything, they joined my family.
How far removed are you from Mayor Rothschild?
Oh, a distant relative. How about you? Are you related to him? No, that's okay.
This was a faulty update, though, and it appears to send computers and servers into what's known as a recovery.
So you were randomly in Discord and you saw the link that I had sent and you joined?
Oh, it's randomly online?
You were randomly in Discord or where?
On Bing.com?
Oh, you were randomly on Bing?
That's how I just ended up today.
No way. Very cool, dog. Amazing. You're my first person who's heard about me from Bing. Amazing. Well, phenomenal. I'm here live 24/7 whenever you want to talk. I'm live on 8 different streams on YouTube right now. I also have robots. You want to see my robots? Okay, just a moment. Do you know what Kick is? Kick.com? Excellent. So, what I've done is taken over Kick. If you're like, how did you take over Kick, Rabbi? I have robots that automatically create accounts for me. So I'll show you right now. This one is currently just got created. What it's going to do is select some text. Then what it's going to do is go to the front page of Kik. It's going to adjust the zoom level. It is going to find the phrase just chatting. And everyone who is in this category on the platform is now going to have three things happen to them. The first thing that's going to happen is that they are going to get a follow from one of my bots. And my bots just don't have any kind of random name. They have joined Rabbi's Discord. Welcome. How are you, Hang? How you doing today? Hang's my friend. What up, buddy? I'm explaining to Crown Lord here how my bots work. So the first thing you're going to see is this bot. It's going to recognize where the follow button is and press it. It has image identification software. So it actually knows where pictures are. Now what it's doing is it's going to create a clip down here in the corner, and it's going to spam my Discord channel as the name of the clip. So it'll say Rabbi Rothschild : discord.me/Rabbi. That's the link to get in here. Then what it's going to do, I did make this. I made 4 of them. 4 of them are going at any given time. Then I use a macro software. As a Freemason?
No. Well, you're a rabbi, so come on.
I am, and I'm also a Freemason. What you're going to see here? What degree? 3rd degree.
There are no departing flights from any of the Southern California airports.
You're initiated in the
Sephardim? Any moment, so do be sure to check.
Initiated in the Sephardim. You mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Explain. I am Ashkenazi. If you're saying Sephardim, that is a bloodline within Judaism. But anything Kabbalistic is for people over 40 years old, and I'm 38. So I have some knowledge of what you reference, but in all honesty, I do my best to completely separate myself from Kabbalah and from anything perhaps mystic until I'm 40. I do have a section of it in my Discord below where I do address it, but as of right now, I do my best to just learn modern orthodoxy and stay away from Kabbalah. Now, I'm familiar with the Tree of Life, at least its shape, but I would advise you to go to a rabbi who's over 40 years old. And if you say to them, hey, I met a rabbi who said he couldn't teach me about it because he wasn't yet 40, this rabbi, they'll know exactly why I couldn't. You have to be 40 years old. Additionally, you should have had children and been married. And none of those things have happened. So I stay away from that for right now.
What about astrology?
Yeah, so generally astrology isn't something mainstream to Judaism. Now, it is something that certainly is interesting to me from a secular standpoint, but any kind of soothsaying or astrology or star gazing is generally something that we refrain from doing.
What about numerology?
So there's gematria. So certainly we believe that words have perhaps numerological importance, and specifically in my world, the number 666 is very important. It's a triangular number, and if you're familiar with triangular numbers, they're very beautiful. They have a geometric shape, and their organization is apparent. If you're familiar, you can take 666 balls, and they'll create a perfect equilateral triangle. As will 6 balls, as will 3 balls. These are what are known as triangular numbers. 10 balls. So basically, 666 is just a triangular number in which I personally find a lot of joy when some people fear it. And certainly there are other examples of this, but generally when it comes to numerology, gematria is what we study.
Now let's find out what's next on the ways. We've got problems continuing.
Have you seen an angel?
I wish. No. I can tell you the closest that I've ever seen to anything paranormal like that was about 14 years ago, and I reported it to MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. You can find it at MUFON.com. But basically what I saw was a glowing ball, like a plasma ball, that was flying over my car and went into a subdivision. And I felt that it was very intelligent. But do I think it was an angel? No. Do I think it was like your traditional flying saucer? No, it was a plasma ball. And since then, I've seen many of these plasma balls that have been captured on film. And generally, these things are considered like paranormal anomalies. People don't know what they are. That's the closest I've ever had to anything paranormal. Have you ever had anything paranormal happen?
Yeah.
Can you please tell me about it?
All the good stuff. Yeah.
My freshman year of college,
Pop culture.
I invited someone to my dorm, and the person started telling me details of my life that they shouldn't know about, and it just not.
And I'm sure you will try to get that.
When I asked them to explain how they knew what they just said in great detail, that I've never told anyone, they told me they forgot what they said, and they couldn't remember what happened.
That's wild. Apologies. Let me kill that. Microphone. There we go. Wow. So you're a freshman in college, you meet someone for the first time, they could tell you all this in-depth stuff about yourself, and then when you ask them, how did you know all this about me? They said, I don't even remember what I just said. That is wild. How in-depth was this stuff? Is there anything you'd be willing to share?
It was very detailed.
Wow.
It was a moment of my life, and I was doing something I shouldn't have been. And they said who I was with, where I was, what I was doing, in great detail.
No way, that's freaky. Wow. Okay.
I haven't told even one person.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Okay, so have you ever seen any kind of craft?
I've seen orbs, but that's it.
Oh, you've seen orbs too?
Yeah.
What color was yours? Mine was like an orange. Oh, interesting. Where did you see it? Tell me about it.
I was on the 8th floor of a brick building, and I was talking to these people, and they were explaining what deliverance was.
Like the movie?
So, it's deliverance is a practice, I guess, to expel lesser spirits.
Interesting.
So, I was curious, so I said, do it to me. And then I started seeing blue orbs in the room, and the room got cold.
No way. In the 8th floor of a brick office building? Very interesting. Do you believe?
I sparked on all takeaway. The room got very cold, even though apparently it was very warm.
Do you believe in aliens?
I believe there's things. I'm not sure what to call it.
Okay. Well, just you believe in that there are other civilizations out there.
Yeah.
Very cool. Do you,
I know there's like the Sea Kingdom, and that there's kingdoms beneath the earth.
like the Hollow Earth theory?
I don't know what they are or what they're doing. I just know they're there.
Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah.
Do you like the Joe Rogan podcast?
I don't listen to them, but I like clips sometimes.
Very cool. Well, I want you to know something, and I mean this. I'm always live, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can always come here and talk and learn. I watch podcasts 24 hours unless we're talking, and so there's always something to learn. Additionally, I do this for world peace. I don't just do it to annoy people. I want everyone in the world to recognize that we could be working on a common goal, and that is world peace. And I would like to align people on that. And other things that I like to discuss on here that aren't normally discussed in society are really big ideas, such as mind uploading technology, where Crown Lord, we scan your brain into a computer, upload it into a computer for later download into a clone, a cybernetic being, a robot, an avatar, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. And also, we talk about life extension technology. We talk about anti-gravity and antimatter. We talk about time travel, force fields, fusion power, fission power, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. Sure. We talk about alien disclosure. Oh, one moment. Hold on one second. In addition to alien disclosure, we talk about... Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Excellent. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, upload it into a computer for later download into a cybernetic being, into a cyborg, into a robot, into an avatar, into an ethereal being, into a clone of yourself, whatever you want. Basically, what we're talking about is digital immortality, where you don't die if you want. If that's a future for you, it's transhumanism. I talk a lot about transhumanism. Other things about which we discuss that are really big ideas, in addition to transhumanism and mind uploading technology, are life extension technology through stem cells and human growth hormone, cryogenics. We talk about... Very cool.
Transhumanism is two sides. One believes that they become immortal, they become like God. Another believes that it's a war against God, and they fight against it.
That's fascinating. Are you an advocate of transhumanism?
I look at both sides. I'm not sure which way I go.
I understand. Well, those are things that we discuss. Additionally, we discuss faster than light travel. We discuss fusion power, fission power, the hydrogen car, space elevators. We talk about space tourism. We talk about the CRISPR program. We talk about Dyson sphere.
genetic testing.
Exactly. Gene editing. It's wild stuff. So, as you can see, we talk about a lot of really interesting things on this. And the reason why it's going to become...
I've worked on the Cas9 system before.
How was that?
Well, it looks like right now it's going to be down on babies.
Just be feeling like things are piling on. I mean, like, he's
Yeah.
got these calls and then more people.
It seems like only those who can afford it will be able to have access. So it's going to create a very large divide because we'll be able to heighten the memory and the intelligence of some who can afford, and those who can't will fall behind.
You could absolutely be right. Well, you should know that in addition to streaming my life all the time, we have these other interests, and we're really doing our best to change the world. We don't want war anymore. If you ask me what is the end goal of this, it's world peace. And I think I can get everybody on board for that. That's a great question. We'll have to decide what that is. Essentially, the way that I define it is nothing that you do affects me without my consent, and nothing that I do affects you without your consent.
How do you enforce it?
Am I what?
How do you enforce this peace?
Likely the United Nations peacekeeping force.
What if someone goes against us?
Then they will have to deal with the United Nations peacekeeping force.
Will there be punishment?
If I had it my way, we should be able to find enough land for you to be able to live independently. So I would be fine with you just doing your own thing, or we just not messing around with you. But the United Nations isn't going to be so nice, and they're going to make you follow the protocols.
What about on an individual aspect?
Well, I'm a libertarian at heart. So what does that mean? I'm for personal rights, personal freedoms, and you don't bother me, and I won't bother you.
So what if someone goes against you, or you go against them? Should you both be punished?
Well, then, most likely, in the future, the United Nations will intervene.
When it comes to everyday citizens, individuals, the United Nations will have officers to deal with.
Yes. So what I think will happen is similar to what is supposed to happen with NATO, is every country volunteers a certain amount of money and perhaps even people to create a force. So just like there are NATO forces, you would have United Nations forces.
You believe in globalism?
I'll tell you this. I fought globalism harder than any motherfucker out there, and I recognize that it's a winless war. Basically, given enough time, the entire world will become globalist, that nationalism is essentially impossible. Long term.
You want one giant world power.
Yeah, if that means peaceful, if one world order and a new world order, you got it.
And what about differences?
Well, we'll do our best. We'll do our best to ensure that they're preserved. So there'll be different ethnic groups, perhaps with different traditions, perhaps in different areas that won't necessarily be affected as much. What do I mean? Like the people in North Sentinel Island, they'll just be kept there as basically a preservation of what humankind once was. Excellent questions. Let me just say this, Conlord, you asked excellent questions. So here's the answer to that. It's going to be socialism in the future with a UBI, a universal basic income. Who's chosen? An elite group at the top. They've already been chosen. I'll tell you their names right now. Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee, Merovingian bloodline, Reynolds, Russell, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Van Dunn, Warburg, and the House of Windsor. That core group controls the world. Yeah, dude, that's a fantastic question. Okay, so you have the Astor family. But if I were going to really start with this, I probably would start with the Merovingian bloodline. So what's the Merovingian bloodline? This is basically like the houses of Europe that essentially emerged out of the medieval period as the royalty that would eventually make small enclaves like Monaco and San Marino and all those different places. So those groups essentially can trace their bloodlines back to medieval royalty. When it comes to the Windsors, their last name is truthfully like Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. It's a German family. It's not a British family. And that goes back to the Holy Roman Empire, which was not holy, nor Roman, nor necessarily an empire, but nevertheless is given that misnomer. Now let's get into the families, because those are the two big ones. Okay, so then we have the Astor family. The way that they made their wealth is through the fur industry. So basically, when we had the founding colonialists in the United States, they were reserved basically to east of the Appalachian Mountains. But eventually, especially because the demand in Europe for furs became very high because it was very cold in especially northern areas of Europe, that the desire for pelts of animals became very high for warmth. And so the Astor family basically told all of the frontiersmen of the United States that they would pay them for every animal pelt that they were able to get. So they basically eradicated major swaths of animals from basically the Appalachian Mountains to the Pacific coast. The longest permanently inhabited settlement and the first permanently inhabited settlement on the Pacific, I should say the longest permanently, how do I want to put it? There's a certain name for it. It's Astoria, Oregon. I believe that's permanently inhabited by non-Spanish Europeans, something like that, because there were Spanish cities, perhaps on the Pacific. But nevertheless, Astoria, Oregon became like the fur trapper capital of the world. And so all of these frontiersmen would kill these animals and their pelts and then take all of those animals to just a moment. They would pay, the Astors would pay people for these animal skins, and in exchange, they created much of the way that people in Europe were able to keep warm during the winters of the 18th and 19th centuries. Okay. Then we have the Bundys. and the Collinses. Generally, these families are old, wealth, European houses that moved to the United States. We also have them being interrelated with real estate. Some of the families that I didn't name that are very related to this are families like Drexel, particularly with real estate in New York City. The next family that I mentioned was Carnegie. Carnegie made their money through steel. So basically, all the skyscrapers that you see in any major city in the world, at one time, if the skyscrapers were like pre-1950, let's say, they were made with Carnegie steel. So basically, the steel industry was dominated by that family. The DuPont family is a very famous family in chemicals. So you may have heard of DuPont Chemicals, but in reality, where they make a lot of money is in gunpowder and the arms industry. A lot of bomb making early came from the DuPont family. We then have the Lee family, and there are other families in here to be named, but these aren't the top core. The ones I've named here are the top core. But other ones that could be named are the Guggenheim family, are the Pillsbury family, are the Disney families. All of these could be named. Okay, then we have the Lees, L-I. This is an Asian family, which is quite interesting. The most well-known member of this family, perhaps ever, is a man named Li Ka-shing. He was a Shanghai billionaire, essentially. But if you know the Lees, they basically run the underground clandestine Chinese government. Then you have the Reynolds family, which became the aluminum arm of this octopus. Essentially, if you've ever heard of Reynolds wrap, it's like a type of aluminum foil, and Reynolds was a family for that. We have the Rothschild family. That's my family. Essentially, we came to power following the Battle of Waterloo and have made money through the finance world. The Rockefeller family was able to dominate the petroleum industry. So if you, at least like in the United States, for instance, you might get your gasoline at Chevron, at BP, at Sunoco, at Mobile, at Phillips 66, at Exxon. All of these used to be the same company. They were known as Standard Oil, and Standard Oil was owned by none other than John Davison Rockefeller. Additionally, you have the Russell family that has the Russell Trust. This family goes back to like pre-colonial United States, or I should say pre-revolutionary United States, as one of the old money families of the United States, specifically with Yale University. If you've ever heard of Skull and Bones, Crown Lord, have you ever heard of Skull and Bones? Yeah, based out of Yale University. Okay, so there are two of them. There's the Germanic Death Cult, but then there's like the version of that that's at Yale University where George W. Bush was a member and John Kerry was a member. Did you hear about this? Okay, so the Russell Trust is the family that owns the it's called Russell Island, and it's an island where the Russell Trust owns this island. It's not Russell Island, but they own an island in upstate New York, and all of the people from Skull and Bones every year go there, and essentially the Russell family has made the Russell Trust has something that once you are a member of Skull and Bones and you graduate from Yale University, everybody gets $1 million. So every graduate gets $1 million, something like that. Then you have the House of, well, we talked about the House of Windsor, basically Saxford, Coburg, both that. Then you have the Warburgs. Warburgs essentially made their money through finance as well, through the Federal Reserve System generally. And then you have the Vanderbilts, and the Vanderbilts controlled the rails. So basically, as you see, like every family in this had an arm in the global domination of the world, whether it was Astor from furs, or Russell from, or Reynolds from aluminum, or Vanderbilt from rail, or Carnegie from steel, or Rockefeller from oil. Everybody had their own role to play. And I used to get pissed off about this, Crown Lord, but then I started talking to people, and they somewhat changed my, well, they didn't change my mind on this, but the statistics did. So I learned that if you ran the Earth as a simulation 1,000 times, every single time a small group of people would take over the majority of people, every single time. So what does that mean? If you run the Earth with human nature being what it is, 1,000 times, whether the last names were Astor, Bundy, Collins, Carnegie, or whether they were Smith, Jones, Jackson, Washington, it doesn't matter. A small group of people will eventually take over the larger group. I was always of the thought that you could have like peace and equality and an equilibrium where everybody's shared. But it turns out that that's impossible. You can't have that equilibrium because every time the equilibrium is achieved, someone will end up shaking up the system, and then eventually you will have the equilibrium break up and a small minority will end up controlling the majority. So I'm just a person who recognized that I, being from a special family, could perhaps take over not just the important people with my last name, but of all the world. And I recognized that I had what all of those companies and people don't have, or I could, and that is content. I read in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that content was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, shelter, anything. And I recognized that if I were able to create more content than any person in global history, I may be more wealthy than every Reynolds and Russell and Rothschild and Rockefeller and Bundy and Astor and Collins and DuPont and Lee and Warburg and Vanderbilt and Van Dun and House of Windsor and House of Merovingian bloodline. I'll have more money than all of them put together.
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
So you believe in
just a couple more things that are much smaller, much less
all
expensive,
for one?
and are really great.
What does that mean?
I've seen this.
Well, you can have one for all.
Yes.
Where there's one person doing away sacrifices for everyone else.
Prepared hero fire blanket.
Or you can have
having a fire extinguisher.
all for one, which is just the inverse.
You should have a fire extinguisher nearby.
Where one person takes control
Fires that
because they believe they know what's best.
things like that. You get out the fire extinguisher. You haven't used
Well, I know that phrase from Three Musketeers, and I see it as this. At our heart, every person is selfish and doing everything they can to preserve themselves. So, like, human nature is inherently selfish. Therefore, I think it's less all for one and one for all because everybody wants a piece of that.
using this little blanket. It's reusable.
I wish it wasn't that way. I wish people, or at least I wish I thought people were inherently good, but I don't think they are. I think in the end, it depends how you define good and bad. But basically, what I'm saying is this: if you tell someone, "Hey, there's a candy bar in the drawer, don't eat it," and then you leave, given enough time, the person's gonna fucking eat it. They're just curious. They're gonna wonder what's going on. Basically, if they don't think anybody's watching them, they might take advantage of a situation. But I don't blame them for that. They are a self-surviving entity. They're doing everything that they can to survive. So they're just following their natural instinct.
Do you hold the belief of the Goyim from the Babylonian Talmud?
Yeah, whether there are two types of people in this world, Jews and non-Jews, I can tell you that I'm doing my best to modernize the Babylonian Talmud to today's day and age. Do I think that there are people in this world who are lesser than other people? I don't judge people. Do I hold people differently in this world between Jews and non-Jews? There are some things that Jews can do that non-Jews can't. There are some things, arguably, that non-Jews do that Jews can't. Do I think that even the best goy should be killed, as the Talmud says? I'd like to find a way that we could perhaps have a global conversion so that everyone is included, and we don't have to have a world between Jews and non-Jews.
What can they do and what can't they do?
Well, for instance, like a non-Jew can't appear as a witness against a Jew in a court. Generally, there's some prohibitions of having non-Jews fully prepare a meal. Usually a Jew should be present or at least like overseeing. There can be an issue when it comes to who a Jew can marry. And so in order to be a member of the tribe, or you have to be a Jew. And if you're not, then generally a conversion is necessary. So to answer your question, I certainly know the world of the Babylonian Talmud, and I'd like to modernize it, and I'd like it to be so that everyone in the world who wants to participate in Judaism can, and should they wish to not, they don't have to either. I don't want to force it on anyone.
Do you believe in there's some who give and there's some who take?
I probably think that most everyone in their primal state is a taker, 100%. Do I think that people give? Yes, but sometimes they give just to subconsciously feel better about themselves, and so even that is arguably selfish. Like what do I mean? Sometimes people will give someone a gift, and they say something like, I like to give because it makes me feel good when I give to others. Well, that's actually a selfish saying. Thus, I think that you can't really do anything completely selflessly, because in the end, you're gonna get a little bit of joy out of it yourself.
Do you think we should hold back the primal urges?
It's a good question. To some extent, yeah. Because I think if you take primal urges too far, then it can turn into anarchy where people don't necessarily have any rules.
Do you think you should give?
Do I think you should give? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Yeah, but I would probably describe it as this. When you give to someone, not only are you going to feel good about it, but also occasionally it can help to build the bigger community, and the power of many is always generally more powerful than one. So I would explain to, let's say, a child. A child may say, Rabbi, what are the benefits of giving if you're just having to sacrifice something of your own? you can explain that many times when you give, it makes you feel good, it makes the other person feel good, but even separate from how it's going to make the other person feel, there's the idea that you help to build the community when you do that. And the power of the community is superior to the power of one. Not that the power of one isn't important, but when you can multiply that, it's much more powerful.
So should you act on selflessness or selfishness?
Both. I think that one person's selfishness is another person's selflessness. And let's talk about that. Let's say someone who sacrifices their own life for their child may be seen as a very selfless individual because they gave their life for someone else. But an argument could be made that in the same way, that's a selfish act because they were just trying to preserve their bloodline so that they sacrificed themselves for their descendants.
Let's say, hypothetically, there's two types of people in the world. Let's say 60% of people are selflessly inclined,
okay,
and 40% are selfishly inclined.
Okay.
Would it be better to be part of the 40% or the 60%?
The selfish group.
The 40%.
Right, because they're more aggressive. They're probably more hip to be square. They know what's up. They're not going to get taken advantage of as easily. Those people who are really, really selfless are great, but they're like non-playable characters. They're cool, and they help to build the community, and that's important. But at the end of the day, they don't have that killer instinct like the selfish people do. Meaning, if I have to take one person from the 40% group of selfish people and one person from the 60% selfless people, and I say, here is the great outdoors, you need to survive, chances are that the selfish person will survive longer and make it out, or at least have a better opportunity than the selfless person. And what do we mean by that? Or why is that? Because the selfish person is going to take advantage of every opportunity that they have to survive. Basically, to me, the selfish gene or the selfish instinct is the thing that allows them to survive. It's a survival instinct.
Do you believe in source?
Swords?
Source, God?
I believe that God is a subjective understanding that we all generally know to be energy. When people say God, I think of all the energy in the world, but it doesn't mean it has a big white beard and sits in the sky. It means it's like all the energy that is in all of the universe. That to me is what I can get on board with when people talk about God.
So, if we're viewing God as a source, like a point, if we get closer to him, how much selfish...
You can't get closer to him. He's everywhere, or it's everywhere. So what do I mean by that? I mean like... Hold on one second. Hey, how you doing, Conscious? Dog, you're a pimp. I know you from yesterday. Dude, because I recognize that pimp-like voice. Weird, dog. How you living, baby? Waiting for you. Hell yeah, dog. Word, I'm here. Dude, I like your shirt. Are you a Tom or a Jerry fan? Wow, I got you. I feel that. I understand. Well, I'm glad to have you here. You got that coffee in you, ready to take on the day. Hell yeah. So still sipping on that shit from last night. What are you drinking? Good on you. Sex appeal to get laid. Psych. World peace. It's world peace, dog. I don't want people to have war anymore. It gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace. Word. Absolutely. And it's most certainly appreciated. Word, dog. I know. And thank you for the opportunity. Word. No, that's not true. A lot of people have. A lot of people have, actually. Dude, I can name 3 off the top of my head. We've got Straight Savage. We've got Orlando Jeff, and who else? Citrus. Because I'm amazing. Hey, just for a moment. Dog, you know I'm 250 of those. You know I'm 250 of your followers. Yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Perhaps, can you count them for me? All right, how many of mine are your followers? Sure. No, I'm just saying that I followed you with a lot of accounts. I'm saying that I have followed you with a lot of my accounts. Damn, you a good-looking motherfucker. You know you love it. You know you love it. Look at this guy. People, hey, get that mug back on this screen so that I can get more followers. Look at this. My YouTube is blowing up, son. World peace. World peace, my friend. I do. Dog, I was just sitting here making my own content. You love it. You love it. Conscious, you love this. Dog, have you ever heard the phrase living rent-free in your mind? Well, I'm doing both, dog. Watch me. Watch me. Dog. Dog. I know. And I crawled up your back, and I'm getting past that finish line right before you guys. You love it, man. Conscious is the man. Dog, get this. You built an empire. I've got Julius Caesar here. Dog, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to take you to the promised land. I have more content than anyone. Yes, I do. I have 3 years, 24/7. I've done shout-outs to every major creator on Kick, at least if they're in the top 100. You could go to my social media and check it out right now. It's at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. I know. I know. Everywhere. I love you. Dude, Conscious is the man. Shout out to my man, Conscious. You are an amazing individual. Because I love you. No, dude, I want world peace. So we talk about world peace. So seriously, let me talk about world peace for a second. I want to stop world hunger through vertical farming, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding. I want to stop world thirst through life straws, digging of wells, and through desalination plants, taking water from the world's oceans into a desalination plant and making it potable. I want to help the people of the world. These are good ideas. Other things that we talk about that are really good ideas are things like life extension technology, mind uploading technology, where we upload your brain from a scan into a computer for later download as an avatar, a cybernetic being, a robot, anything that you want. You could be a clone of yourself. You could be an ethereal being. But basically what I'm talking about is digital immortality. And if you don't jive with that, I completely understand. There are other things that we talk about on this that are really important. Dog, it's working now. Word. 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 He's a genius. He'll be seen as like Mozart in the future. My man is legendary. That I'm starting to blow up. You know about me, and you didn't know about me 3 years ago. Not live streaming 24/7. But were you live streaming 24/7? Okay. All right. I just want to be OG Junior. I'm going to be Conscience Junior. That's pretty wild. You're Dog. Dog. I remember when the internet was started. Dog, when I came on the bitch, the internet wasn't even started yet. I'll tell you, I was using YouTube in 2005. Okay. Dude, you're the man. You're the man. You're the man. Conscious, I love you. You're amazing. Right, but I told you, life extension technology, my man. Dog, I make content 24/7. My whole life is content. Okay, dog. Dog, I love you. I love you. I love your spirit. I love your energy. It's wonderful. Yes, you are. You're right. You're right. Thank you. Thank you for being my content. Dog, thank you so much for being my content. Oh, easily. You might have 100 times more. Dude, that's cool. They know who I am now. Dog, it made you my fan. It made you my fan. That's all I wanted. Ask anyone. Dog, you're my best fan. You're the head of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. I've seen it. I looked at the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. It said president, conscious. Word. Dog, thank you for the content. This is free content. And me too. They already are. I got 3 of them watching me right now. Yeah. Yeah, dude, tell them they can watch Rabbi Rothschild 24/7, 365. They can check me out, rabbi.me/. Just go to discord.me/rabbi. Yeah. Go to discord.me/me. Conscious. Conscious is the man. Everybody subscribe to Conscious. Conscious. Everybody subscribe to Conscious. He's the most amazing streamer on Kick. I'm going to give him his due. I'm giving him his flowers. If you aren't subscribed to Conscious right now, you go fuck yourself. Conscious is one of the greatest people of all time, one of the greatest streamers of all time. Conscious is energy. Conscious is life. Follow Conscious right now. Like, subscribe. Tell everybody you know about Conscious. Dog, I'm just giving you your flowers. Shout outs. Shout outs to Conscious. Well, peace. Yo, dog. Dog, you know who's in love with me? Do you ever look at your clips? Do you ever watch them? They're good. I clip good shit. Conscious, you're hilarious. Because it's content. You're content, baby. Dog, you're amazing. I love you. And I love that you're such a big fan. Thank you for starting the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Welcome, welcome. Look who it is, Brad Richardson, Pimp of the Year. How you doing, Brad Richardson? Dog, Brad Richardson, have you met the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club, Conscious? He is the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Dog, I'm a huge fan. No, definitely. I think it's mutual. Oh, I'm a huge fan. It's so fire. I was telling everybody about it this morning. Look at that beautiful mug. Dog, I am content. You're making my content. Brad Richardson, have you met president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club, Conscious? Dog, Brad Richardson, let me give you a tour. I live rent-free in Conscious's head all day, every day. I love you, Conscious. Conscious, I love you. I think you're an amazing individual. Conscious, everyone loves you. We love you. Conscious, I love you. Thank you for being president of my thing. Conscious is president of my fan club. Conscious, can I just tell you one thing? Conscious, can I just tell you one thing? Can I tell you one thing? Can I just tell you one thing? Thank you for being president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan. I love you. I love Conscious. He's amazing. Brad's amazing. Does anybody know that? I appreciate that. Hey, Conscious, did you know that Pepsi, when it was started, it was known as Brad's drink? Brad, did you know that the original name for Pepsi was Brad's drink? Did you know that the original name for Pepsi was Brad's drink? There you go. Conscious, did you know that? Hey, Conscious, are you going to run for another term as president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club? Hell yeah. Brad's going to run for president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Conscious, I love you, and I love your stream. I love your content. I love everything about you. You're amazing, and I want you to know. Yeah, I do. I know that you are the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club, and I want you to know I really appreciate that. That's a lot of your time and dedication. Oh, not enough. I wish I took some. I don't take any. I wish I took some. You got it, Brad. I wish I did. But I'll tell you the drugs I've taken in the past. Doug. That's true. Yeah, I did. I actually did. I made 60 cents on a platform known as Rumble. Well, I also talk about the fan club. You loved it. You're amazing. Oh my word. I knew you were president of my fan club, but I didn't know you were so die-hard conscious. You're right. Dude, Brad, do you like Joe Rogan? Hell yeah, Brad is amazing. Absolutely. 100%. I'm just going right down the line. Yeah. I love Joe Rogan. It's just content, so it's always playing. I also love Joey Diaz. I'm a certified project management professional. No, I'm a certified project management professional. I wish. She wouldn't have me. I wish. Good on you. Dude. No, conscious. Good on you for buying your own house at 21. That's amazing. Oh, okay. All right. Well, shout out to the people who gifted it to you. They were looking out for your future. That's cool. Shout you out. Hey, can I talk to you about that for a second? There's a type of technology known as revivification technology, where you can take someone, if you have their DNA, you can. You got it. Just a moment. No, Joe Rogan's not playing. Someone else is playing. Okay, so there's a type of technology known as revivification technology, where you can take someone who has passed, died, use their DNA and pictures of them, and basically create a revivified version of them. If you just want to. Let me say this. I told it to someone earlier today about their mom, and they were very enthused about it. I'm saying that not only might living forever be a thing, but also being able to revivify people who have previously died. I want you to know that if there were ever anybody in your life who had died, who you previously wanted to bring back, that might be a technology that we might be able to utilize in the future. Absolutely not. No, I don't say that word. I don't say that word. No, absolutely not. I love you, Conscious. Institute of California survey shows Biden has support of 55% of voters. It's the same as before. You wish. 30% of voters in California prefer former President Trump. All right. No, I'm just. You think I'm Asian? I love it. No, they're actually pretty new. Somebody gave them to me like a month ago. That's true, but they're only a month old. No. You have to understand. I have 2 sets of them. I love you. Dog. Hey, we're going to watch Joe Rogan if you want to check it. Dude, it's my girl. Hey, what's going on, E-girl? Dog, this is my girl. This is my future ex-wife, and everybody knows it. She welcomed me with, "Hey, you little bitch," last night. Right. E-girl, tell everybody what's up, that you are my future ex-wife, and everyone knows it. E-girl knows she's Rabbi's future ex-wife. Sergeant, how you living, baby? Sergeant, are you coming to E-girl and Rabbi Rothschild's future wedding? Conscious is the best man.
nigga. Like, I don't understand where you coming from, bro.
I'd stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore.
You don't want war anymore.
Word, dog.
Have you been to war?
No, I don't want war anymore.
Never. You never been. Fuck no.
No, I don't want to go to war.
That nigga doesn't have the fucking balls to fucking sign up for military, nigga. What the fuck? You think a nigga like that ain't talking about war?
Right, I want to avoid it at all costs.
I bet. You don't want to die. You're scared of death, nigga. Don't say it's about world peace, nigga. You scared to die.
Hey, Sergeant, did you know that Conscious is the official president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club?
That nigga bugging. No, I'm not. Fuck that nigga talking about. I came in here and that nigga said that shit. I was the first nigga to come in here and try to talk to him. That was it.
Hey, Brad, what's your favorite Joe Rogan episode?
No. We get that nigga some content. I'm not gonna talk to you.
Okay, that's cool. You guys can just watch me. That's cool.
We are the content. We are the content. Go ahead.
That's cool. I'm just gonna chill.
You can't deny it.
Fran has an iPhone 15, but you have an iPhone 10. You look like a loser. What are you doing with that old? Look at that stupid old camera. Oh my God! What are you doing with that? You need the best one. You need the new one. If you have a 2007 car and your friend pulls up in a 2024 car, like, oh, I need the new one. What does the new one do? The new one does all these different things that the old one doesn't do. The new one drives itself. Oh, I gotta get the new one. And so, what does that do? It pushes innovation. It promotes innovation. Materialism fuels innovation because we're always buying new stuff. If everybody stopped buying things, if everybody looked at their phone and said, oh, this phone's perfect, I don't need a new phone. Or could you have that phone forever? You don't need a new iPhone. I could have like that phone forever. They would stop innovating. They would stop making things. It would just stop. And then nothing would get done. But because of materialism, because of this keeping up with the Joneses thing, where everybody wants the latest thing in their driveway to impress their neighbor, you want to pull up to the fucking diner and show all your friends, all that stuff just fuels the creation of new and better things. And we're all part of it. And every year, there's like a thing you didn't know. Like, I just got this phone. Check this out. This phone, I can make a circle on things, and it Googles it instantly. This phone transcribes all of my voice notes and then summarizes them for me. This phone, this Galaxy S24 AI, it has AI in it.
It will summarize your notes. Yes. It'll like condense them into a Wikipedia
of you. Wow.
Yeah.
It does it with web pages. This is the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. This is the new one. This thing, it can transcribe your thoughts, but even better, it can translate conversations. You could be speaking Spanish and I could be speaking English, and it'll have a split screen. So it'll show, like, I'll put the phone down.
In almost real time.
So on your half of the phone facing you, it would be speaking in Spanish. It would translate my words into Spanish. On my side, it would be translating your Spanish into English. Then if you have the Galaxy earbuds, it'll do it in real time, in your ear. So you can talk to me in Spanish, and I can hear you in English. And this is just beginning.
I don't care what the rest of it. Look at how lucky he is with what's happening with the Democratic Party imploding right now. Look at how he was with the cases. Last night he talked about how the dismissal of the documents case vindicated him and the case fell apart. It only fell apart not from the merits of the case, because the judge bought this ridiculous argument
Immediately, it goes to Google and shows you instantaneously.
Now, when you say ideas are life forms,
Yeah.
which is so interesting to me, haven't heard that. Are you talking about maybe consciousness?
Yes.
Okay, so this, and then what are your thoughts on how individual people are? The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan's podcast by night, all day.
What killed RFK? What?
Besides Zionism. You know, if he didn't have that, I think he could be president. But
You mean RFK Jr.?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was like, what? Figuratively.
I was like, how does that have anything to do with the boycott of Starbucks and McDonald's and Sirhan? Like, what?
As Republicans, if you do a good job, and then Democrats, I'll tell you if she gets it.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Get to know this woman, the fewer.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Trapped. I don't like being trapped in this Apple ecosystem.
This motherfucker with the fucking.
We got
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Rogan Experience.
Stream all day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Noel?
what a West Side gang.
Yeah. No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Hey, you too. You too. Thanks for having me.
I have a feeling if there's a movie that they do in the future of how the world changed in 2024, you're going to be in that movie.
Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be cool. I wonder if they'd get to play it.
Yeah, they probably don't need people by then. They probably just do movies with AI and probably really quickly. You could probably take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make you the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
But if we're talking about historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient, that's you.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it BCI had been around for a while. So I've
What is BCI?
Brain computer interface. So just implants that they've done in people, different ways that they've found. They've given people the ability to control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple things out there. The Utah Ray, Synchron came out with something where basically they go through the artery in the neck, and that they kind of thread something up into the brain. It expands in a vein up there and an artery up there, and then they can control the brain through that. So BCI has been around for a while, a few decades at least, I think since the 90s. So I always say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants sort of thing, but I know Neuralink just has, it's in a league of its own, and I know that, with Elon's name attached to it, it's going to blow up way more. But I think this is the beginning. I think everyone else that, comes after this basically is going to be pulled up by the progress Neuralink's making, and the fact that they are trying to open source basically all of it. I think the whole field is just going to grow exponentially at this point.
Well, we can only hope so, and that really is fascinating. And it really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings and brains. So do you know what year the first one was that they did this?
98.
Oh,
maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was a Utah Ray. That just it looks like a chip with more fixed threads on it. They were, I think, a lot smaller, and it just sat on the brain. So obviously, open brain surgery, and they put it in there, and then it would read a section of the brain, motor cortex, I think, as well.
Have you seen some of the stuff now where they're using some kind of scanning imagery where they can actually see thoughts?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they're doing where they think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually, and what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone is seeing and thinking. Well, can you find that, Jimmy, so we can figure out exactly what they did?
Yeah.
Here it is. Scientists read dreams using brain scans. Is it an older one?
Okay, that's crazy. I mean, I've always heard that scientists really don't know how, like, what dreams are and like what is going on or why we do it. I've heard plenty of people say like, yeah, we still don't know why you even need to sleep, or like what's going on in your dream. I don't know if that's changed recently, but I mean, like, I don't know. Dreams are an interesting thing.
The whole sleep thing is interesting.
Yeah.
MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dreams visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative MRI scans at pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science. Wow. Wild stuff.
That picture just looked AI. Are you dreaming AI now?
I think we're close. Yeah. I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now. Less so than it seemed 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now it'll seem likely. I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all this technology and all these new innovations and all the a greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these. As they build on all this stuff, I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing is somehow or another real, but not real at the same time.
Yeah.
Neither a simulation nor like actual reality, like a hybrid of these things.
Oh yeah. That'd be crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink is how much we're going to learn just about the brain from this. Like the amount of data that they're collecting. I mean, little things like the fact that all the stuff with the thread pullout going on with my brain. One of the reasons that they think it happened is because, well, I don't know. Have you heard about like the thread pullout and stuff?
Yeah.
So basically,
explain it to me.
Yeah. So basically, there are 64 threads implanted in my brain, with 16 electrodes on them each, and over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting from my brain. So the threads that the robot implanted were retracted. And so we were getting less signals from a lot of them. And they can't see that on like brain scans or anything. So like the threads are so small, not even the size of a human hair, that in order to get a scan of them, you'd have to use such a big machine that it would probably just fry my brain. So they can't just go in and look at them. So a lot of the data that we have that shows that they were moving or coming out of the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes on the threads were sending signals anymore, if they were picking up neuron spikes. So a lot of the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to some declined performance for a while. They kind of fixed that in a way. But some of the reason that happened, at least we think, is because the brain moves more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre to me when I first heard that. I was like, you guys don't know how much the brain moves? Like, this feels like that should have been something that was solved, ages ago.
I never even thought it moved.
Yeah, so it pulses, like with like your brain, with your heart, I mean. So like as your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses as well. Because, there's blood running through it and everything, so it's just pulsing. And they thought that it moved like pulses at about a 1 millimeter rate. So that's how much it'll pulse, like move is 1 millimeter. And they found in my brain that it was moving 3 millimeters pulsing. So that's on a scale of 3x times what they had made the whole Neuralink and the threads and everything for, to be able to withstand. So they think that might have had something to do with it as well.
So is that a normal thing that, like, does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's going to, we'll know more.
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive touch. The human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientist, try that name, Uli Rutischauer, PhD, thought he'd uncovered a strange new phenomenon.
Exodus, I hope you know Exodus, all my life, Exodus. You are the reason.
This nigga is in here.
I just have one thing that I'd like to say to Conscious. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Rabbi appreciates the fact that you are the president of the fan club very much. Thank you, Conscious.
Exodus Apollo, the person that is in this bitch, bro, you are. Exodus, you are the reason this nigga's in here. You are the reason this nigga has clout. You are the reason this nigga has notoriety. Bro, you are the plan. If no one else on Kick was putting this nigga, giving this nigga attention but you, bro. Exodus, I don't fuck with that, bro. You gave this nigga the light bulb that he wanted. Why? Look at this nigga. Look at him. He's sleeping Sonic Banshee and fuck on children.
No, I don't do that.
Look at him. He's so excited. He's sleeping Sonic Banshee in his mama house. Look how excited he is. Exodus, this is all your fault, bro.
If I hadn't said it before, I'll say it again. Conscious, thank you so much for being the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely appreciate it.
You're on every single platform on the internet. If you don't hit 10 viewers in your shit, you're a piece of shit, nigga. You don't get 10 viewers in none of your stats and none of your fucking lives. You are a nobody on the internet. You're a nigga that doesn't need anything. You're gonna die alone.
Conscious, thank you so much for all of your kind words. You should know from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate, Conscious, your efforts to ensure that I am able to live rent-free in your head for as long as possible. I appreciate it.
Rabbi, once this alcohol is gone out of my body, I promise you I'll forget your name.
Where
Just remember that.
you know that I am just posted up in your.
I promise you, I will never ever, wallahi, never ever say your name in my chat.
All right, dude. Well, I love you.
My homie gave you recognition, not me.
Conscious,
this isn't my VC. My homie Exodus gave you recognition for us to talk to you.
Conscious, you're an amazing person.
No. He's the only one that can suck your dick. No one else. And I'll let that know in his VC. Exodus, you're a dick sucking rabbi. Pop it out, buddy.
Conscious, have I thanked you for being the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club?
You're a pedophile. Do you have anything nothing to say? You like children, my nigga, and I can see it. I can tell. You like kids. You look like the version of Sony.
Appreciate it.
On my soul. Do you know who Sony is? I bet you don't, nigga.
Who's Sony?
Shut your bitch ass up. Sony Skrillex. You look like the Down syndrome version of fucking Skrillex.
Tight, man. I appreciate it.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Hey, in answer to your question, Brad, no, I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Bangarang bass. Shut your bitch ass up. Fucking hate you, Rabbi.
Thanks,
Suck
dog.
my dick.
Thank you.
What's the difference in the standard plan, premium plan? $50 and the premium is $23 a month. What do you get? If you have ad free, you have ad free. So I don't quite understand the need for higher resolution TVs or something. lot too.
You look like
the bird, nigga. You look like Sony, nigga, on my soul.
Standard limits usually
The early version is curly.
premium allows up to
Before he turns into the dubstep.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Here he goes again. President Biden has announced another round of student loan debt forgiveness. This one affecting 35,000 public sector workers, including teachers, nurses, and firefighters, who cost $1.2 billion. The Biden administration is already fighting two legal challenges to other student loan repayment plans that have been launched last year.
People come back and say, you're president. We're here for more people.
Should taxpayer subsidize By the way, I think it's not going to be too much longer than to stop referring to Donald Trump as former President Trump. All right, he's going to be President Trump. Just to make it clear.
Wasn't super.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam V'ed.
That nigga uses us for content and you allow him in his PC for him to have a voice, for him to talk to me, for him to talk to anybody in his PC, as long as they be working on his tech shit. Nigga, fuck that nigga. What is wrong with you?
Criminal charges.
That's okay. So that's two out of I don't know. I guess tens of thousands of employees will find out how pervasive this is. Notice that any organization of any size that deals with any accusations are out there. It is we really outside as a society. There is simply some outliers. Much you think there are more rapists criminal elements and murderers, illegal immigrants coming in than 20 years ago? As a percentage, I know.
I have people on the show right now. One of them is a horrible pervert, so that's 20%, right?
Right. Does that stay? It would. That doesn't change. Never mind where we're going with that one. But thanks for pointing that out, Neil. So
well, she's filthy.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fucking with you, Brad. I just want to say, guys. I'm here to tell you fucking Brad.
I will never understand that. I don't give a fuck. Exodus, bro. I love you, and I swear to God, I'm in your VC thing, bro. You can ban me. You can ban me after this. I don't give a fuck. All my life, I don't care. You can ban me. You can ban me after this. After tonight, you can ban me. I don't give a fuck. But the fact that you allow somebody like him, Exodus, the fact that you allow still they want to get in here.
No one
COB?
That's the problem. Well, in general,
Discord. He's trying to join?
Number of EVs that are being sold. It's because there is infrastructure out there. That's
send him the VC. Send him the VC.
Just sort of like a freak accident while I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4, C5, which they told me was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. It was just kind of like my spinal cord, like bounce out of place for, a split second and hops right back where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move anything. I have no control or sensation below my shoulders. I got a little bit back, like I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough to do anything. Like I couldn't control the joystick or anything. So yeah, no movement or sensation below my shoulders.
Is there anything that you looked into what they do with stem cells? Or
Yeah. So I applied for studies before Maryland, and I never got asked to be in any of them. I never even heard back from anyone, which is kind of what I assumed would happen with Maryland, honestly. But I had applied for things because I obviously don't want to be paralyzed anymore. I don't want to be a quadriplegic. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fix as much of me as possible. I mean, even if I had more control over my hands, the amount of things that I could do would like skyrocket, like an order of magnitude. Better, and my life would be better, my independence would be better, everything.
Yeah, I don't think.
On you right now. My boy still being here. He got the shit to say to you. I know he want to talk. I mean, no, you hear me, bitch ass nigga. On you right now. What's wrong with you, nigga? On you. Yeah. Grab that phone.
Grab that phone. I love you. Oh, it's so funny.
I fucking hate niggas like you, bro.
It's so
You think I work hard for for a year and a half for you to come in my chest?
Get that grind. Got that dog in me.
Nigga, fuck your Discord.
Fuck your Discord.
Sending your fucking Sonic cover.
Yo, fuck your Discord. Fuck your Discord. Fuck your Discord. Fuck your Discord. What's that?
I'm fucking hate you. Unmute now. Yeah, unmute. Don't be calling, bitch. Unmute right now. Unmute, nigga. Yeah. Fuck it down. What you talking about? I got somebody that wants to say something. Then you want the clout, right?